It wasn't until you stayed overnight at the school beauty's house that you realized this icy, untouchable goddess in the eyes of all the boys in school is actually a total creep with an extreme, possessive, twisted, yandere obsession with you. Not only did she secretly slip sleeping pills into your water, she even crept up to your pillow in the middle of the night, like some kind of pervert. And even after you left, she hugged the jacket you wore, sniffing it like a maniac. And the cause of all this was simply that rainy day when you forgot your umbrella. Outside the window, the sky was gloomy. It was pouring rain. You had just finished your classroom duty, but the umbrella in your bag was gone. Right now, besides you in the classroom, there was only the school beauty, Shen Bingling, buried in her studies. Muji, did you forget your umbrella? Her cold, melodious voice suddenly rang out. You awkwardly scratched the back of your head, forcing yourself to admit it. If you don't mind, you can walk home with me. I brought an umbrella. Those words instantly made your scalp tingle. You were so scared you frantically waved your hands to refuse. Being her deskmate, for the past year, you've had your fair share of warnings from her crazy admirers. If rumors spread that you two shared an umbrella home, could you even survive to take the college entrance exam? However, Shen Bingling didn't give you a chance to refuse. She just pulled out her phone and flashed the weather forecast. It clearly showed the storm would last until midnight. At this point, you were completely out of options. You could only helplessly agree. Who knew Shen Bingling would lick her lips, a weird smirk curling on her mouth? Don't mention it. We're deskmates after all. Right after that, the two of you walked side by side in the pouring rain. Your heart was pounding like crazy, like it was at a rave, because you were way too close. Shen Bingling's shoulder was pressed tightly against yours, and the umbrella was mostly tilted to your side. To outsiders, this looked exactly like a couple in the honeymoon phase. You panicked and quickly dodged to the side, reminding her that you two were way too close. Unexpectedly, not only did she not back off, her slender arm actually wrapped around yours like a water snake. You tugged your arm hard, but it was completely useless. And to make matters worse, half her body was already soaked. You quickly and kindly reminded her to move the umbrella more to the middle, but she just clung tighter. It's fine if I get wet. I'll just take a shower when I get back. I'm sticking this close so you don't get wet, right? Seeing your flushed, embarrassed face, she couldn't help but tease you. Muge, why is your face so red? Are you shy? How could a manly guy like you take that kind of provocation? You just bit the bullet, stopped dodging, and firmly pressed back against her. In an instant, the two of you were glued together like you were welded shut. Shen Bingling let out a gasp, a brief flash of surprise in her eyes. Then, it was replaced by a smirk of a successful scheme. And so, you walked like that through the torrential rain, but you never expected. Halfway there, just as you were about to tell her to turn left toward your house, Shen Bingling acted like she didn't hear you. She forcefully dragged you to the right, heading straight in the opposite direction. You anxiously yelled that she was going the wrong way, but she just panted slightly, her face flushed as she feigned weakness. But my clothes are wet now. You have to let me go home and change first, and take a shower, right? Otherwise, I'll catch a cold. Looking at her soaked half-body, all the words you had were instantly choked back. You had absolutely no way to argue. A few minutes later, Shen Bingling familiarly led you into a high-end apartment building. In the elevator downstairs, you finally couldn't help but tap her, reminding her to let go. She gave a soft himph, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Do you despise me that much? You panicked and quickly waved your hands to explain, terrified that the label of despising the school beauty would be pinned on your head. Hey. You'll get used to it. Shen Bingling dropped that meaningful remark, and then opened the door. Come in and sit for a bit. You must be tired. Shen Bingling took off her soaked shoes, revealing her pale feet. No thanks. I'll get the floor dirty, and then it'll be a hassle for your parents to clean up. You waved your hands in refusal. It's fine, come in. My parents work abroad. They barely come back once a year. Shen Bingling dug out a spare pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and tossed them on the floor. Sit down and have a glass of water first. We walked for so long, you must be tired. Unable to resist Shen Bingling's repeated invitations, you had no choice but to put on the slippers and walk inside. You couldn't help but mutter in your heart that these spare slippers fit surprisingly well. Seeing you step inside, Shen Bingling smoothly closed the door. A faint, eerie smile of a victor clearly surfaced on her face. You sat on the soft sofa, rubbing your hands nervously on your legs. Have some water first. Relax, make yourself at home. She placed a glass of warm water on the table. You don't have to go to all this trouble. You should hurry up and change your clothes. Or just lend me an umbrella and I'll get going. You scratched your head awkwardly, feeling your ears burning, because the Shen Bingling in your line of sight right now had half her clothes completely soaked. Facing this kind of close-up, wet-look temptation from the school beauty, it was really hard for you to keep your composure. You just wanted to get out of this dangerous place ASAP. Hey, you're blushing again. Shen Bingling saw through your embarrassment and teased you with a giggle. You were speechless. You really were blushing. Such a steamy scene. What newly adult guy could possibly handle this? Not to mention you were a total virgin with zero dating experience. You waited for Shen Bingling to go into the inner room. A moment later, she came out holding a battered, broken folding umbrella. She walked out with the umbrella. Muji, I have some bad news right now, and some even worse news. Which one do you want to hear first? A bad feeling welled up in your chest. Let's hear the bad news first. My folding umbrella is broken and can't be used. Your heart sank. You took the umbrella and inspected it. The canopy was torn to shreds. You tried to open it to check, but halfway up, the whole thing just fell apart. If you're going to give me something, at least give me something that works. damn it. You roared in your mind. And the worst news? You sighed, rubbing your forehead. The rain is going to last until tomorrow morning, so I can't lend you my good umbrella either. Otherwise, I won't be able to go to school tomorrow. Then what am I supposed to do? You panicked. The rain outside was pouring hard. There was no way you could run back. I have an idea. Shen Bingling walked into her room. A moment later, she brought out a clean set of pajamas. You can stay here tonight. You stared blankly at Shen Bingling, dumbfounded, feeling like you'd been turned to stone. Stay here? But this really was the only option right now. Besides, your parents were working out of town anyway. But from losing your umbrella after school to now being forced to stay at Shen Bingling's house, you couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The whole thing was just too coincidental. So coincidental, it felt like someone had deliberately set it up. So, have you decided? Shen Bingling's voice interrupted your thoughts. All right, I'll be intruding tonight then. I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow. There was no other way right now. You could only nod and agree, getting a definite answer. Shen Bingling's beautiful eyes flickered, a flash of pleasant surprise in her gaze. Okay, the room next to the bathroom is yours. I'm going to take a shower first. I'll call you when I'm done. With that, Shen Bingling walked into the bathroom. You were feeling a bit thirsty, so you picked up the glass of water on the table and took a sip. Why is it a bit hot? You frowned slightly. After pouring out the rest of the water, you poured yourself a glass of cold water and drank it down. In the bathroom, warm water cascaded over her jade-white body. Shen Bingling hummed softly, her eyes brimming with joy. Finally, I finally brought him home. Shen Bingling's body trembled slightly. She looked incredibly excited. She couldn't help but recall the past year of spending time with you. Your greeting when you first met, the orange-flavored candy. Every time she bent down, your hand was always there to cover the corner of the desk. Every time she felt down, you would notice and comfort her. And so she gradually fell in love with your gentleness. But she also hated your gentleness. She hated that your gentleness didn't belong to her alone. She hated everyone who shared that gentleness with her. Mugi can only belong to me. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after, there was a knock on your door. You got up and opened it. But what met your eyes was an expanse of snowy white. I'm done washing up. You should go too. Shen Bingling smiled gently, looking just like a wife who had drawn a hot bath for you. You hurriedly took a few steps back, turning your face away, not daring to look at Shen Bingling anymore. Hurry up and put this on. Don't catch a cold. You hastily handed your school uniform jacket to Shen Bingling. Shen Bingling took the jacket and was just about to tease you when you instantly bolted out the door and ran into the bathroom. That reaction is so cute. Shen Bingling hugged the jacket tightly to her chest, lowering her head as her eyes gradually grew hazy. She buried her face in the jacket and took a massive, deep breath. The scent of laundry detergent on the jacket, mixed with your body odor, flooded her nose. She breathed it in greedily. This scent, she was as addicted to it as a cat to catnip. It wasn't until the scent on the jacket faded and mixed with her own scent that she reluctantly lifted her head. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, you had no idea that your jacket had just been utterly violated. You picked up a bottle of body wash. The packaging looked a bit familiar. You remembered seeing it in a video you scrolled past before. This kind of body wash supposedly contains some kind of aphrodisiac plant extract. Using it would make your whole body hot and your head dizzy. Does Shen Bingling normally use this kind of body wash? Your Adam's apple bobbed. You hesitated for a moment and ultimately put the body wash back. But when you stood up, ready to get dressed, you couldn't find where you put your clothes. You instantly froze in place. You came in such a rush earlier. You must have left your clothes outside. You gently pulled down the door handle, opening the door just a crack. After confirming the hallway was empty, you quietly slipped out of the bathroom. Right now, you only had a bath towel covering your vital areas. If it weren't for Shen Bingling's pajamas being so visually shocking, causing your mind to go blank and forget your clothes, how could you be in such a pathetic state? If it were before today, you might have asked Shen Bingling to help grab your clothes, but not anymore. First of all, you could feel that Shen Bingling's feelings for you were not normal, and definitely not just ordinary friendship or love. It was a much more complicated emotion. Secondly, Shen Bingling absolutely used that bottle of body wash, and a lot of it too. You tiptoed, pressing against the wall, slowly inching toward the living room, terrified of disturbing Shen Bingling in her room. You didn't bring the pajamas back to your room. You remembered that after taking the pajamas, you left them on the living room sofa. But the moment you reached the living room, you were dumbfounded. The pajamas you remembered folded on the sofa had vanished without a trace, like they never existed at all. Mugi, what are you doing in the living room instead of showering? Right at that moment, that familiar, melodious voice exploded in your ear. Your entire body stiffened. Your blood felt like it had frozen solid. A chill rose from the bottom of your heart. You didn't dare turn around. You couldn't believe this was happening, and you especially didn't dare to have Shen Bingling's face meet your eyes right now. Why? How did she do it? There wasn't even the sound of a door opening. It was like she teleported. My pajamas. Your speech functions were completely paralyzed. You couldn't even form a coherent sentence. You stiffly turned your head, both hands clutching the towel tightly over your most important parts. The moment you turned around, Shen Bingling's flushed face instantly filled your entire field of vision. Holy shit. You jumped in fright, falling backward onto the sofa. The towel slipped from your hands, and in that very moment, you and Shen Bingling were completely exposed to each other. Holy shit. You jumped in fright, falling backward onto the sofa. The towel slipped from your hands, and in that very moment, you and Shen Bingling were completely exposed to each other. Shen Bingling stared at you in all your glory. Though her ears were burning, she didn't look away. On the contrary, her gaze roamed freely over your body, as if trying to carve every single detail of your body into her brain. I saw you forgot your pajamas. I was just about to bring them to you. Shen Bingling handed you the pajamas she was holding. Her throat bobbed. Her body was trembling slightly. The way she looked at you was like a hunter looking at their prey, thick with a fanatical, twisted obsession. Before she could even finish speaking, you snatched the clothes away and bolted back into the bathroom. The whole thing took only a few seconds. When Shen Bingling snapped out of it, she felt a sense of loss. I want him so badly. I want to pin him down. He clearly couldn't have resisted just now. Why didn't I just hold him down? Shen Bingling regretted it. Regretted why she still held onto her sanity. Why didn't she just pin you down? But it was too late for regrets now. She went back to her room, hugged your jacket again, and took a few more massive, deep sniffs. Slowly, Shen Bingling's trembling body gradually calmed down. Her mind, which had been consumed by lust, also slowly regained its reason. I can't rush this. I can't rush this. It's not time to pull the net in yet. I have to wait for the perfect, one-hit kill opportunity. A chance where he can never, ever escape. In the bathroom, having calmed down, you put on your clothes. Everything that happened in the last few minutes felt like a dream, but Shen Bingling's gaze from just now was still fresh in your memory. That look was twisted and insane, radiating the hunger of a carnivorous beast. It gave you the creeps just being looked at like that. The Shen Bingling today, and the girl you met a year ago, were completely different people. It was like she had been possessed. It seems boys really need to protect themselves when they're out, too. You slowly pulled down the door handle and stepped out of the bathroom. Once back in your room, you immediately took inventory of the things you brought. Fortunately, aside from giving that school uniform jacket to Shen Bingling, all your important belongings were still there. You weren't sure exactly what kind of feelings Shen Bingling had for you. Would she pose a threat or harm you? What if Shen Bingling was just a mentally healthy, innocent, and kind-hearted good girl? Seeing that it was getting late, you turned off the lights, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. In the next room, Shen Bingling was curled up on her bed, hugging that already wrinkled jacket in her arms. Her eyes were glued to a tablet. Wait, just wait a little longer. Shen Bingling constantly suppressed the dark desires in her heart, but it wasn't time yet. The college entrance exam was just over 30 days away. If she locked you up now, it would only be for 30 days at most. When the time came, even if she forcibly kept you locked up and stopped you from taking the exam, missing something as huge as the college entrance exam would definitely arouse the suspicion of your parents and teachers. Then not only might she face prison time, it would also make you hate her forever. Shen Bingling was a hunter who knew how to be patient. She could hold back, but keeping it all bottled up wasn't good for her health either. She wouldn't lock you in a dark room right now, but a little hugging and kissing was still doable, because that glass of water she handed you earlier had half a sleeping pill dissolved in it. That dose wouldn't knock you out instantly, but it would make it hard for you to wake up once you were asleep. Half an hour later, after confirming you were fast asleep, Shen Bingling finally rolled out of bed. She walked step by step toward your room. Tiptoeing, she carefully crept up to your bedside and slowly climbed in. Like a little kitten, Shen Bingling slipped into your warm covers. She carefully adjusted her position, lying on her side right next to you. Her two pale arms slid into your clothes as nimbly as snakes, roaming and caressing your body with reckless abandon. She buried her face in the crook of your neck. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, her body trembling faintly. A look of pure intoxication washed over her face. Just the scent of hormones radiating from your body was enough to bring her immense pleasure. After a while, Shen Bingling was no longer satisfied with just your body scent. She shifted her gaze to your thin lips. Without a second of hesitation, she kissed you fiercely. It didn't even look like a kiss. It looked more like she was trying to devour your lips. She let out a soft moan of pleasure, her eyes growing hazy. It seemed like in the next second, the boundaries she had set for herself were going to be washed away by a flood of lust. But your furrowed brow instantly snapped her back to reality. In your sleep, you felt an intense sense of suffocation and slowly opened your eyes. She panicked instantly. With no time to wonder why you were waking up, she scrambled out of bed faster than she ever had in her life and tiptoed frantically out of the room. Meanwhile, you were still half asleep, completely oblivious to all of this. You gasped for air greedily, like you had just been pulled from drowning. Do I drool when I sleep? I didn't even have that kind of dream. You touched your wet lips, which seemed to carry a hint of sweetness. You looked a bit confused. By chance, you noticed the door was cracked open. Did you forget to close it before going to sleep? You got up and turned on the light. You glanced around the room. Nothing had changed, except for a noticeable indentation on the right side of the bed. The once smooth bedsheets now had some messy wrinkles, and 2 or 3 distinctively long, female hairs were left there. Shen Bingling. You immediately thought of her, the only woman in the house. At this moment, behind her tablet, Shen Bingling's heart leaped into her throat. Her hidden camera was installed on the nightstand, inside the right eye of that teddy bear. Limited by the angle and the blanket you had kicked up, she couldn't see where you were at all, or what you were doing right now. She could only stare at the messy blanket, burning with anxiety. At this moment, behind her tablet, Shen Bingling's heart leaped into her throat. Her hidden camera was installed on the nightstand, inside the right eye of that teddy bear. Limited by the angle and the blanket you had kicked up, she couldn't see where you were or what you were doing right now at all. She could only stare at the messy blanket, burning with anxiety. Right now, she could only pray that since you just woke up, you'd be too groggy and would just take a quick look before going back to sleep, and then forget this little incident by tomorrow, pretending nothing ever happened. You picked up a strand of hair and brought it to your nose to sniff. After being desk mates with Shen Bingling for a year, you could definitely recognize the scent of her hair. At this moment, a chill crept into your heart. If it really was what you thought, then the indentation on the right side of the bed and your wet lips, thinking about this, sent a shiver down your spine. But right now, you didn't have any proof. This is Shen Bingling's territory. As long as she wants to, she has 10,000 reasons. If you rashly go over to confront her and insist on getting to the bottom of this, who knows what Shen Bingling might do if you push her too far. After thinking it over for a few minutes, you turn off the light and lie back down in bed, deciding to pretend nothing happened. You silently think to yourself, starting tomorrow, you'll cut down on talking to Shen Bingling and slowly distance yourself from her. After graduation, you'll never see her again anyway. Just get through these 30 days, and everything will be fine. Seeing you go back to sleep, Shen Bingling finally breathes a sigh of relief. Turning off the tablet, she begins to wonder, why did you still wake up after drinking water laced with sleeping pills? Why you still woke up? Was half a pill not enough? She doesn't take this little hiccup to heart, though. Once her plan succeeds during the summer break after the college entrance exam, she can kiss you however she wants. At this thought, Shen Bingling starts drooling again. The next morning, you wake up and immediately check your clothes in bed. You also rummage through your backpack. After making sure nothing is missing, you finally change your clothes and walk out of the room. Shen Bingling has already prepared breakfast early on. Sitting on the table is a large portion of rice noodle rolls with meat and eggs. She even thoughtfully poured the soy sauce for you. Mugi, you're up. Did you sleep well last night? Shen Bingling asks tentatively. It was great. I slept until I naturally woke up. You give a thumbs up. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't be used to sleeping here. Let's eat breakfast first. We'll head to school after we eat. The heavy stone in Shen Bingling's heart finally drops. Didn't we agree that it'd be my treat? I feel so bad about this, getting free food and lodging. You smile and sit down. While eating breakfast, you reduce how often you speak to Shen Bingling. Only when you absolutely have to answer, do you reply with a few words. Although the sky is cleared up, there's still a light drizzle. But the rain isn't heavy this time. Plus, to avoid any suspicion, you absolutely refuse to share an umbrella with Shen Bingling. Before she can try to persuade you further, you bolt and sprint all the way to school, leaving Shen Bingling standing there alone, eating your dust. Shen Bingling watches your rapidly shrinking, gradually disappearing figure. Her eyes slowly turn dark and sinister. Once you arrive at school, many students in the class are already studying hard. You quickly sit down and dive into intense studying. 10 minutes later, Shen Bingling also arrives at the classroom, but her face is even colder than usual. You can feel her resentment from several meters away. Shen Bingling sits down, pulls a textbook from her desk, and slams it on the table. She studies with an expressionless face. The two of you don't exchange a single word all morning. When the noon lunch break rolls around, you close your textbook, getting ready to go home for lunch and a nap. Shen Bingling, who had been silent all morning, suddenly speaks up. Why aren't you talking to me? She keeps her head down, her voice carrying a hint of a sob, looking as if she suffered some massive injustice. You immediately panic. And no, I'm not. I was just studying too hard, right? Besides, I didn't want to interrupt your studying. Seeing Shen Bingling like this for the first time, you're completely at a loss for what to do. You have to remember, there are still people in the classroom. Among them are quite a few of Shen Bingling's former suitors. If you give the wrong answer and cause this princess to lose control of her emotions, you wouldn't be able to clear your name even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Those hormonal teenage boys wouldn't mind putting on a hero, saving the beauty act, to score some points with the school beauty. We are clearly already in a relationship where we live under the same roof. Why? Hey miss, please don't talk nonsense. I just crashed at your place for one night. It's not that kind of relationship. You frantically wave your hands, terrified that Shen Bingling might misunderstand. How could you be like this? Turning your back on me right after sleeping together. Shen Bingling looks up at you, tears shimmering in her eyes. Wait, why is this getting worse the more I try to explain? What the hell does turning your back right after sleeping together even mean? Sister, was your language system installed wrong when you were born? At this moment, you are undoubtedly having a breakdown. But the current situation doesn't leave room for your complaints, because some classmates are already looking over here. If you don't calm Shen Bingling down right now, then for the next 30 days, you can forget about studying in peace. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's my fault for ignoring you today, hurt you every day, and greet you whenever I see you. Please just forgive me. You look straight into Shen Bingling's eyes with a sincere attitude. Filled with remorse, you even squeeze out 2 tears from the corners of your eyes. These tears are actually genuine. You truly regret it. If you had known that sharing an umbrella would lead to this, you would have rather slept at school that night. Fine, I'll forgive you for now. But you have to answer one question for me. Shen Bingling instantly stops looking aggrieved. Her pitiful, teary-eyed look from just a moment ago vanishes without a trace. Your expression right now looks as miserable as if you just ate a giant pile of shit. You feel like Shen Bingling just deliberately played you. What question? Spit it out. Since things have come to this, you have no choice but to compromise. Do you like me? Shen Bingling asks softly. This completely out-of-nowhere question leaves you dumbfounded. It's like you were just flirting 1 second, and the next second she's asking if you want to go get a marriage certificate. Of course I like you. As my good friend and desk mate, I definitely like you. After a brief moment of thought, you quickly give a flawless, watertight answer. Is it the kind of liking between a man and a woman? Shen Bingling's voice drops low, and her bright eyes gradually lose their color. Taking advantage of Shen Bingling spacing out, you jump up and run off without a trace, leaving Shen Bingling alone to sulk. Why don't you like me? Have I been annoying you lately? I've clearly been so good to you. I bought you your favorite snacks, chased away that girl from the next class who had ulterior motives, and let you stay at my house. Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me? Have I been annoying you lately? I've clearly been so good to you. I bought you your favorite snacks, chased away that girl from the next class who had ulterior motives, and let you stay at my house. Why don't you like me? It's okay, you still like me as a friend. Once the college entrance exam is over, I'll lock you up and properly nurture our feelings for each other. You will definitely fall in love with me again as a lover. Just then, another boy from the class walks up to Shen Bingling. He's a tall guy, about 1.8 meters, looking quite dashing and heroic. Shen Bingling. Lu Dong stands in front of Shen Bingling, looking a bit bashful. You look like you're in a bad mood. Did Muga make you mad just now? I can teach him a lesson for you. Shen Bingling acts as if she didn't even hear Lu Dong speak. She just packs up her things on her own and stands up. Back then, you were like a lapdog, leaning on Muji's desk, begging him to explain math problems to you. Why didn't you teach him a lesson then? After saying that, Shen Bingling walks away. From start to finish, she doesn't even look Lu Dong in the eye. Shen Bingling, don't go. Lu Dong watches Shen Bingling's retreating figure as the mocking laughter of a few friends echoes behind him. Bitch, just you wait. Humiliated, Lu Dong glares furiously, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles turn white. After the lunch break, you return to the classroom and sit down. Beside you, Shen Bingling is already studying. You didn't break your promise. You greet Shen Bingling just like usual. Starting your review this early. Huh. Well, exams are coming up soon, aren't they? I just wanted to study a bit more. Shen Bingling reveals a faint smile. You look at Shen Bingling's quiet, aloof demeanor, and can't help but feel a bit emotional. If Shen Bingling had spent a few years with you, without exposing her twisted, obsessive personality, you might have actually fallen for her. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. In 30 days, you and Shen Bingling will reach a crossroads in life. After that, you'll never see each other again. Just then, you feel a soft touch on your arm. Turning your head, you see Shen Bingling extending a slender finger, poking your arm. What's up? Do you need something? You ask in confusion. Muji, what kind of girls do you like? Shen Bingling tilts her head, looking at you quietly. You frown slightly. After a moment of thought, you reply. I like girls who aren't possessive, who are mentally healthy, have no bad habits, won't restrict my personal freedom, and won't interfere with my private life. After you finish speaking, you look at Shen Bingling with interest, a bit curious about how she'll respond. Isn't that exactly the kind of girl I am? That's exactly who I am. So Mugo, do you like me? Shen Bingling doesn't hesitate, blurting out the words without a second thought. Seeing Shen Bingling say this without blushing or skipping a beat, you're almost laughing out of sheer exasperation. Then let me ask you, what kind of guys do you like? You ask in return. I like you. Shen Bingling's pretty face flushes slightly, but she answers very quickly, without any hesitation. Your face shows no change in expression, since you had already expected this. Then why do you like a guy like me? Before you can finish, Shen Bingling interrupts you. I don't like a guy like you. I like Muga. I only like you, the person. Shen Bingling furrows her brows, and earnestly, word by word, corrects you. Then why do you like me? Looking at you with an expression of exasperation, as if wishing iron could turn into steel. I like you because you are Muge. It's that simple. Shen Bingling says with a look of deep affection. You're completely out of ideas. It's your first time seeing a girl so obsessed with you. But since things have reached this point, you don't plan on trying to persuade her anymore. Anyway, the two of you are destined to go your separate ways. Time will make Shen Bingling slowly forget this crush. Right on cue, the class bell rings. The math teacher walks into the classroom, ready to start the lesson. So you stop chatting and focus on the lecture instead. But listening to concepts you already know inside and out, you can't help but start dozing off. Since you're sitting in the last row anyway, propping your head up to sleep for a bit usually won't get you caught. Your eyes slowly close, and your consciousness gradually blurs. In your dream, you find yourself in an endless expanse of darkness. It feels like something is constantly getting closer to you. The sound of footsteps grows denser. You feel a delicate, faint panting by your ear. Your neck feels ticklish, as if someone is pressing against the nape of your neck. The hot breath blowing on your skin sends waves of ticklish sensations. Annoyed beyond belief by this tickling, you suddenly turn your head, only to see a girl who is both familiar and strange. It's Shen Bingling. She instantly pins you down, her hands pressing you down tightly. Her eyes reveal a paranoid, twisted kind of love. You try to resist, but find that you can't muster a single ounce of strength. You open your mouth but can't make a sound. You just watch helplessly as Shen Bingling slowly claims your body, bit by bit, from your legs to your chest, and then you suddenly snap your eyes open. The world becomes bright again. So it was just a dream. You breathe a sigh of relief, then stretch your arms. Muji, you're awake. Shen Bingling leans her head over. Did you not sleep well at my house last night? You closed your eyes and slept all the way until class ended. Shen Bingling's tone carries a hint of self-blame. It's fine, it's fine. It's just that this class was too boring, so I ended up sleeping. Hearing her voice, you almost have a stress reaction, unable to stop yourself from recalling that dream. Then have some snacks. I bought your favorite beef jerky and mince. Shen Bingling smiles and digs out the beef jerky from her backpack, handing it to you. Thanks. You take the beef jerky, pop it into your mouth, and start chewing. You originally wanted to refuse her feeding you, especially after having that dream just now. But your distancing this morning already taught you a lesson. To prevent Shen Bingling from causing more trouble, you accept the snacks anyway. Eat slowly. There's still plenty in my bag. Shen Bingling takes out a few more bags of other snacks from her bag, a smile full of maternal care appearing on her face. This scene takes place in the corner of the last row. During the break, and with the college entrance exam approaching, no one would normally notice, except for one person, and that is Su Nianian. Although Shen Bingling used to give you snacks before, her demeanor was always very casual, just like normal classmates sharing food. But today, not only did Shen Bingling show a rare smile, but her eyes haven't left you for a second since you fell asleep. As a fellow girl, how could Su Nianian not recognize the signs of liking a guy? Unlike Shen Bingling, Su Nianian used to be your desk mate too. The two of you are old acquaintances. She had liked you ever since then. During that year of being desk mates, Su Nianian unknowingly became captivated by your gentleness and humor. Later, when classes were reshuffled, Su Nianian, in order to get into the same senior year class and continue her connection with you, went through immense hardship just to reach the required threshold. But she never expected that, while she was focused on her final sprint for exams, her base would get stolen. And the one who stole it was actually a famous figure in the school, the unattainable flower and the white moonlight of countless boys, Shen Bingling. Su Nianian, are you free in a couple of days? At this moment, Lu Dong approaches out of nowhere. Su Nianian, whose crush just got stolen, is currently fuming, so naturally, she doesn't give him a good look. What is it? Do you need something? Su Nianian's tone is dismissive. She never had a good impression of Lu Dong to begin with. Well, we have a break in a couple of days, right? I wanted to ask you out for a meal. I don't have time. I need to study at home. Su Nianian rejects him without a shred of hesitation. Then what about tomorrow? Or we could just grab a bite at the cafeteria later. Lu Dong refuses to give up, getting rejected in less than 3 sentences. Doesn't he have any shame left? You'll definitely have time when we eat later, right? I won't have time later either. I just booked a flight to America. Su Nianian drops a bombshell. What did you just say? Lu Dong looks completely bewildered, doubting his own ears. The college entrance exam is coming up. What are you going to America for? The competition for the exam is just too intense, and that blonde guy over there has been slacking lately, so I'm planning to go compete with him for the presidency, Su Nianian says with a completely straight face. After saying that, Su Nianian stands up and walks over to your side. Mugi, what are you eating? It looks so good. Su Nianian walks over with a bright smile. Seeing Su Nianian approach, Shen Bingling's face instantly drops. She glares at this uninvited guest as if facing a mortal enemy. Nianian, I'm eating beef jerky. Shen Bingling gave it to me. It's delicious. You chew on the jerky, your voice muffled as you speak. Nianian, calling her so affectionately, Shen Bingling's nails dig into her own flesh, as if she can't even feel the pain. Really? Then, Shen Bingling, could you give me a piece to try too? Su Nianian looks at Shen Bingling with a beaming smile. Sorry, it's all gone. Shen Bingling's tone is freezing cold as she shoves the remaining beef jerky back into her backpack. That's fine. I know how to make beef jerky too. Next time, I can bring some for you to taste my cooking, Su Nianian says casually. Back when Mugi and I were desk mates, I used to make it for him. He really loved it, right? Su Nianian deliberately emphasizes the words back when and desk mates. This is a provocation. A blatant, naked provocation. Shen Bingling's face instantly darkens. It was pretty good, but the one Shen Bingling bought tastes great too. You force out an awkward smile. The smell of gunpowder in their conversation is way too strong. Su Nianian is fine. At least she's a normal person you can reason with. But if the one next to you snaps, you're in deep trouble. You don't really mind yourself. You know what Su Nianian's personality is like. Even if she gets mad, you have ways to coax her back. You don't need to keep your guard up. But Shen Bingling is different. She has no idea that beneath Shen Bingling's cold exterior lies a paranoid and crazy heart. If you let her keep dancing in this minefield, who knows? She might get ambushed walking home at night one day. Su Nianian, you ran all the way over here, abruptly interrupting my chat with Mugi, just to talk about your old history and beef jerky? Shen Bingling gives a fake, hollow smile, her voice sounding like an emotionless machine. Of course not. I wanted to invite Mugi out for a meal this weekend. Su Nianian rests her hand on your desk, looking at Shen Bingling with amusement. After all, we were desk mates for a year. Even though that's in the past now, the feelings are still there. We still need to catch up and bond occasionally. Sister, I'm begging you. Stop dancing in the minefield. I really won't be able to protect you. Right now, your smile looks uglier than crying. We're in the final sprint phase right now. Nianian, don't you need to spend your time studying? You want to save Su Nianian one more time. My study schedule is already all planned out. I'm free tomorrow and the day after. It's all up to you. Su Nianian shows off her flexible schedule. It's over. You can already feel Shen Bingling behind you, radiating a bone-chilling aura. You can't help but sweat for Su Nianian standing in front of you. Tell you what, Nianian, let me go home and check my schedule. If I'm free, I'll message you on WeChat. You suddenly stand up. I'm getting a bit hungry now. I'm gonna go grab a bite at the cafeteria. We'll talk when I get back. After saying that, you bolt, leaving the two of them no time to react at all. Seeing this, Su Nianian is about to follow you out, but Shen Bingling reaches out and blocks her path. You like Muga, don't you? Shen Bingling stands up. She's a full half-head taller than Su Nianian, completely crushing her in terms of sheer presence. Yeah, I like Muga, so what? Su Nianian is neither haughty nor humble, admitting it openly and confidently. Nothing. Shen Bingling shakes her head. Of course you can like Muga. That's your freedom. Su Nianian is actually stunned. This woman was so hostile just a moment ago. Logically, shouldn't they be trash-talking each other right now? Why is she suddenly being so reasonable? I don't care. Because in the end, I'll be the only one by Muji's side. And I'm the only one who can be by Muji's side. I love Muji more than you and all those other suitors. After Shen Bingling finishes speaking, she turns and leaves the classroom. Su Nianian stands frozen in place, constantly replaying Shen Bingling's words in her mind. She can sense that there's something seriously wrong with this woman. Until evening self-study ends, you go home after school and lie exhaustedly on your bed. Just thinking about the crap that happened these past 2 days gives you a headache. It's all because you shared that umbrella the day before yesterday. The things you've experienced in these 2 days are more complicated and mind-blowing than what you've been through in 2 years. It's still the most comfortable lying in my own home. Just as you're sighing with emotion, your phone chimes with a notification next to you. It's a message from Su Nianian. Muge, have you thought about it? When are we grabbing that meal together? Let's set it for the day after tomorrow. I'll be free then. This sudden initiative, that only made her pretty face flush bright red. She looked completely at a loss. Bingling, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. What's wrong, honey? Why are you suddenly acting like this? Shen Bingling actually stammered, which was rare for her. She gently rubbed her cheek against her hand. The warmth of your palm spread across her face, as if she were making sure this wasn't just a dream. Just send me the restaurant's location when the time comes. You agreed very readily. Now that Shen Bingling isn't around, you naturally don't feel any constraints, because your previous relationship with Su Nianian was actually pretty good. Su Nianian immediately replied, all right then, it's settled. Right after chatting with Su Nianian, as if Shen Bingling had sensed something, a message from her followed closely behind. Did you agree to eat with Su Nianian? Looking at Shen Bingling's message, your head throbbed. Honestly, you did have a good impression of Shen Bingling. Who wouldn't like a school beauty deskmate, who is only passionate towards you and feeds you beef jerky every day? If it weren't for the events of the past 2 days, maybe you really would have accepted Shen Bingling. But things are different now. You know full well that Shen Bingling's paranoia and madness make her a ticking time bomb. Not to mention, when you stayed over at her place, the things Shen Bingling did while you were asleep. To put it bluntly, not calling her a pervert to her face was already showing good manners. That doesn't seem to be any of your business, right? It's my freedom. A good while after sending the message, you finally received Shen Bingling's reply. How is it not my business? You know perfectly well that I like you. So why are you going on a date with another girl? How is it not my business? You know perfectly well that I like you. So why are you going on a date with another girl? Seeing this message, you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Girl, you like me, but I don't like you. So you immediately replied, I'm just grabbing a meal with a friend. It doesn't count as a date, right? You still didn't dare to be too absolute with your words. After all, you still had to share a desk with Shen Bingling. So that means you agreed, right? Looking at this reply, an inexplicable fear rose from the bottom of your heart. So you replied, not yet. Reject her. Go reject her right now. Send me a screenshot of the chat log. This message left absolutely no room for negotiation. It was a pure command, as if failing to execute it this very second would result in immediate punishment the next. You were suffocating under the pressure. Even through the screen, Shen Bingling still brought you a massive sense of oppression. You pondered for a moment, thinking about finding a friend to pretend to be Su Nianian and forge a chat log to fool her. But before you could even put the idea into action, Shen Bingling's messages came through again. Does sending that woman a message and taking a screenshot take this long? You agreed, didn't you? What exactly am I doing wrong? Am I not good enough to you? Or is it that you don't like my type of girl? I can change. I'll change into whatever you like. Say something, tell me. 4 messages were sent almost simultaneously. The drastic shift in tone and wording made it seem like she was a completely different person. Looking at Shen Bingling's last 2 messages, your chest felt tight, like it was stuffed with cotton. Even though Shen Bingling was a bit paranoid and perverted, she was still an excellent, independent girl. Seeing such a girl act like this in front of you gave you an indescribable feeling. Shen Bingling, you don't need to change. Just be yourself. I like the real you. You gave what seemed to be the most perfect answer at the moment. After all, if you said you didn't like her, Shen Bingling would just keep pestering you anyway. It was better to say you liked her true self. After the message was sent, the other side fell silent for a long time. Just as you were about to turn off the lights and go to sleep, she finally replied with a single word. Okay. Seeing this reply, you finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking the matter was finally over, you figured Shen Bingling would probably go back to how she used to be. You lay in bed and fell into a deep sleep. However, at this moment, Shen Bingling was lying on her messy bed, the sheets covered in chaotic wrinkles. Mugi, you like the real me. Shen Bingling got out of bed and pulled a school uniform jacket out of her closet. This was the jacket you gave her the day before yesterday, which you forgot to take back. Shen Bingling hugged the jacket and lay back on the bed, burying her face into it. She curled her body into a tight ball, like a little pill bug. In the darkness, her heavy panting gradually echoed. Mugi, I like you. This is the real me. Do you like me? Shen Bingling's face was flushed red, her murmurs filled with bashfulness. Her body trembled like a leaf, her eyes revealing a fanatical love. Even though the jacket had been washed, it still carried your unique scent. Shen Bingling's cute nose twitched, not letting a single trace slip by. Such sweet hormones. I've held back for so long, Muga. Why didn't you say you liked the real me sooner? Ha ha ha. After a long while, Shen Bingling finally calmed down. Her body returned to normal, and her breathing gradually steadied. Muga likes me. He really likes me. The next afternoon after school, with the weekend starting tomorrow, you carried your backpack and hummed a tune, walking home with a brisk step. Today was very ordinary. Shen Bingling didn't cause any trouble for you, acting just like usual, but she kept intentionally or unintentionally creating physical contact with you. However, it wasn't like the past few days. Her eyes were much clearer. She must have found some way to relieve her stress. You hummed a nostalgic nursery rhyme you remixed yourself, planning to go home, take a shower, and play a few rounds of games with your good bro, Zhang Lei. There weren't many people in the neighborhood. At this hour, they were either eating or out picking up their kids. It seemed quiet and deserted. As you walked, you suddenly felt something was off. An inexplicable chill slowly crept up your spine, as if someone was watching you. You turned around to look, but there was no one behind you. Only a few trees in the greenbelt swaying in the wind, and a few cars parked quietly. You muttered to yourself, "There's no one here." Hanging around Shen Bingling for so long has made me crazy too. You frowned, but ignored it, and continued on your way home. But after just a few steps, you suddenly stopped and instantly whipped your head around. Seeing that it was still the same behind you, you finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, behind a black sedan, Shen Bingling was crouching right there. She bit her lip, not even daring to breathe loudly. Seeing that you had walked a good distance away, Shen Bingling finally stood up and followed you. You got on the elevator and pressed the button for the 4th floor. Shen Bingling tailed you to your apartment building. After seeing you get on the elevator, she waited for a moment. Once she saw the floor display stop at the 4th floor, she turned and walked up the stairs. The moment you opened your door and went inside, she followed right behind, coming up the stairs. The 4th floor had a facing door layout. Besides you, there was only one other neighbor. It wasn't hard to figure out which door was yours. From the shoe rack outside, she could recognize at a glance which pair was yours. Shen Bingling raised her small hand and placed it on the doorknob. You hadn't locked the door. As long as she wanted to, she could go in right now, but she suppressed the urge. Barging in now wouldn't do her any good. It would only alert the snake in the grass. A lack of patience in small matters ruins great plans. Shen Bingling lowered her hand and silently left. Player 2, are you brain dead? Why the hell are you solo pushing every round? Did you leave your brain at home? The furious voice made your ears ring. Lei, it's just a game. Don't take it so seriously. As long as we're having fun, it's fine. You consoled him. As player 1, you had 22 kills, sitting comfortably at the top of the team. Second place was Zhang Lei. That player 2 kept solo pushing every round was dead last. At this moment, that player 2, who hadn't used the mic the entire game, after being yelled at by Zhang Lei, suddenly turned on the mic. You and player 1 are so good at getting kills, then just kill them all. What are you two duo queuers acting so arrogant for? The woman's voice was so squeaky it could crush a fly, making Zhang Lei sick to his stomach. Your smile instantly froze. You slowly pressed the team voice chat button. What the F? After a debate about dreams and journeys, you took off your headset and leaned back in your gaming chair. Your face flushed red, as if you were in love. This debate ended with a 3-day ban. Barring any surprises, you wouldn't be touching this game for the next week. Just as you were about to turn off your computer, Zhang Lei suddenly asked, "By the way, Mugi, are you involved with that school beauty, Shen Bingling?" "Lately?" Zhang Lei asked. "No, Shen Bingling and I are just desk mates." "Why do you ask?" You asked, confused. Zhang Lei was a gaming nerd. He usually didn't care about school gossip, let alone any rumors about you and Shen Bingling. Earlier, when I went to hand in some materials to the teacher, a girl from our class happened to be looking for you. You weren't there at the time, so she talked to your desk mate about something. She came back a while later, muttering something about being a step too late. Your mouth twitched. You didn't expect Shen Bingling's possessiveness to be this strong, but in a way, it was a good thing. At least it saved you the trouble of rejecting people. It's nothing. We're not involved. We're about to graduate. Stop paying attention to this stupid gossip. You brushed it off, pressed the power button, and turned to lie down on your bed. You had set a time with Su Nianian. Eat tomorrow at noon. The place you chose was quite close to your neighborhood, so you could just walk there. The next day at noon, you shaved, threw on a black t-shirt, and headed out. Your phone buzzed. It was a message from Su Nianian. "I'm already on my way. Remember, the place is called New Fu Steakhouse." Little Mew, dressing up so sharp, going on a date. Uncle Chen, the neighborhood security guard, teased when he saw you. "Uncle Chen, stop joking around. I'm just going out to hang out." You smiled and waved him off. But just as you walked out of the neighborhood, you were stopped by a familiar voice. "Muji, what a coincidence. Do you live in this neighborhood?" Your body jolted, and you turned your head stiffly. The person standing before you was none other than Shen Bingling. Shen Bingling was wearing a black sailor suit. It was a simple outfit, but it looked surprisingly beautiful on her. Her cool, elegant little face was free of makeup, but the only flaw on this perfect face was probably the faint dark circles under her eyes. "Yeah, I live around here," you answered honestly. What are you doing here? I thought your house was on the other side of town, you asked. The quality and taste of the stuff at the supermarket here are better. So I came here, Shen Bingling said, showing off the fruit she had just bought. Do you want some? I bought oranges, bananas, and lots of other fruits. You recalled that. The area near Shen Bingling's house really didn't have any large supermarket. No thanks, I have plans with someone. You waved your hand, planning to slip away immediately. You're meeting Su Nianian, right? Shen Bingling's smile didn't fade. Yeah, just grabbing a meal. What's the big deal? You smiled bitterly. But Shen Bingling's reaction was unexpected. It's nothing. Just a meal. What's the big deal? Who you eat with is your freedom, right? She stepped forward, gently grabbed your hand, leaned in close to your ear, and whispered softly, I'm going with you too. How can you do that? You snapped back to reality and hurriedly refused, trying to pull your hand away, but Shen Bingling gripped it tightly. Why not? It's just a meal. It's not a date, right? Shen Bingling slowly pressed closer, deliberately emphasizing the word date. Right now, you were caught in a dilemma. If you really brought Shen Bingling along, wouldn't she and Su Nianian get into a fight? But not bringing her didn't seem to be an option either. Shen Bingling was currently clinging to your arm. You couldn't run even if you wanted to. You could either come clean with Su Nianian right now and cancel the lunch, but you'd still be pestered by Shen Bingling all day. You definitely didn't think Shen Bingling would let you off that easily. Let's go then, you said, looking utterly helpless. If you had known this would happen, you would have been better off staying home and gaming with Zhang Lei. By the way, girl, can you stop hugging my arm? It's broad daylight, have some decency. Your right arm felt like it was carrying a 1.75-meter human keychain. She was clinging tighter than superglue. No. Shen Bingling stuck her tongue out and hugged it even tighter. The midday sun blanketed the entire street. As someone who rarely went out, the glare made it hard for you to keep your eyes open. Suddenly, a shadow appeared over your eyes, blocking out most of the sunlight. This made your eyes feel much better. If you can't even open your eyes while walking, you're going to bump into someone. Shen Bingling poked her round little head out. The delicate straw hat in her hand had been transferred onto your head. Surprised, you touched the brim of the hat. You didn't expect Shen Bingling to care for you to this extent, and you felt a little touched. It's fine, you wear it. Don't let your face get tanned. Besides, this hat is too small. It's uncomfortable to wear. You took off the hat and handed it back to Shen Bingling. She took it back, looking a bit reluctant, but after looking at your head, she realized the size really didn't fit, so she had to let it go. As you kept walking, you suddenly felt a tickle on your forehead. The sunlight in front of you was blocked once again. This time, you turned your head, only to see Shen Bingling standing on her tiptoes. One hand was holding onto your arm, while the other was held flat in front of your forehead, shielding you from the direct sunlight. Even with Shen Bingling doing it, the pose looked a bit comical. Yet she didn't feel embarrassed at all on the open street, as if you were the only person in her world. Looking at the girl beside you with her silly posture, your heart stirred a little. Hey, what are you doing? Performance art? You teased. What's performance art? Shen Bingling blinked her eyes. I'm shading you from the sun. Aren't you tired walking on your tiptoes? Just walk normally. We'll be at the restaurant soon. If only I drank more milk when I was little and grew a bit taller, then I wouldn't have to stand on my tiptoes to help you. Shen Bingling smiled shyly. Foul. That's way too much of a foul. You grumbled in your heart. A non-crazy Shen Bingling is way too top tier. If this keeps up, I'm afraid I'm really going to be conquered. Fortunately, the steakhouse wasn't far. The two of you quickly arrived at the navigated address. At the entrance of Nufu Steakhouse, Su Nianian was standing by the door, looking around, her eyes full of anticipation as she scanned the crowd. He's here. He's finally here. Su Nianian saw that not far away, the familiar boy was walking towards her. Why is Shen Bingling next to him? Su Nianian froze. She rubbed her eyes and looked closely again. It really was her. Shen Bingling was stuck to your side like an arm accessory. Seeing this scene made Su Nianian want to murder someone. Sorry to keep you waiting. You scratched your head awkwardly. Beside you, as if declaring sovereignty, Shen Bingling tilted her head up and flaunted her grip on your arm right in front of Su Nianian. The Shen Bingling next to you is. I thought it was just the two of us. Su Nianian looked at you, forcing a stiff smile onto her face. We suddenly bumped into each other on the way, and then you shrugged helplessly. The expression on your face explained everything. Su Nianian was helpless about it too, and could only make do with the situation. After entering the restaurant, Shen Bingling sat next to you, leaving Su Nianian to sit opposite you. This scene looked just like a couple bringing a third wheel along. Table for 3. Correct? Here is our menu. Please take your time ordering. The waiter in uniform came to the table, briefly observed the three of you, and handed the menu to Shen Bingling. Shen Bingling took the menu, casually flipped through a couple of pages, and tossed it onto the table. Tomahawk steak, medium. Well, and for the gentleman, the waiter looked at you. You like tomahawk steak too? Mostly because it looks impressive and it's satisfying to eat. And the other. Before the waiter could finish, he was interrupted. The same. Su Nianian's cheeks puffed out slightly, like an angry pufferfish. Understood. The waiter cast an envious glance at you, then took the menus and stepped away. You and Su Nianian sat facing each other, while Shen Bingling clung to your arm, resting her head on your shoulder. The three of you sitting together gave off a bizarre vibe. It felt like an NTR scene right in front of the victim in a manga. It was too much to handle. I'm gonna go to the restroom first. You guys chat. You really couldn't stand this weird, awkward atmosphere anymore, and got up to take refuge in the restroom. As you left, because Shen Bingling was still holding your hand. You almost tripped and fell. After you left, the atmosphere at the table instantly became delicate. The two girls locked eyes, wearing friendly smiles on their faces. Shen Bingling, you and Muga sure are fated, Su Nianian said with veiled sarcasm. I suppose we are. After all, we were assigned to the same class and share a desk. We even shared an umbrella when it rained. And he also... Shen Bingling paused here. He also what? Su Nianian's pupils shrank. He also stayed over at my house for a night. Hey. But don't misunderstand. It was just because the rain was too heavy, so we had no other choice. Fine beads of sweat formed on Su Nianian's forehead, her expression a mix of a smile and a grimace. You can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't spout nonsense. Does Muji even know he stayed at your house? I know you wouldn't believe it, just like how people always doubt things they haven't experienced themselves. Shen Bingling shrugged nonchalantly, took an apple out of her bag, and took a bite. You've never lived with Muge. You probably haven't even properly held his hand. That's why you think I'm lying to you. Hearing this, Su Nianian's face stiffened. Being mocked by Shen Bingling like this was infuriating, but unfortunately, she was telling the truth. Compared to Shen Bingling, her relationship with him really was just a completely normal classmate relationship. In a whole year, she hadn't taken advantage of you at all. Setting aside whether Shen Bingling was lying just now, just the way she clung to your arm walking over here was already something completely out of her reach. In just a few short sentences, Su Nianian was utterly crushed by Shen Bingling. Also, how much do you actually know about Muga? Shen Bingling launched another attack. Do you know what games he likes to play? Do you know his zodiac sign, his habits, or how he expresses his emotions? Does he run hot or cold? Does he prefer sweet or salty food? Do you know any of this? Shen Bingling pressed her step by step, not giving her the slightest chance to catch her breath. Enough. When you like someone, do you really need to know every single tiny detail? Shouldn't you slowly get to know them after you start dating? Don't tell me you even remember how many sheets of toilet paper he uses. Su Nianian retorted, 5 sheets. Shen Bingling spat out flatly. Muji usually uses 5 sheets of toilet paper. Su Nianian's anger instantly vanished, replaced by pure shock. She even memorized how much toilet paper he uses. This woman is an absolute psycho. The food isn't even here yet. I'm starving. Right at that moment, you came back from the restroom. Muji, how many sheets of toilet paper did you just use? Su Nianian still wouldn't give up. He didn't believe Shen Bingling actually knew. Why are you suddenly asking that? You looked at Su Nianian with a weird expression. And nothing. Just curious. Su Nianian wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. Why the hell? Did a question like that just come out of his mouth? Hearing his answer, the way you looked at Su Nianian completely changed. Besides you, Shen Bingling covered her mouth, her eyes curving into happy little crescents. 5 sheets. I usually use 5. After getting the exact confirmation, Su Nianian's heart completely died. He originally thought he and Shen Bingling were rivals, but looking at it now, in front of Shen Bingling, he probably didn't even count as an elite mob. A few minutes later, the waiter walked over carrying the freshly cooked tomahawk steaks. The steak was almost as big as your face, sizzling and dripping with juices on the hot iron plate. The air was filled with the rich aroma of beef. You couldn't wait to cut a piece and pop it into your mouth. The steak was incredibly tender. With a gentle bite, the savory juices exploded in your mouth. A blissful smile appeared on your face. Su Nianian, who was just dying of embarrassment a moment ago, also grabbed his knife and fork, stuffing his face with huge bites. His cheeks were stuffed so full, he looked like a hamster hoarding food. Here, Mugi, you can have my portion. Without even waiting for your agreement, Shen Bingling forcibly swapped your plates. You looked down and saw that the steak she gave you was cut into perfectly neat, uniform pieces, all sliced into bite-sized strips, and thoughtfully drizzled with black pepper sauce. Shen Bingling, you should just eat yours. There's no need to go out of your way to do this for me. I can eat on my own. Shen Bingling was being way too attentive. It felt like she was taking care of her own child. It made you feel a little uncomfortable, and you couldn't help but mutter inwardly, isn't this treating me too much like a kid? What's wrong? Do you want me to feed you myself? So greedy. Acting as if she didn't hear your protests, Shen Bingling stabbed a piece of beef with her fork and brought it right to your lips. No, it's fine. I can do it myself. Thanks for cutting it for me. You had no choice but to compromise, eating bite after bite of the steak Shen Bingling had cut for you. You're welcome. Why are you even saying thank you to me? Shen Bingling nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, sitting across from you, Su Nianian's expression looked worse than if he had just eaten a pound of crap. He was being forcibly force-fed dog food by the two of you. Suddenly, the steak on his plate didn't taste so good anymore. He was the one who invited you out today. This was supposed to be his home turf. How did he end up playing wingman for someone else? The more Su Nianian thought about it, the more wronged he felt. He could only use the food to heal his wounded heart. After eating and drinking their fill, Shen Bingling leaned against you, like a docile little kitten. Her usually cold side profile actually looked kind of cute. The three of you played on your phones for a bit before getting ready to pay the bill and head home. Excuse me, will you be splitting the bill? Or is someone paying for it all? The waiter asked. This steak meal was actually pretty expensive. Even though you and Su Nianian were fairly well off, it still stung the wallet a bit. I'll take the bill. Scan my code. With a grand wave of her hand, Shen Bingling paid the entire bill on the spot. You and Su Nianian both looked over in shock. Shen Bingling, however, looked completely unfazed, as if she had just bought a bag of potato chips. She didn't even bat an eye. You didn't have to spend so much. I have money. Just as you pulled out your phone, Shen Bingling had already finished paying. You can treat me next time we go out. Today's victory is mine. Shen Bingling waved the successful payment screen at you, like she was showing off a trophy. After leaving the restaurant, the three of you went your separate ways home. You were a bit surprised, muttering to yourself, I thought Shen Bingling would cling to me for a little longer on the way home. Su Nianian kept his head down, walking home in utter depression. Today, Shen Bingling had dealt him a massive blow. Her deep understanding and blatant favoritism towards you, combined with her overwhelming financial power. None of it was something he could compete with. He had been completely crushed in every possible way. Su Nianian. Shen Bingling's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Su Nianian reacted like a startled cat, his entire body shuddering. Shen Bingling walked up behind him and whispered into his ear, you saw it for yourself today. Muji and I have a great relationship. He won't refuse my requests or my physical touch. So what? Su Nianian felt a chill run down his spine. So, stop thinking about interfering with me and Mu. You don't like him enough. In this world, I am the only one who loves Muga the most. None of you are worthy of him. Muji won't like anyone else. He will only like me. Don't get any funny ideas from now on. After saying her piece, Shen Bingling turned and walked away. Her goal was simple, to be the final straw that broke the camel's back, making him give up on you completely. Su Nianian turned his head, watching Shen Bingling's silhouette gradually fade into the distance. If last time it was just a feeling, then this time, he was absolutely certain. There was seriously something wrong with Shen Bingling. In the harsh words she just dropped, Su Nianian could clearly hear the intense possessiveness in them. Not to mention her choice of words, he quickly pulled out his phone, wanting to tell you about what just happened, and exactly what Shen Bingling had said. After typing out a massive block of text, he was just about to hit send, but his finger froze in midair. Why would Muji even believe him? Judging by how intimate you and Shen Bingling were today, it seemed like he was the unnecessary third wheel. Besides, looking at it from every angle, he simply couldn't compete with her. Maybe Shen Bingling's possessiveness was a bit strong, but at the same time, it proved she truly loved you. Mugi would probably be happier with Shen Bingling, right? Her love for you was genuine and absolute, so she would only want the best for you. Thinking of this, he deleted the drafted message, locked his phone, and slipped it back into his pocket. Muge, I wish you happiness. The final stretch of time flew by in the blink of an eye. Before you knew it, many classmates were already running around with their uniforms and yearbooks, asking for signatures. You were pretty popular in class, so as soon as class ended, a bunch of students swarmed you for autographs. There were even quite a few from other classes. But in contrast, things were much quieter over on Shen Bingling's side. After she rejected 5 people in the span of 3 seconds, no one dared to approach her with their uniforms or yearbooks, ever again. Why is it that whenever graduation rolls around, there are always so many people running around with yearbooks and uniforms asking for signatures? Shen Bingling rested her head on the desk, peeking at you with just one eye. You had just finished signing the last shirt. You turned your head, a bit puzzled. Is there a reason why they shouldn't? It's totally normal to do this at graduation. It's for the memories, right? But I think this kind of memento is completely meaningless. A hint of disappointment flickered in Shen Bingling's eyes. Every year, before my parents leave, they do the exact same thing. The 3 of us take a photo together as a memento. They tell me to look at the photo whenever I miss them. But what good is a photo? They still only come back once a year. The time they spend with me never increases. All I get is one more photo after another. Shen Bingling's voice was flat, as if she were stating the most ordinary fact in the world, but you could hear the underlying disappointment and sorrow. Your situation wasn't much different from hers. Your parents also rarely came home during the year. You completely understood that feeling of lacking companionship. Shen Bingling sat up straight and turned to look at you. That's why I don't like or need any mementos. If it's someone or something I like, I will do everything in my power to keep them by my side. What a domineering declaration. Hearing it made your heart skip a beat. You muttered to yourself, no way. It feels like I'm definitely on that list. Shen Bingling, can you give me an autograph? A gruff male voice suddenly rang out from behind. Lu Dong walked over, holding an old school uniform and a newly bought yearbook. No. Shen Bingling didn't even bat an eye, rejecting him instantly. Aw, don't be like that. We've been in the same school for 3 years and the same class for 1. Aren't you being a little too cold? Lu Dong put on a fake smile and shoved the uniform right in front of Shen Bingling's face. The uniform was yellowing and reeked of stale sweat. Who knows how long it had been since it was last washed. Disgusting. How long has it been since you washed this? Get it away from me. Shen Bingling frowned, her disgust completely evident. If Shen Bingling doesn't want to, just let it go. Lu Dong, I'll sign it for you. Seeing Lu Dong's expression darken, you quickly tried to smooth things over. Who the hell asked for your signature? Lu Dong glared at you with utter contempt. Stop acting like a hypocritical nice guy. You two-timing piece of trash. Screwing around with Shen Bingling and then hooking up with Su Nianian. The moment those words left his mouth, your face darkened inch by inch. Lu Dong, watch your damn mouth. Spouting garbage without any proof. You're slandering my reputation and the honor of 2 girls. The rest of the class slowly gathered around to watch the drama unfold, whispering and gossiping among themselves. You animal, say one more word? Shen Bingling slammed her hand on the desk, glaring at Lu Dong with a ferocious expression. I said it, so what? You're just a cheap slut too. Always acting so high and mighty, but you've been secretly screwing Mu Ji this whole time. If you ask me, you guys, before Lu Dong could even finish his sentence, he let out a miserable shriek. You threw a vicious punch right into Lu Dong's face. The sheer force of it knocked him straight to the floor. You threw a vicious punch right into Lu Dong's face. The sheer force of it knocked him straight to the floor. The crowd gasped in shock. Su Nianian and a few others rushed out of the crowd, pulling you and Lu Dong apart. To stop the situation from escalating any further, keep that filthy mouth of yours shut. If you spew any more bullshit, it won't end with just one punch. Your face was ice cold, devoid of any emotion, as you looked down at Lu Dong. Lu Dong was sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He looked like a pathetic, beaten dog. Just you wait. You hit me. With all these people watching, I'm gonna make sure you don't graduate. You're gonna pay me a fortune. Even though Lu Dong was in a sorry state, he still laughed arrogantly. By this time, someone had already gone to fetch the homeroom teacher. When Mr. Chen heard what happened, he rushed over in a panic. He immediately dispersed the crowd, ordering everyone back to their seats for self-study. Then he took the three of you involved in the incident away. Inside the office, Mr. Chen listened to the three of your accounts, and even went back to ask a few bystanders, getting a rough idea of what had happened. You're about to graduate, can't you just behave? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because your grades are a bit higher? Mr. Chen pointed right at Lu Dong's nose and cursed him out. Mr. Chen, how is this all my fault? Mu Gi threw the first punch. Look at what he did to me. Lu Dong complained, looking completely wronged. You deserve to get hit, with a mouth as filthy as yours, throwing dirty water on Mu Ji and Shen Bingling. Which one of them doesn't have better grades and character than you? In contrast, you and Shen Bingling stood to the side, completely unfazed. You even used the office kettle to brew yourselves a cup of tea. In the end, you and Shen Bingling got off scot-free, while Lu Dong got a massive scolding. Since it was only the last few days of school, Mr. Chen didn't hand out any official punishment. He just made Lu Dong apologize publicly, and the matter was settled. After leaving the office, Lu Dong glared at you furiously. Don't get cocky. I'm gonna make your parents pay my medical bills. Just you wait. Go ahead. Go ahead. You look completely indifferent. All the shady crap you do messing around with girls. Your mom doesn't know about it, does she? You looked at Lu Dong with a wicked smirk. Why? What do you mean? Lu Dong gulped, stuttering nervously. All those messes you've made. I can find every single girl involved. I wouldn't mind paying them a little bonus to have a nice little chat with your mom. Lu Dong pointed his finger at your nose, so furious he couldn't speak for a long time. You're ruthless. Dropping those words, Lu Dong turned and stormed off. Back in the classroom, after Lu Dong bowed for bowed and apologized in front of the whole class, the incident finally came to a close. On the way home after school, you and Shen Bingling walked together. More accurately, Shen Bingling was clinging to you the whole time. Mugi, you look so handsome standing up for me today. I think I like you even more now. What should I do? Shen Bingling smiled brightly, looking much more cheerful than usual. I was standing up for myself too. He was insulting me as well. You scratched your head, a bit embarrassed. To thank you, I've decided to give you a gift. What gift? You asked curiously. A kiss from me. No, no, no. You quickly waved your hands in refusal. Unless we're officially in a relationship, I won't cross the line. With any girl. Fine. Shen Bingling pouted in disappointment. She hadn't really expected it to work anyway. Then let me sign your shirt, Shen Bingling said, pulling a marker out of nowhere. Didn't you say you didn't understand the point of signing things? You didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but you still stood there, letting Shen Bingling write her name on your shirt. After she finished signing, the two of you parted ways at the intersection, all the way home. Shen Bingling smiled radiantly. She truly didn't understand the point of signing for memories. In her eyes, a signature only had one meaning. Now that my name is on him, Mu Ji belongs to me, right? Soon, the day of the exams arrived. Your parents even rushed back from out of town just for this. Good luck, son. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you don't do well, Dad will support you. Mu Mingyuan patted your shoulder, looking at you with eyes full of affection. You nodded, and stepped through the school gates with an excited heart. Walking into the exam room, you sat in your seat, feeling a bit nervous. You tried looking out the window to ease the tension. Outside, Shen Bingling was walking down the hallway, peering into every single classroom as if she were looking for something. Finally, just as she was nearing her own exam room, she spotted a familiar face. You were staring blankly out the window, and your eyes met perfectly. Shen Bingling gave a soft smile and waved at you. You froze for a second, muttering to yourself, I didn't expect to see Shen Bingling here. The students still lining up saw Shen Bingling and started whispering among themselves. A beauty like her was the center of attention wherever she went. However, the chatter didn't last long. After all, the exam was about to start. You breezed through the questions smoothly, barely pausing at all. You finished the entire paper in no time, and even filled up the essay section completely. Before long, you covered your test with scratch paper, and put your pen back into your pencil case. You never double-checked your answers during exams. It wasn't just confidence, it was a habit. So, you raised your hand to turn in your paper early. After the proctor came over and verified everything, you grabbed your pencil case and left. You figured your parents rarely had time at home, so you might as well head back half an hour early. Staying in the exam room would just mean spacing out anyway. You squeeze your way out of the crowded school gates, ready to head home and enjoy a bowl of your mom's chicken soup. But out of the corner of your eye, you spotted Shen Bingling. She was standing not too far from the school gates, watching you silently. Seeing that she'd been spotted, she didn't hide anymore, and walked right up to you openly. "We have a 3-hour lunch break. Why don't we go grab something to eat?" Shen Bingling invited you. "No thanks, my parents are home. My mom made food and is waiting for me. Let's hang out another time." You quickly waved your hands and declined. "All right." Hearing this, Shen Bingling deflated like a popped balloon, her arms dropping limply to her sides, watching your back as you walked further away. Shen Bingling slowly released her grip on her shirt hem. An indescribable ache filled her heart. The midday sun was bright and beautiful. Students were already trickling out of the school gates, hugging the parents who came to pick them up. The smiles on their faces were even brighter than the sun. Shen Bingling let out a sigh and took it one step at a time on her way home. The sunlight stretched her shadow out long, making her look a little less lonely and desolate. "I'm home." You pushed the door open. Your parents had already set the food on the table. "My boy is back. How did the exam go today? Come try the chicken soup mom made for you." Lin Xiaoyan called out with a smile. However, as you ate, Shen Bingling unconsciously popped into your head. This girl, whose love for you was so obsessive and paranoid that she was impossible to ignore. What was worse, there were only 2 days left until exams ended and graduation, yet you still hadn't figured out exactly how to formally respond to her feelings. So, you decided to ask the older generation for advice. You put down your chopsticks and looked at Mu Mingyuan. "Dad, I have a friend. There's a girl who really likes him. My friend has some feelings for her too, but it's strictly platonic. What should my friend do in this situation?" The moment you said that, Mu Mingyuan and Lin Xiaoyan both froze with their chopsticks in midair. The two of them exchanged a knowing glance, a faint smile actually creeping onto their faces. Mu Mingyuan quickly caught on. "So your friend and this girl are in a more than friends, but less than lovers kind of situation?" You continued. "The main issue is that this girl's feelings for my friend aren't just normal. She's incredibly possessive. It's like she wants to tie my friend down for the rest of his life." Mu Mingyuan, however, didn't think that was necessarily a bad thing. Being possessive isn't always a bad thing. It just shows that the girl truly loves your friend. Hearing this, your mind became even more chaotic, because that was exactly where the problem lay. "She loves my friend too much, but my friend doesn't want to take things further with her. Yet he doesn't want to let her down either. Right now, my friend doesn't know whether to reject her or accept her." At this, both Mu Mingyuan and Lin Xiaoyan fell silent. After a while, Xiaoyan finally spoke up. "Then just reject that girl. If your friend doesn't feel that way, rashly accepting a girl's confession in this situation is inherently irresponsible to both of your feelings. Saying yes would not only be deceiving her, but also torturing yourself by being with someone you don't like." At this moment, the answer in your heart became completely clear. If you just accepted Shen Bingling like this, it wouldn't be doing her a favor. It would be irresponsible to both of you. After the lunch break ended, you returned to school and finished today's exams. And just like that, the day passed. "I'm home." Meanwhile, Shen Bingling pushed open her front door and spoke to the empty living room. "I'm home." Meanwhile, Shen Bingling pushed open her front door and spoke to the empty living room. She tossed the takeout dinner on the dining table, didn't even take off her shoes, and just lay down on the living room sofa. The living room lights were off, and the curtains were drawn. She turned on her phone. The glare of the screen was blinding for a moment, snarling the chat with the contact saved as mom. The intervals between the messages were usually 10 days, or half a month. There were a few new ones. "Mom, I'm taking the college entrance exam in a couple of days. Are you and Dad coming back? Your dad and I are tied up abroad right now. Good luck on your exams, sweetie. Mom transferred some money to your card. Consider it compensation and a reward. Stay safe at home by yourself, and don't eat too much takeout." Shen Bingling turned off her phone. Messages like this, she had lost count of how many times she'd read them. Her eyes felt a bit sore, probably because the screen was too bright. Shen Bingling went back to her room. There was a storage box in her room, filled with things she didn't need at the moment, but took up too much space. Opening the box, right on top was a neatly folded school uniform jacket. Next to the jacket lay a black snakebone umbrella. Shen Bingling took out the jacket. Like hugging a stuffed animal, she held the jacket tightly in her arms, burying her face deep into it and inhaling deeply. She knew her behavior right now was far from normal, like some weird fetishist, a total creep. But she couldn't control herself. It was like drinking poison to quench a thirst, even though this would only lead her further down. A twisted, dark path? At least it quenched her thirst for now. "Brother Mu, please don't leave me, okay? Stay by my side forever, okay?" As the broadcast signaling the end of the multi-day joint exams echoed, everyone in the exam hall put down their pens. Relieved smiles appeared on everyone's faces. With the final subject over, the grandest exam of their lives had finally come to a close. It was an end, but also a beginning. You felt you did pretty well this time. Getting into Guanghai University should be a sure thing. Now, all that was left was waiting for the results. "Son, you're done with the exams, right?" Mu Mingyuan stood at the school gate, waving at you. Seeing him wave, you blended into the crowd and squeezed your way out a moment later. "All done. Guanghai University should be in the bag," you said with a smile. "That's my boy, just as expected of my son." Mu Mingyuan gave you a thumbs up. "Your mom and I have to head back now. We won't be able to stay with you today. Now that the exams are over, don't overthink things. Just go wild and have fun. Mu Mingyuan patted your back. I transferred 5,000 bucks to you. That should be enough for you to live it up this summer. If it's not enough, just ask. We're so busy working away from home. Even though we couldn't be there for you, at least we made some good money. You felt a pang of disappointment at the impending separation, but you still forced a smile. Take care, Dad. Stay safe out there. Watching the car gradually drive away, you let out a sigh. The smile on your face completely faded. As you walked, you absent-mindedly kicked at the loose pebbles on the road. Every time you parted ways with your parents, you feel down like this for a while. Was their brief companionship a reward or a punishment? You never really had a clear answer. What did the stones ever do wrong? Kicking them constantly. They probably hurt too. A sweet voice suddenly rang in your ear. Your foot stopped in midair. Your pupils shrank slightly. You turned around. Shen Bingling? Shen Bingling had been following behind you. Since who knows when, you froze in place. You had been so depressed the whole way and too focused on kicking pebbles that your situational awareness had completely failed you. That's how Shen Bingling managed to get right up in your face. Have you been following me? Is something wrong? You asked. Nothing really. Shen Bingling tucked her hair behind her ear. I just wanted you to walk me home. Why? You asked, confused. No reason. I just want you to keep me company. You thought about it for a moment and nodded, agreeing to Shen Bingling's request. It was just walking a bit further with her anyway. Perfect timing, actually. You could use this walk to make your feelings clear to her. Better to part on good terms. You're the best, Brother Mu. Shen Bingling smiled. The look in her eyes was calm, yet intensely suppressed. Which university are you planning to go to? Shen Bingling asked. Guanhai University. It's close to home and a pretty good school. You answered casually. What about you? Where are you planning to go? With your grades, you could probably get into a university in the capital, right? Too bad I'm still a little short. Hey, we'll see. I could actually go abroad if I wanted to. I just don't want to leave this place. Shen Bingling walked side by side with you. Her hand restlessly reached out and grabbed yours. You felt a soft touch against your hand. You tried to pull away, but the moment you moved, Shen Bingling's crushing grip made you wince in pain. It's just holding hands. Why are you trying to run away? Shen Bingling said with a half smile. Shen Bingling, I think it's best if we just stay friends. There's no need to take things further. You felt Shen Bingling's hand tremble, but her face remained unusually calm, as if she hadn't heard a word. Let's not talk about this outside. We can talk when we get home. You opened your mouth to say something else, but after glancing at her, you kept your mouth shut. Before long, the two of you arrived at Shen Bingling's front door. Well, I've walked you to your door. I'll be heading out now. You tried to slip away, but your hand was still held in a death grip by Shen Bingling. You're already here. Come in and sit for a bit. You must be hungry by now. I'll cook something for you. Come taste my cooking. Shen Bingling said flatly. No need. My parents already made dinner at home. You made up an excuse to reject her. You're lying. Your parents already left for work. I wasn't far from you back there. I heard everything. You were left speechless. Shen Bingling opened the door and dragged you inside without another word. After so many days, you were back in this house again. This was where it all began. The house was pitch black. The curtains and windows were shut tight. The whole place felt like an airtight coffin. Take a seat first. I'll go cook. Shen Bingling turned on the lights, changed into her slippers, and walked toward the kitchen. Since you were already here, you might as well settle in. You put on the slippers Shen Bingling gave you and sat stiffly on the living room sofa. Soon, the roar of the range hood came from the kitchen, followed by the mouth-watering aroma of meat. Feeling bored, sitting alone, you turned on the living room TV and switched to the children's channel, deciding to relive some childhood memories. Brother Mu, could you go to my room and grab my phone for me? Shen Bingling's voice called out from the kitchen. Sure. You stood up and walked further into the house. You found Shen Bingling's room and slowly opened the door. A fresh, girly fragrance immediately greeted your nose. The room was dark, the lights were off. You looked around. The usual spots, like the desk and the bed, didn't have her phone. Then, your gaze shifted to the storage box in the corner. You opened the box and saw your own jacket, neatly folded inside. So that's where it is. You finally remembered forgetting your jacket that day. When am I ever going to fix this bad memory of mine? You chuckled self-deprecatingly and took the jacket out. As you moved the jacket, it revealed the black snakebone umbrella underneath. The moment you saw that umbrella, your brain completely short-circuited. With trembling hands, you picked it up, bringing it close to your eyes to inspect it carefully. Finally, you confirmed that this was the exact umbrella you had lost that day. Your memories instantly flashed back to that rainy day a month ago. It was just you and Shen Bingling in the classroom. You clearly remembered having an umbrella in your backpack, but after a quick trip to the bathroom, it was gone. At the time, you thought you had just misremembered. But why was this umbrella here in Shen Bingling's house? She clearly had an extra umbrella at home. Why didn't she give it to you back then? Because you didn't have an umbrella that day. You ended up following her home and were forced to stay the night. This whole chain of events. Thinking up to this point, you didn't dare think any further. Right now, all you wanted was to get the hell out of here, because you had no idea what Shen Bingling was planning to do next. Brother Mu, didn't I ask you to get my phone? Why are you rummaging through my box? Right at that moment, Shen Bingling appeared outside the door, out of nowhere. She leaned against the doorframe, staring at you with an icy expression. You held up the umbrella, turned your head, and looked her dead in the eye. Shen Bingling, this is my umbrella, isn't it? When it rained a month ago, the one I lost. Your tone was flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Shen Bingling didn't say a word. She responded with a guilty silence. You wanted to scream at her. You wanted to call her a complete psycho. You wanted to ask if she had calculated all of this from the very beginning. You wanted to ask what the hell was going on in her head. At first, you just thought she was lacking companionship and love, which was why her way of showing affection and her actions seemed a bit extreme. But seeing this umbrella changed everything. You felt a deep sense of unfamiliarity and fear toward the girl standing before you. This sick, twisted possessiveness and need for control sent shivers down your spine. You finally realized that Shen Bingling had been faking it all along. You never truly knew this woman. In the end, you swallowed all those words. After a few minutes of tense standoff, you broke the silence. Let's just be good friends. I'll pretend nothing happened today. I'm going home. With that said, you walked straight past Shen Bingling at the door, ready to leave this place. The moment you brushed past her, a terrifying grip violently clamped down on your wrist. It felt like being clamped by iron tongs. Don't go. Please don't go. Shen Bingling lowered her head, and a crystal-clear teardrop hit the floor. Hearing the sob in her voice, you stopped in your tracks. After a moment of hesitation, you continued walking toward the door. You tried hard to break free from her grasp, but the restraint on your wrist wouldn't budge an inch. Brother Mu, I really, really love you. That's why I did all this. Shen Bingling reached out with her other hand and grabbed you. Damn it. Shen Bingling, calm down. Let go of me. We can talk this out, just don't get physical. You were panicking now. You tried to pry her fingers off, but they wouldn't budge. You were practically ready to do a crocodile death roll, just to break free. I'm sorry, Brother Mu. I just like you so much. I want you so badly. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through your waist. You looked down and saw a hand pinching your waist with a death grip. Your strength instantly vanished, and you collapsed to the floor. You banged your leg on the way down. Even though it was just a fall, the sudden burst of pain made it impossible for you to get back up quickly. You struggled on the ground, but it was completely useless. You were already being dragged back into the room by Shen Bingling. As the door was slammed shut and locked, this place officially became Shen Bingling's domain. You had just tried to struggle to your feet when Shen Bingling tackled you back down. Brother Mu, I've waited so long for this day. You're finally going to be mine. This is all your fault. If you hadn't gone through that box, if you had just agreed to be with me, I wouldn't have had to go this far. Shen Bingling's face was flushed, her eyes filled with undisguised sickness and madness. Giggling obsessively, she buried her face in your neck and took a deep, greedy sniff. According to Shen Bingling's original plan, today was just supposed to be a nice dinner together, to build up some more affection, and maybe see if there was a chance to make you stay the night again. But your resistance and the discovery of that umbrella had completely ruined her step-by-step plan. Pushed to the edge, she had no choice but to execute her dark room plan ahead of schedule. Your natural scent left Shen Bingling completely intoxicated. That jacket she had kept in storage had lost its effect after being obsessively sniffed so many times. Now she finally got to taste the real thing. Brother Mu, we're the same kind of people. My parents have been absent since I was little. Wasn't your childhood the same? We're both so lonely. Why don't we hold each other tight? Keep each other warm, blend into one another. We're destined to be together. Her hot breath brushed against your neck, giving you goosebumps all over. Your expression twisted in horror. Shen Bingling's twisted logic made your blood run cold. You couldn't help but curse in your mind. This woman was way crazier than you ever imagined. You stopped resisting, lying on the floor to slowly regain your strength. The more critical the situation, the more you needed to stay calm and look for an opening. Right now, Shen Bingling had practically lost her mind. You had no intention of reasoning with a psycho like her. Talking would be completely useless, but you felt things were getting worse by the second. A soft, wet sensation suddenly sealed your lips. You panicked. You tried to thrash your head left and right to escape the forced kiss, but Shen Bingling used both hands to forcefully hold your head in place. You tried to push her away, but her delicate body felt as heavy as Mount Tai, pinning you down immovably. You clenched your teeth, trying to defend against her advancing any further. This went on for a few minutes. Under her relentless assault, your brain gradually ran out of oxygen, and your defenses began to slip. She took the opportunity to completely shatter your guard. Afraid that struggling anymore would suffocate you, you had to focus entirely on breathing, letting Shen Bingling have her way with you. This suffocating deep kiss lasted for 5 whole minutes. By the time she finally pulled back, your face was deathly pale, looking like you'd been completely drained dry. Men and women shouldn't touch. But since we kissed, we have to get married. From now on, we're not just ordinary friends anymore, okay? Shen Bingling wiped her mouth, looking like she still wanted more. I'll call you darling from now on, alright? Darling. Her soft, pale hands nimbly slipped under your shirt. You desperately tried to block her with both hands, leading to a temporary stalemate. Darling, you're not being a good boy. No. Another suffocating deep kiss followed. As time ticked by, your blocking hands fell limply to your sides, like a flower withering in the wind. Once she was sure you had temporarily lost the ability to resist, Shen Bingling stood up, pulled a shirt from her closet, and swiftly tied your hands together. No, stop. You tried to fight back, but your hands were held in a vice grip. This crazy woman's strength was absolutely absurd. Darling, just to make sure you behave, I have to do this. Don't worry. I'll untie you tomorrow. Shen Bingling lay her entire body on top of yours, pressing her ear against your left chest, listening to the heart that was beating just for her. The scent of her special body wash lingered at the tip of your nose. Two soft mounds pressed against your stomach. A bad feeling washed over you. Ah, what is that? A little pitched tent. Interrupted Shen Bingling's moment of silence. The two of you locked eyes at the exact same time. Shen Bingling licked her lips, her face overflowing with seduction. Oh no, damn it, get off me. You wanted to die right then and there. Why? Why? Why did you have to get a physical reaction at a time like this? Oh no. Damn it, get off me right now. You wanted to die right then and there. Why? Why? Why did you have to get a physical reaction at a time like this? Darling, aren't you being a little dishonest? Shen Bingling flashed a meaningful smile, tracing circles on your chest with her slender fingertips. I am a normal adult guy, okay? Having a physical reaction in this situation is completely normal, isn't it? Your face was burning red. You wished you could just smash your head against the wall and die. At a time like this, getting turned on was just too humiliating, too pathetic. You felt like you had lost all your dignity as a human being. Shen Bingling, tell me, what do I have to do for you to let me go? You can't just keep me tied up in your room forever, right? You practically squeezed those words through gritted teeth. You can name your conditions, or make me your boyfriend, whatever you want. I'll do whatever you say. With your hands behind your back, you tried to undo the bindings, while attempting to negotiate with her. Name my conditions? Shen Bingling smiled playfully. She cupped your face in her hands, like she was holding a rare, priceless treasure. I want you to stay with me forever. I want everything about you. I want you to treat me well for the rest of your life. Your gentleness can only belong to me. Can you do that, darling? Yes. Absolutely. You hurriedly agreed, writing blank checks, just to appease her. The top priority right now was getting out of here. Once you got home, you just played dumb. There was no way this woman could do anything to you then. You agreed so quickly. Darling, you wouldn't happen to be just agreeing verbally, and then planning to play dumb once you get home. Pretending like nothing ever happened, right? How could you think of me like that? In your eyes, am I really that untrustworthy of a man? Looks like you don't even like me that much after all. You put on a look of utter heartbreak, making it look incredibly convincing. Hee. After all, I know you very well. This slightly devious side of yours. I'm starting to really love it. Shen Bingling's smile grew even more twisted, looking like she was going to eat you alive the very next second. Actually, I have a better idea. One where I can let you go home, and I won't have to worry about you running away. What idea? A glimmer of hope lit up in your eyes. Hey. Shen Bingling leaned close to your ear and gently bit your earlobe. A tingling sensation shot through your entire body. An ominous feeling rose from the depths of your heart. If we truly become one, wouldn't that solve everything? Shen Bingling breathed softly into your ear. That way, you'll never be able to cut ties with me. From now on, you'll only belong to me. Didn't you say you like the real me? Then today, I'll show you the realest me. Right now, seeing Shen Bingling unbutton her shirt triggers an instant stress response in you. This isn't just all talk anymore. This woman is actually going to do it for real. Hey, Shen Bingling, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Stop it. Your entire body erupts with immense strength. To get Shen Bingling off of you, you even resort to a death roll. Darling, be a good boy. Just finish this last step, and you'll be free. Don't resist, okay? Even though Shen Bingling uses all her strength to pin you down, she still can't hold back your desperate death roll. She's forced to stand back up. If I knew my darling was going to be this disobedient, I should have tied your legs up too. Shen Bingling looks visibly annoyed on the bed. She plans to repeat her trick, launching another attack at your waist. By now, the clothes binding you have loosened. Combined with your continuous death rolls, your hands finally regain their freedom. You kip up to your feet and swiftly catch Shen Bingling's hand as it reaches for your waist. Then, you deliver a swift kick to her leg. Shen Bingling loses her balance and falls to the floor. You take the opportunity to open the door and run out. Don't go. Don't go. Darling, please don't leave. A tearful, desperate wail echoes from behind you. After finding the front door, you hesitate for a moment. You walk into the kitchen, grab a fruit knife, and return to the room. Shen Bingling is now squatting on the floor, sobbing, looking like a bullied child. Darling, are you not leaving? You kicked me so hard. It hurts. Her tone is full of grievance, with a few teardrops hanging on her face. She looks incredibly pitiful. You let out a sigh. You deliberately circle behind her to prevent her from clinging to you, then lift her up by the armpits with both hands and place her on the bed. Shen Bingling's momentum is completely gone now. With her stamina depleted, and having lost the mobility of one leg, she can't do anything to you anymore. Darling, just stay here, please. Shen Bingling is still begging bitterly, reaching out to tug at the corner of your shirt. Shut up. Stop talking. You snap at her impatiently. Although unwilling, Shen Bingling shuts her mouth, sitting blankly on the bed, staring at you. Do you have any medicinal oil or liniment in the house? You ask. No. Shen Bingling shakes her head, her feet swinging slightly at the edge of the bed. Just rest for a bit. Don't get out of bed and walk around. Leaving those words behind, you head out the door. Shen Bingling lies on the bed, bored out of her mind. This move was definitely too abrupt. Now I've been counterattacked. She summarizes the reasons for her failure. Mainly, it was him rummaging through the boxes, which completely messed up my plan. I should have just thrown that umbrella away. Otherwise, none of this crap would have happened today. Since I failed this time, it's going to be much harder to catch him next time. From now on, not only will he avoid me, but his guard will be way up. Thinking of this, Shen Bingling plans to use the memo app on her phone to jot down a summary. But as she pats her pocket, she remembers her phone is still in the drawer. If I had just mentioned back then that my phone was in the drawer, would things have turned out differently? Shen Bingling thinks sorrowfully. She struggles to get out of bed, limping her way toward the desk. She hasn't even taken 2 steps when she trips over the clothes on the floor used to tie you up. Falling down makes her already impaired mobility even worse. About 10 minutes later, you return, carrying a bag in your hand. Darling, did you think it through and decide to stay with me? Shen Bingling sits on the bed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the bag. Shen Bingling tilts her head and thinks for a moment. Even though we'll be husband and wife in the future, we still need to use protection for now. I get it. What the hell are you talking about? You look at this shockingly beautiful face, feeling utterly speechless inside. I brought you some food. Tomato and egg stir-fry, and sweet and sour pork ribs. Your favorites. You place the bag on the floor, then squat down in front of Shen Bingling. Now, stretch your leg out. Shen Bingling obediently extends her leg. You take out the newly bought liniment from the bag, open it, and pour some onto your hands. You grab Shen Bingling's ankle, and with your medicine-soaked hands, you repeatedly rub the injured spot on her leg. Ouch. Shen Bingling lets out a wail. Her 10 toes instantly curl tight, and she instinctively tries to pull her leg back, but you hold onto it firmly. You ignore her protests, remaining focused on rubbing her long, fair leg. It hurts. Shen Bingling wails again. Her 10 toes instantly curl tight, and she instinctively tries to pull her leg back, but you hold onto it firmly. You ignore her protests, remaining focused on rubbing her long, slender leg. Wait a minute. This woman almost forced herself on you just now. You foolish boy, you've lost your mind again. You originally didn't want to care about Shen Bingling, intending to just walk away. But after calming down and thinking about it, if I just leave like this, it feels a bit messed up. After all, no matter what, Shen Bingling didn't actually hurt you, but that kick of yours just now genuinely injured her. Combined with her pitiful appearance, your naturally gentle heart couldn't bear it. You shake your head and finish up with 2 firm rubs. Above you, Shen Bingling lets out another shrill scream. All done. You should be able to walk normally in about half an hour. Remember to apply the medicine yourself later. You stand up and shake out your hands. Let's keep our distance from now on. Anyway, we'll be heading to college in a few months. With your grades, you can go to a university in the capital. We're destined to go our separate ways. After saying that, without waiting for Shen Bingling to speak, you immediately shut the door and bolt. The room falls silent once again. Shen Bingling sits all alone on the bed. The savory aroma of sweet and sour pork ribs drifts through the air. Darling, you can't escape. In the end, I will be the only one by your side. Shen Bingling takes the lunchbox out of the bag. The tomato and egg stir-fry and the sweet and sour pork ribs are still steaming. She hasn't eaten anything since school let out. Combined with the energy she just burned, she picks up the lunchbox and starts eating in big bites. The sky gradually darkens. The orange sunset is slowly swallowed by the veil of night. Damn it! When I was buying food for Shen Bingling, I forgot to get some for myself. I'm starving. Looking completely drained, you open your front door. After fumbling in the dark to turn on the lights, you prepare to head to the kitchen to whip something up. Just then, a clown burger family bucket on the dining table catches your attention. There's also a sticky note on the table. You pick up the note. Written on it are a few lines of elegant handwriting. It's Mom's handwriting. I'm sorry, Mugi. Even though you just finished the college entrance exams, we couldn't stay with you until the very last day. Dad and Mom are just too busy with work. Get some good sleep after you eat. Enjoy your vacation to the fullest. Go hang out with your classmates. Love Mom and Dad. Seriously, it's the digital age, and they're still leaving physical notes. So old-fashioned. You put down the note, feeling a slight sting in your eyes. A wave of loneliness washes over your chest like water. The empty living room is filled with a young man's sorrow. You rub your eyes, then tear open the packaging, grab a burger and fries, and start scarfing them down. After devouring the meal, only food crumbs and a box of chicken bones remain on the table. After cleaning up the mess on the table, you take a shower, then lie leisurely on your bed. You take out your phone and open the memo app. Starting tomorrow, it's going to be a very long summer vacation. You have money, so you don't need a part-time job. But staying cooped up at home gaming all day isn't good either. You plan to set up a self-disciplined routine and a proper daily schedule so your body doesn't waste away over the summer. I need to set aside 2 hours every day for the gym to work out. Then the rest of the time is free. But I must dedicate 3 hours to cultivating some hobbies. After that, it's gaming time. Among these plans, working out is your top priority. This direct confrontation with Shen Bingling made you clearly realize your lack of physical strength. You absolutely do not believe that this crazy woman will just let it go. If you don't start building up your body, it's going to be dangerous the next time she comes knocking. However, you also feel there's no need to be overly terrified. After all, right now, Shen Bingling only knows that you live in this residential complex. As for which building or which floor you live on, she's still completely clueless. She wouldn't dare try anything crazy out in the open. As long as you don't walk into the tiger's den again, you'll be safe. Sigh. Such an outstanding, peerless campus belle. Why did she have to latch onto me? Acting like a total psycho. Her aloof persona is completely shattered. Even though you survived today without any real harm, you still warn yourself internally not to let your guard down. The next morning, inside the complex's security guard room, you furrow your brows, studying the chessboard. Checkmate. I've still got a rook over here. It's a dead end. Uncle Chen throws his hands up. Uncle Chen, look. There's a delivery guy over there who just went in without registering. You put on a panicked expression, pointing behind Uncle Chen. Where? Hey, come back and register. Uncle Chen hurriedly turns his head, but doesn't see a single soul. You take the opportunity to sneak in an extra move, resolving the fatal checkmate. There's nobody there. Moo, what are you looking at? Uncle Chen scratches his head and turns back to the game. Hey, was your knight originally there, you little brat? In the end, the game still concludes with Uncle Chen's victory. The two of you start another round. Hey Moo, there's a pretty girl behind you. Looks like she's looking for you. Uncle Chen suddenly squints, looking past your shoulder. Come on, using my own trick against me. Uncle Chen, what are you thinking? You chuckle helplessly. I'm not bluffing. There really is someone behind you, Uncle Chen says with a straight face. Not far away, Shen Bingling, wearing that sun hat, is watching you play chess, smiling faintly. Uncle Chen, stop joking. What pretty girl would come looking for me? You turn your head, and the smile on your face instantly freezes. How is this a pretty girl? This is a pretty female psycho. Seeing you turn around, Shen Bingling even waves at you, gesturing for you to come over. Since you've already made eye contact, you can't just ignore her. You have no choice but to walk over. That's my friend, Uncle Chen. Let's play again tomorrow morning. She's probably here to hang out. You force out an awkward smile. More like a girlfriend, huh? Uncle Chen chuckles, teasing you. You stop at a safe distance of 3 meters, looking at the girl in front of you, feeling somewhat helpless. Were you caring about me yesterday, darling? Shen Bingling tilts her head. Her long white hair cascades like a waterfall. She's still wearing that black sailor suit. Were you caring about me yesterday, darling? Shen Bingling tilts her head. Her long white hair cascades like a waterfall. She's still wearing that black sailor suit. You almost robbed me of my innocence yesterday, and now you're looking for me again. Do you need something? I didn't want to come looking for you under the blazing sun either, but I tried chatting with you on my phone, and you kept ignoring my messages, so I had no choice but to come over. You suddenly remember. Last night, because Shen Bingling kept spamming you with messages, you were so annoyed that you put her on Do Not Disturb. Opening the chat interface, you see an endless scroll of messages from Shen Bingling, some asking what your plans are for the summer, some asking what games you like to play, and some asking random nonsense. You frown, swiping your finger faster. After scrolling all the way to the bottom, the latest message is from 10 minutes ago. If you don't reply, I'm coming to find you. I wasn't even replying to your messages, and you still foolishly ran all the way over here. If I was ignoring you on purpose, were you just going to stand here all day? You don't know whether to laugh or cry. Then I would have stood here and waited all day. What if I didn't leave the house all day? Then I'd continue standing here the next day, until you came out. All right. You don't know whether to call her stubborn, or just hopelessly obsessed. Imagining Shen Bingling staking out outside the complex every single day, you can't help but shudder. Darling, are we going to watch a movie, ride the Ferris wheel, or go to the aquarium? Whichever you prefer. Shen Bingling looks at you expectantly, eager to have a sweet, romantic date. Just the two of you. Why a Ferris wheel? Aquarium? Or a movie? You're a bit confused. I just heard it from somewhere. I think a novel mentioned that these three are the best places for a date. Shen Bingling shrugs. You look down and ponder for a moment. How about this? You go home now, and I'll chat with you on the phone. You just wanted to chat with me in the first place anyway, right? Shen Bingling's face instantly darkens. She takes a step forward, closing the distance between you two. You hastily take a step back, maintaining a safe distance. I'm joking. Just joking. You quickly wave your hands. It's mainly because I really didn't plan on going out today. There's nowhere I want to go, especially with you, a woman harboring ulterior motives, who almost ruined my lifelong innocence. You grumble inwardly. It's fine. You just need to go shopping with me. You don't have to spend a dime. I'll cover all the expenses today. Shen Bingling's face brightens up again. As expected of a rich young lady, she speaks with such deep pockets. Let's go. Let's go. Shen Bingling grabs your hand, wanting to link arms with you like before. Hey, don't get so intimate, miss. You try to pull your hand back. My leg still hurts. It's awkward to walk right now. Just let me lean on you a bit. Shen Bingling plays the victim. That's only because you try to force yourself on me. I was purely acting in self-defense. You're making it seem like you're the victim here. Although you complain internally, you still fall for her pity act. You can only half-heartedly let Shen Bingling link her arm with yours. Hey, darling, you're so cute. We've already kissed, yet you're still so resistant. Are you feeling shy? Shen Bingling's voice is soft and gentle. Stop talking and let's just go. Where do you want to go shopping? You clearly don't want to recall that suffocating deep kiss. Let's go shopping at the Guanghai Center Mall. I'll call a ride now. It'll be quick. Shen Bingling opens a ride-hailing app and selects the premium luxury car option. After waiting for just a few minutes, accompanied by the roar of an engine, a black Mercedes, gleaming under the sunlight, pulls up in front of you two. Darling, get in. In the security room in the distance, Uncle Chen watches this scene and can't help but light up a cigarette. From an outsider's perspective, this looks exactly like the sweetest teenage romance. It makes him reminisce about his own past romances. A generation will eventually grow old, but there will always be those who are young. About 10 minutes later, the car comes to a smooth stop at the Guanghai Center Mall. You push the door open and step out. You don't rush off, but instead pull the door wide open and wait. While right now, you look like a knight, opening the carriage door, waiting for the princess inside to step out. A moment later, A long, slender leg steps out of the car. Shen Bingling holds onto the door frame, carefully walks over to your side, and links her arm with yours. The two of you slowly stroll into the mall. Passers-by turn their heads, all noticing this handsome and beautiful couple. The downtown mall is very upscale. It's bustling with people, making you feel like you could get lost in the crowd at any second. You and Shen Bingling first find a milk tea shop, grab 2 drinks to hold, and then start your shopping spree. Passing by a clothing store, Shen Bingling's eyes drift inside. Seeing the dazzling array of clothes, she involuntarily stops in her tracks. Do you want to buy some clothes? You notice her longing gaze. By clothes, Shen Bingling has never been interested in dressing up or pretty clothes since she was a child, so she rarely buys clothes, and the ones she does buy are relatively simple. The old Shen Bingling thought these meaningless outfits and dressing up were completely unnecessary. But things are different now. As people grow up, they always start caring about their appearance. Not to mention, she now has you by her side. Dressing nicely doesn't just please herself. If it can also make you lose control, that would be even better. Let's go. Let's go inside and buy some clothes. Help me pick out a few nice ones. Shen Bingling pulls you into the clothing store. Welcome. Our store just got the new summer arrivals. Many new styles are right over there. A store clerk greets you enthusiastically. The clerk leads the two of you to the area, displaying the new summer collection. The wide variety of clothes leaves Shen Bingling dazzled. Darling, do you think I'd look better in this one or this one? Shen Bingling takes down 2 different styles of dresses, holding them up against her body. They're all right, but are you only buying dresses? Don't you want to try some other styles? You ask. Yes, exactly. Your boyfriend is absolutely right. Miss, you're so beautiful. You should definitely try out more styles. The clerk chimes in agreement. Hearing the word boyfriend, your mouth twitches. Although you really want to deny it, with Shen Bingling currently clinging to your arm and calling you darling every other second, denying it would probably just make things more awkward and weird. Shen Bingling, on the other hand, looks quite pleased. Then, darling, what kind of clothes do you think would look good on me? How about this one? It looks pretty nice. You casually pick out a floral skirt. This one is great. It has a fresh vibe without being too flashy. The clerk praises. And this one. You pick out a Japanese-style sailor suit. This one looks good too. You grab a pleated skirt, and for the top, you pick a light blue shirt to match. I'll go try them on right now. Shen Bingling takes the 3 outfits and follows the clerk into the fitting room. Shen Bingling takes the 3 outfits and follows the clerk into the fitting room. While waiting for her to try them on, you sit on a chair outside the store, zoning out. You mutter to yourself internally, should I light up a cigarette during a boring time like this? But wouldn't it be bad to smoke inside a mall? Oh right, I don't even smoke. Just as your mind is wandering, a voice suddenly calls your name. Muji, is that you? A guy stops in front of you. By his side is a pretty, well-dressed girl. It's Mugi, not your mom. You snap back to reality, finally recognizing the guy standing in front of you. It's Ching Feng, your classmate from elementary through middle school. You two used to be pretty close, and you still keep in touch. As for why a childhood friend you grew up with only remains pretty close and nothing more, there's a reason for that. Man, I haven't seen you in a few days, and you've fallen this hard? You're so pathetic you're wandering the mall all by yourself. Cheng Feng grins, mocking you. You can't help but mutter in your heart. This guy's mouth is as toxic as ever. Growing up, you've gotten into plenty of fights because of his trash talk. But aside from his cheap mouth, he's actually a decent guy. So what if I'm alone? Can a guy walk around a mall by himself? You roll your eyes. You're basically immune to Cheng Feng's trash talk by now. It's not that you can't, but you're a grown man wandering the mall. So what are you doing sitting outside a women's clothing store? Ha 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 ha. Cheng Feng laughs so hard he can't close his mouth. None of your business. You slowly clench your fists. Whoa. Don't get so worked up. I'm just feeling sad and sorry for you being all alone. Seeing your expression darken, Cheng Feng quickly waves his hands. I just don't get you. Think about how popular you were back in middle school. I remember so many girls giving you love letters, but it's a shame you didn't accept a single one. What are you talking about? If I just accepted anyone who gave me a love letter, how would I be any different from a scumbag? So now you're acting like a total creep, sitting outside a women's clothing store, all by your lonesome, huh? Cheng Feng asks for a beating once again. You stay silent, just standing up and clenching your fists. Oh, forgot to introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Wang Shui. Cheng Feng interrupts your attack animation. Hello, I'm Wang Shui. I hear Cheng Feng talk about you all the time. Wang Shui smiles sweetly. Nice to meet you. You give a symbolic wave. You've heard that name before. She was a girl from the class next door back in middle school. You have no idea how Cheng Feng managed to smooth talk his way into dating her. So, what are you doing at the mall all by yourself today? If you don't have any other plans, why don't you hang out with us later? After all, it's pretty lonely being by yourself. No thanks. You wave your hand. I'm waiting for someone. Sigh. Don't force it just to save face. Muge, we grew up together. Don't I know you by now? Cheng Feng pats your shoulder with a look of exaggerated pity. Once we're done shopping for clothes, your bro will take you out for a good time. Stop sitting at the door like an idiot. Saying that, Cheng Feng strides into the store. Right at that moment, Shen Bingling finishes changing and walks out. Holy crap, there's a gorgeous Western-style beauty in this store. Such stunning, cold elegance. She's like a snow lotus blooming on a high mountain peak. Cheng Feng gulps, his eyes lingering on her for a few extra seconds. Ouch! Cheng Feng looks down. Wang Shu is pinching his waist, her eyes full of murderous intent. Shen Bingling doesn't notice the couple. After stepping out of the fitting room, she looks around, her eyes constantly searching for her knight. Honey, I'm done changing. Where are you? Shen Bingling calls out, a bit anxiously. Damn it, who is it? Who's dating such a beautiful and pure girl, yet leaves her all alone in the fitting room, without waiting outside for her? What an irresponsible boyfriend. Changfeng mentally condemns this negligent man. Over here. I was just spacing out outside. With one hand in your pocket, you walk into the store with a calm expression. Hearing this familiar voice, Changfeng whips his head around. It was you who answered her call. Excuse me, coming through. You walk up to Changfeng and smile, patting him on the shoulder. You bastard. Changfeng is so shocked he involuntarily steps aside. The contrast is just too massive. The creep sitting outside the women's clothing store just a minute ago suddenly transforms into the boyfriend of an ice-cold goddess. What kind of best bro could handle this? Damn it, you lucked out again. Though Changfeng gnashes his teeth, there's nothing he can do. Babe, let's hurry up and pick out some clothes. Wang Shua says softly in his ear. Honey, does this outfit look good? Shen Bingling twirls in front of you, showing off the outfit from every angle. It looks great. You nod. It's your first time seeing Shen Bingling in a skirt. Then I'll buy this one. There are 2 more inside. I'll try them on for you too. Shen Bingling happily returns to the fitting room. Just as you're about to go back outside and sit down, Changfeng seizes the opportunity and leans in. Brother Muge, a word in private. What's wrong with you? Why are you bothering me instead of helping your girlfriend pick out clothes? Half willingly, you let Changfeng drag you outside the store. Muge, there's no one out here right now. I'm begging you on my knees. Please teach me your ways. Changfeng dramatically pretends to kneel. Stop acting like a clown. Keep this up and I'm going inside to tell your girlfriend. You pull the half-kneeling Changfeng back up. Hey, no. I'm just kidding. I still love my girlfriend very much. Changfeng scratches his head and chuckles. You really kept this hidden, huh? When did you find such a gorgeous girlfriend? THEH, I don't know how to explain it to you, but all you need to know is that we're not actually dating. You look troubled, not knowing how to explain your current relationship with Shen Bingling. Not dating? Changfeng thinks for a moment. Don't tell me you guys are already engaged and getting married? We're not even a couple. Why would we get married? Do you have a brain? You shoot Changfeng a glare. She's already calling you honey. Why wouldn't you get married if you're not a couple? A wild guess forms in Changfeng's mind. Brother Muge, if you're short on cash, just tell your parents, or tell me. How could you? Changfeng puts on a sorrowful expression. No, did you misunderstand something? Your face is full of question marks. Are you so desperate for money that you went and became a rental boyfriend? Changfeng blurts out bluntly. I swear to. Even with your good temper, you're starting to see red. Anyway, no matter what's going on between us, just treat us like normal friends. Got it? Anyway, no matter what's going on between us, just treat us like normal friends. Got it? You say solemnly. Honey, come in and see how this one looks. Shen Bingling's pleasant voice rings out from inside again. Coming. You turn to head back in. No way you guys can call yourselves normal friends like this. Changfeng grumbles as he follows you inside. This time, Shen Bingling is wearing a Japanese-style sailor uniform, paired with black thigh-high socks. The outfit gives off a strong Japanese high school girl vibe. Combined with Shen Bingling's cold, aesthetic beauty, it creates a sort of deadpan cute charm. Looks great. You give her a thumbs up. Hey, can't you use any other words to compliment me besides looks great? Just 2 words makes it seem so half-hearted. Shen Bingling pouts, a little dissatisfied. It looks really great. Then let's buy it. Shen Bingling breaks into a bright smile. She's way too easy to please, isn't she? Adding 1 extra word makes it not half-hearted. You mutter in your heart. Shen Bingling goes back into the fitting room and changes back into the black sailor uniform combo, planning to wear it for the rest of the shopping trip. After paying for the selected clothes at the front desk, you are now not only acting as Shen Bingling's human walking stick, but also on bag-carrying duty. I mean, can't you carry them yourself? Your hands aren't injured, are they? You say with a wry smile. But in the novels and TV shows I watch, guys carrying bags and purses for girls is a sign of true love. Shen Bingling rubs against your arm like a little kitten. Before leaving, you glance back into the store. Changfeng is still in there trying on clothes with Wang Shui. The 2 of them really do look sweet together. Alright, let me see what we should do next. Shen Bingling opens the memo app on her phone. You catch a quick glimpse of the screen. It reads, must do things for a couple's mall date. Buy pretty clothes. Share the same cup of milk tea. Play the claw machine together. You can't peek at the rest of the list. It seems this girl is taking this date very seriously. You can totally imagine how this girl, with absolutely 0 romantic experience, came up with this plan. She probably watched a ton of guides on short video apps and referenced a bunch of novels and TV shows. Typing out these plans word by word on her screen must have taken a lot of effort. You think to yourself as you walk. Next stop, milk tea. Shen Bingling waves her hand grandly. Arriving at the milk tea shop, you're just about to pull out your phone to order. But Shen Bingling presses your hand down. I'll order, and I'm paying. Shen Bingling pats her impressive chest. She carefully browses through the mini-app, eventually settling on a massive 2-liter bucket of milk tea. Once the milk tea is ready, Shen Bingling is the first to poke her straw in, taking a huge gulp. The milk tea level drops at a visible rate, You're feeling a bit thirsty yourself. Although you're a little hesitant to drink from the same cup as her. There's really nothing else to drink right now. Since you have separate straws anyway, you just make do and start drinking. Arriving at the mall's dedicated claw machine arcade, plenty of adults and kids are intensely focused on operating the machines. In front of the token dispenser, Shen Bingling buys 200 tokens without batting an eye. Today's goal: win so many plushies we can't even carry them. The first target is a little penguin plushie. With its black and white colors and fluffy texture, it's super cute. You drop in 5 tokens in a row, ready to go all out. But everyone knows how these claw machines work. Usually, you just have to spam tokens until you trigger the payout rate. So those 5 tokens might as well have been thrown into a river. Refusing to give up, you drop in another 5 tokens, but this time, Shen Bingling takes the controls. Shen Bingling's claw machine style is different from yours. She carefully observes the position of the plushies inside. But even a textbook approach can't beat the claw machine's programming. In the end, it still comes down to the payout mechanic. To finally grab the little penguin, the two of you turn and head to the next machine. Just then, you spot that familiar guy again. Muge. What a coincidence. You brought your friend to play the claw machines too. Chengfeng and Wang Shu walk over side by side. How come you only caught one? Muge. You're slipping. Watch and learn. Let your bro show you how it's done. Chengfeng says smugly. Honey, who is this guy? Do you know him? Shen Bingling's gaze turns icy. Chengfeng opened with a few lines of trash talk. While you're immune and don't care, Shen Bingling is a different story. She won't allow anyone to insult or bully you. Feeling the chilling aura radiating from the girl beside you, you quickly explain, he's a friend. Known him since elementary school. He's a good guy. Just has a bit of a toxic mouth. The girl next to him is his girlfriend. Shen Bingling nods. Hello, I'm Shen Bingling, Muge's girlfriend. Shen Bingling waves in greeting. You facepalm. You just told Chengfeng you two were normal friends, and this woman immediately throws a bucket of water in your face. Wait a minute, Muge. Didn't you just tell me you were normal friends? Why the sudden change? Chengfeng's lips curl into a smirk. You feel the arm holding yours suddenly tighten. Shen Bingling smiles, looking up at you. Honey, what kind of relationship did you say we have? I'm just hanging out at the mall with you today, right? And you want me to acknowledge you as my boyfriend? You ask in a hushed voice. Well, I'm holding your arm and calling you honey. If you don't acknowledge me as your girlfriend, what will other people think of us? I have a reputation to uphold too, you know. Shen Bingling shakes your arm. Oh, come on, honey, just play along. I'll treat you to dinner later. Helpless, your voice drops to a whisper. Yeah, we're dating. See? Wouldn't it have been easier to just admit it earlier? Why so shy? The girl is being way more proactive than you. Chengfeng laughs, stepping forward to pat your shoulder. You've been at it all day and only got one little penguin. Just watch your bro show you how it's done. Babe, which plushie do you want? I'll get it for you. Chengfeng looks incredibly confident. I want that yellow electric mouse plushie. Wang Shu points to a claw machine up ahead. I'll get it in 3 tries. Guaranteed. Chengfeng strides over to the machine. Chengfeng, using some technique he probably learned from a short video, keeps jiggling the joystick, making the mechanical claw inside swing wildly. Take notes. This is called the swinging hook. Chengfeng looks like an 8-year-old mashing buttons at an arcade. You've never seen anyone take a claw machine so seriously. However, even with the swinging hook, he still can't beat the machine's programming. 2 tries in a row, and he doesn't even grab a single hair on the plushie. Wang Shu covers her face in disappointment. You're about to lose it. Honey, let's go catch that turtle plushie. Shen Bingling can't bear to watch anymore. Every second she spends with you is precious, and wasting time watching Chengfeng play the claw machine was only to learn some techniques. On his 3rd try, Chengfeng looks left and right. Once he's sure no one is watching, he makes his move. The claw drops, grabs the plushie, and starts lifting it. During this process, Chengfeng grabs the machine with both hands and violently yanks it backward. The machine jerks instantly, affecting the mechanical claw inside. Thanks to momentum, the plushie is flung right into the prize chute. Haters gonna hate. Chengfeng bends down, pulls out the yellow mouse, and holds it high in the air, like he's showing off some grand trophy. The 3 of you are absolutely dumbfounded. You can catch plushies like that? Hey, you there, young man. You can't play like that. The 3 of you are absolutely dumbfounded. You can catch plushies like that? Hey, you there, young man. You can't play like that. A staff member not far away points at Chengfeng and yells, Sorry about that, sir. Won't happen again. Chengfeng quickly apologizes. Let's go. Let's go catch that turtle. You look completely speechless. Looks like that trick is off the table. Even though the claw machine's programming is a scam, with the blessing of Shen Bingling's superpower, the 2 of you just brute forcing it with tokens. The payout mechanic eventually yields a ton of plushies. After about an hour, the 2 of you are holding practically an entire zoo's worth of stuffed animals. It took about 600 tokens to get all this. Back when tokens were $1 each, you wouldn't even dream of playing like this. But now that you can buy tokens in bulk online, a few dozen bucks gets you 100 tokens. You definitely got your fill of claw machines this time, compared to the 2 of you. Chengfeng and his girlfriend are taking the sweet, romantic route. The little couple doesn't care if they actually win anything. They're just pressed up against each other, holding hands while playing, like they're doing synchronization training. Shen Bingling accidentally catches a glimpse of this, and it instantly clicks in her head. No wonder playing the claw machine is a must for dates. So that's why, right now, you're locked in a fierce battle with a Rilakuma claw machine. Staring intently at the mechanical claw, your wrist twitching constantly to make micro-adjustments. Suddenly, something soft presses against your back. You freeze for a second, and the claw goes off target, grabbing a whole lot of nothing. Who's messing with me from behind? You try to turn around and check, but find that you can't. That softness behind you is pressing you, pinning you against the claw machine. A familiar, fragrant scent wafts past your nose. Two slender, delicate hands gently cover yours. Hot breath continuously brushes against the back of your neck. Shen Bingling, what are you doing? We're in public. There are people everywhere. Your face instantly turns bright red, and your words come out in stutters. But other couples play the claw machine like this too. I'm just copying them, Shen Bingling says innocently. But we're not a couple. I thought I was just keeping you company while you shopped. I thought we were normal friends, you demand, feeling utterly defeated. Oh my, you just said you were my boyfriend a minute ago, and now you're turning your back on me. You're so fickle, honey. Shen Bingling speaks with her lips practically touching your ear. Wasn't it you who made me say that? Your ears go completely soft. Shen Bingling's voice seems to have some kind of magic to it. Hey, don't sweat the small stuff. Let's just focus on catching plushies. Shen Bingling licks her lips playfully. Actually, Shen Bingling wanted to be like other couples, having you stand behind her to play. But she knew you'd never agree to that. A few more tokens drop in. You take hold of the joystick again. Honey, a little deeper. Yeah. A little deeper. Perfect. Just like that. Don't let your hands shake, or you won't grab it right. Shen Bingling continuously whispers instructions into your ear. You feel your cheeks burning up. Who the hell installed her language system? Why does everything she says sound so weird? Or is my mind just too dirty? You scream internally. Right now, your attention is completely gone from the claw machine. The cool touch of Shen Bingling's hands, combined with the wild things she's whispering in your ear, makes it absolutely impossible to focus. Honey, move a little. Follow my lead and push forward. A little to the left. Now a little to the right. You move the joystick symbolically, then just let her completely control your hands. Shen Bingling doesn't mind at all, as long as you're by her side, and staying in this position with her. She's perfectly satisfied. It doesn't matter if you just give up and stop moving. She enjoys this feeling of taking the lead. You're like her own personal puppet toy, someone she can completely possess and control. This immensely satisfies her possessiveness. Finally, after 10 tokens, a real Akuma is carried by the mechanical claw, and drops securely into the prize chute. We got it, and we're out of tokens. Can you let me go now? You say, feeling a massive wave of relief. Only then does Shen Bingling reluctantly let go of your hands. If she could, she'd really love to get another 1,000 tokens and empty out every single Rilakuma in this machine before stopping. You go to the front desk and grab a large bag, stuffing all of today's loot inside, except for that Rilakuma and the little penguin you caught at the very beginning, which Shen Bingling keeps holding tightly. Honey and I caught this bear together, so it's the first crystallization of our love. Shen Bingling holds the Rilakuma plushie, like it's her own flesh and blood. Hearing this, you nearly cough up a mouthful of blood. You suppress your emotions, forcing yourself to adapt to Shen Bingling's language system. This penguin is for you, honey. Shen Bingling hands you the penguin plushie you caught at the start. I'll pass. You can take all these plushies home. I'm not interested in this stuff. You wave your hand, but she forcefully shoves it into your hands anyway. Honey, you're usually home alone. It must be so lonely, right? I caught this plushie with my own hands, so let it keep you company when I'm not around. Her words actually move you a little, even though Shen Bingling is a bit crazy. But when she's acting normal, she's actually really sweet. Still, little lady, having these dolls keep you company is enough. Just stay home and be good. You still vividly remember that tragic experience from last time. When we get back today, you should teach Uncle Chen how to download a chess app. Then you can just play against him at home from now on, and you won't have to worry about getting caught by Shen Bingling. By now, Chengfeng and Wang Shui are nowhere to be found. Originally, Chengfeng wanted to call out to you when they were leaving, but you two were practically glued to each other at the time. Chengfeng didn't want to interrupt your sweet little moment, so he just went to grab a bite with Wang Shui. Now, you've got another huge bag of plushies added to your load. With your left hand carrying bags of clothes and your arm linked with Shen Bingling's, you've officially been reduced to a bag-carrying tool. Shen Bingling, on the other hand, is completely burden-free. Holding a pine bear plushie in one hand, she's happily gulping down her milk tea with the other. After going almost 2 hours without a drop of water, you're practically dying of thirst. Seeing Shen Bingling enjoying her drink so much. Is that milk tea, Shen Bingling? I want some too. You gesture toward the milk tea in her hand with your chin. Sure. Shen Bingling brings the milk tea up to your lips. Let me feed you. At least turn my straw toward me, would you? The straw she just pushed against your lips has already been chewed into a flattened oval. It's soaking wet, and there's even a clear string of saliva still connecting it to Shen Bingling's lips. This is your straw. I accidentally drank from the wrong one. Shen Bingling sticks her tongue out playfully. Was that on purpose or an accident? You're completely rendered speechless. I think I'll just go buy another cup, you say. But the moment you open your mouth to speak, that same straw is suddenly jammed right in. We've already kissed. It's just a little bit of spit. It's fine, Shen Bingling says with a beaming smile. You instinctively try to spit it out, but Shen Bingling keeps shoving the straw deeper into your mouth, making it impossible to spit out. We've already kissed. It's just a little bit of spit. It's fine, Shen Bingling said with a beaming smile. You instinctively want to spit it out, but Shen Bingling keeps pushing the straw into your mouth. No matter how hard you try, you can't spit it out. Finally, you just give up. You end up licking off all the leftover liquid on it anyway. Why even bother struggling? Might as well just drink it. Is it good? Nope. You're getting a little annoyed. Making you carry all these bags wasn't enough. She even took advantage of your helplessness to force an indirect kiss on you. Sensing your frustration, Shen Bingling starts to panic a little. She realizes she might have taken the joke too far. I'm sorry, babe. Should I buy you another cup? No. Wait. I'll buy you 10 more cups. Saying that, Shen Bingling whips out her phone to place an order. No, it's fine. That's overkill. I drank it. It's whatever. Just don't do it again next time. You hastily stop her impulse purchase, drinking 10 cups of milk, tea aside. You couldn't even carry that many right now if you tried. Then how can I get you to forgive me, babe? Do you want the newest graphics card? Or a new keyboard and mouse? Or, do you want me? Shen Bingling looks at you with puppy dog eyes. Except for that last one. I'll take the rest, you say with deadpan seriousness. If you pick the first two, I'll just come as a free bonus. Never mind then. My current GPU and gear still work fine. Ouch. Stop pinching me. You grimace in pain from her pinch. Shen Bingling pouts, puffing her cheeks out like a pufferfish. We already kissed, and you clearly got turned on that day. So stop acting all high and mighty now. Hey. Didn't you force yourself on me? Besides, I'm a red-blooded adult male. Isn't it completely normal to have a reaction in that kind of situation? You retort defensively. The mall is already packed shoulder to shoulder, and since you yelled that out a little too loudly, the passersby immediately turn their heads to stare at the two of you. Let's just drop this subject. Let's hurry up and find somewhere to eat. I'm starving. You lowered your head, completely mortified. I'm hungry too. Let's go. Shen Bingling was usually a pro at trading dirty jokes with you, but with so many strangers around, even she was dying of embarrassment. The two of you found a random restaurant and grabbed dinner. By the time you finished eating, it was already dark. Today's date had finally come to an end. Outside the mall, Shen Bingling once again called a luxury ride. She dropped you off at home before heading back herself. Before leaving, Shen Bingling invited you again. It's pretty late, and the ride's expensive. Why don't you just come back to my place and stay the night? Or we could go to your place instead. You sighed. Man, this girl, she really never misses a chance to get her hands on me. If I go with her again, she'll probably devour me whole. After you got home, you casually sat down at your computer and started gaming. Damn it, these dual blades do no damage at all. I've been hacking away for half an hour and it still won't die. You angrily ripped off your headset. The screen was frozen on the exploration failed screen. You shut down the computer and got ready for bed. Just then, your phone chimed with a new message. You opened it and saw it was from Shen Bingni. Darling, did you have fun on our date today? I had a really great time today. That plushie I gave you. Make sure you keep it by your bed or on your desk. I sent him to keep you company. I won't bother you while you rest. Then, you looked up at the penguin plushie sitting on your desk, then glanced back at Shen Bingling's message, and smiled softly. You placed the penguin plushie on your nightstand, then replied to Shen Bingling. Good night. With a click, the room went dark. You lay down and soon drifted off to sleep. Shen Bingling lay in bed, staring at her phone. The moment she saw your goodnight reply, she lit up with joy, kicking her long, pale legs back and forth excitedly. Ha. I finally got a good night from my darling. But just seeing good night on a phone screen isn't enough to satisfy me. One day, I'm going to say good night to you face to face. Every single day. Shen Bingling opens a rental app. The screen displays a residential complex, showing the exact building and room number. She puts her phone down and tightly hugs the Rilakkuma plushie beside her pillow, rolling around on her bed and squirming in pure excitement. I'm one step closer to making you mine. The next morning arrives, starting the day off with a cup of black coffee. Time to kick off my disciplined gym routine. You tilt your head back and down the black coffee in one gulp. I really admire those fitness influencers sometimes. I'd go crazy drinking this stuff every single morning. Pushing the door open, you hear heavy footsteps echoing in the stairwell. You look down and see a few movers carrying furniture upstairs. Are we getting a new neighbor upstairs? A vanity table and a makeup mirror. Looks like it's a girl. You mutter to yourself. Excuse me, which floor are you moving this to? You ask one of the movers. 5th floor. Right above you, actually. The mover replies with a chuckle. The owner wants to move in by tonight, so they paid us a hefty rush fee. Moving in a hurry, I see. You nod. I should probably pick up some fruit on my way back later. After all, they're right upstairs. It's only polite to go introduce myself. Still, why does that nightstand look so familiar? Though a bit puzzled, you don't dwell on it too much. You head downstairs, hop on your bike, and ride straight to the gym. Today's workout routine is mainly focused on chest exercises and running. After 2 grueling hours of sweating buckets, you take a seat in the lounge area to catch your breath. While idly looking around, a girl catches your eye. She's wearing a short-sleeved top and shorts, leaving her fair, slender legs completely exposed. She looks to be about my age. Right now, she's standing helplessly by the dumbbell rack. Hey there, having trouble putting that back? You ask. The girl pauses for a moment, then looks at you like you're her savior, and quickly says, this spot is supposed to be for this small dumbbell, but when I came back to put it away, someone had left this massive dumbbell here for some reason. You take a look. The rack is filled entirely with lighter women's dumbbells, yet there's one huge, out-of-place dumbbell sitting right there. It's painfully obvious this is the work of some gym bro show-off. He definitely put a heavy men's dumbbell in the women's section on purpose. That way, when a girl tries to put her weights away and realizes she can't lift it, Mr. Macho can swoop in to save the day. You're just about to help the girl move it, when a gruff, male voice interrupts you. Hey, bro, with those scrawny arms and legs of yours. Doc, can you even lift that thing? Better let me handle it. Hey, bro, with those scrawny little arms and legs. You sure you can lift that dumbbell? Just let me handle it. A muscular-looking guy struts over. He's wearing wrist wraps and a black workout tank. One look and you can tell he's a hardcore gym rat. He walks straight up, purposely bumping you aside with his shoulder. The overwhelming stench of his body odor makes both you and the girl cover your noses and step back. The guy effortlessly lifts the heavy dumbbell off the rack, then picks up the smaller one from the floor and slots it into place. He then turns around, striking a ridiculously cocky pose and putting on a smooth tone. As he looks at the girl, a real man needs to pack on some muscle. Those pretty boy types with their soft, pale skin don't have an ounce of masculinity in them. The girl's mouth twitches in an awkward smile. Thanks. Hey, I don't care if you want to flex in front of a girl, but shouldn't you apologize for shoving me just now? Your expression darkens. You were just trying to do your good deed for the day and spread some positivity, only to get mocked by this giant douchebag. Then you even bumped into me just to show off in front of a girl. No way you were going to let that slide. What? I'm just saying you're scrawny. I'm built too big. I only bumped into you by accident just now. Why make such a big deal out of it? Come talk to me after you've put on some muscle. Bet you can't outrun me. Bet you can't do more pull-ups than me either. The man looked at you with disdain, a mocking sneer plastered across his face. You were completely speechless at his arrogant attitude. This guy had clearly let his muscles take over his brain, a moron who let showing off for women replace actual thought. Yeah, I'm not apologizing. So what? Come back when you've actually built some muscle. Then you can talk to me. Skinny little weakling. The man stepped forward and planted a hand on your shoulder, pressing down hard. Get your filthy hand off me. You look completely unfazed. Raising your hand, you brushed his hand away like you were dusting off your shoulder. We live in a society governed by law. I don't want to get into a fight with you and bring trouble on myself. But if you insist on throwing punches, then I'll have no choice but to defend myself. You stared at the man without expression, your voice completely calm. The musclehead's expression darkened. The hand he'd pressed onto your shoulder had been knocked away with ridiculous ease. This clean-cut pretty boy in front of him clearly wasn't as helpless as he looked. Just you wait. I'll remember you, punk. The man pointed at you, then turned around, hoping to find the girl from earlier and pick up where he'd left off. But by then, she had already disappeared without a trace, leaving the musclehead behind to rage helplessly. After that, you did a few simple stretches, left the gym, and got ready to head home. You had just gotten on your bike when someone called out to you. Wait. Don't leave yet. You turned toward the voice. It was the girl from the gym earlier. What's up? Need something? You looked at her in confusion. You'd only met this girl once. Why was she stopping you here? Nothing, really. I just wanted to thank you for helping me put the equipment back earlier. The girl smiles and says, it's no big deal. Besides, I wasn't the one who put the dumbbell back. Your feet start pedaling the bike. Hey, wait. Don't go just yet. I'm not finished talking. The girl hurriedly blocks your way. What is it now? You're forced to hit the brakes. You've already set a time to run trios with Zhang Lei and Cheng Feng, and now you still need to hit the supermarket to buy fruit for the new neighbor. Look, miss, even though you're really pretty and have a great figure, I really don't have time to mess around with you right now. I think you're a really nice guy. We should get to know each other and be friends. Maybe we can work out together sometime, the girl says, pulling her phone out of her pocket and bringing up her QR code. I'm Mo Lin. I'm usually at the gym around this time every day, just wanting to get this over with. You take out your phone and add her. I'm Mugi. I'm in a rush, so I've got to go. Bye. After saying that, you pedal away on your bike. Meanwhile, back at the apartment complex, as the last wardrobe is moved into the room, the move is officially wrapped up. The girl with the slender figure knocks on the neighbor's door on the 4th floor, but there's no response from inside. When you get back home, you first toss the newly bought watermelon into the freezer. Then you take a cold shower to wash off the sweaty stench and the sticky feeling from your workout. Afterward, you carry the chilled watermelon upstairs. Knock, knock, knock. You knock on the door. Hello? Is anyone home? I live downstairs. We're neighbors starting today. Nice to meet you. A few seconds later, the door opens. What comes into your sight is a familiar, beautiful face that has absolutely no business being here. Your pupils shrink. You instantly freeze in place, as if turned to stone. Only your heart is left pounding wildly in your chest. Chen Bingling? Babe, what are you doing here? Did you hear I just moved in? And you couldn't wait to see me? Chen Bingling smiles sweetly. She's wearing the same loose pajamas as before, carrying the fresh scent of body wash. No. How could? You're so shocked you're practically incoherent. What's wrong, babe? Are you so happy to see me that you're speechless? Why are you here? Weren't you living in your apartment? Your voice trembles. After all these days, that suffocating dread has returned. My old apartment was way too far from you. For the sake of our sweet future together, I just went ahead and moved here. Are you touched, babe? Chen Bingling stands right in front of you, twirling her damp long hair. She must have been blow-drying it and ran straight over the second she heard your knock. No. Even if you knew I lived in this complex, how did you know I lived in this exact building? And on this exact floor? You demand answers. You absolutely refuse to believe this is some beautiful coincidence. Hey, maybe it's just fate. This just goes to show we're meant to be. My dear Shen Bingling, do you take me for a 3-year-old? You really think I'd buy that? You grit your teeth. Shen Bingling, how on earth did she get your location data? Stalking? Doxing? Just how did she pull this off? Wow, babe. Did you buy this watermelon just for me? Why don't you come inside for a bit? I'll slice it up and we can eat it together. Acting as if she hadn't heard a word you said, Shen Bingling completely shifts the subject to the watermelon. Wow, babe. Did you buy this watermelon just for me? Why don't you come inside for a bit? I'll slice it up and we can eat it together. Acting as if she hadn't heard a word you said, Shen Bingling completely shifts the subject to the watermelon. You feel utterly helpless. Since you're already here, there's no point stressing over it now. You weren't loaded like Shen Bingling, able to move whenever you felt like it. There was no avoiding her anyway. Since things had come to this, you just have to be extra careful in your daily life. You couldn't let the same thing happen again. I'll pass on coming inside. You can keep the watermelon. You handed the watermelon over, but this watermelon is so heavy, I can barely carry it, Shen Bingling said. Your mouth twitched when you heard that. This tigress had once pinned you to the ground, and now she was claiming she couldn't carry a watermelon? Who was she trying to fool? By the way, darling, where did you go today? I came looking for you at noon. But you weren't home, Shen Bingling asked. None of your business. You set the watermelon down. I forgot to turn off the gas at home. Let's call it here for today. Bye. Like hell you'd tell her. If she found out you'd gone to the gym, would you ever be able to work out in peace again? Shen Bingling reached out to stop you, but you were already on guard. In the blink of an eye, you vanished. Heh. Darling is so cute. Even his pajamas are adorable. Shen Bingling bent down and picked up the watermelon from the floor. Darling, bought me such a big watermelon. It must be really sweet. Shen Bingling smiled blissfully. Damn. Looks like I'll have to be more careful from now on. Having that psycho woman living upstairs is no joke. Your face scrunched up bitterly. Your peaceful days had barely lasted before they were ruined again. Not long after, your pocket started vibrating. You pulled out your phone and glanced at it. It was Chengfeng telling you to get online. Old bastard, get online already. Your daddy's busy as hell, and you're making me sit here waiting for you? It didn't take long before the two of you were completely fired up. Bro, didn't I already grab the dash flash? Smoke made and push one through. You immediately started cursing into the mic. Asked Chengfeng. I was the first one in. I couldn't just throw away my utility. Zhang Lei hurriedly defended himself. Guys, relax. Watch me sneak into B-site solo. Time to show you some pro-level aim. Chengfeng charged straight into B-site, only to get instantly deleted by someone holding the angle. That guy's cheating. Just as you were getting completely tilted, the doorbell suddenly rang. Your heart sank. You didn't even need to guess who it was. You got up and walked to the front door, then cautiously opened it just a crack, planning to talk to Shen Bingling through the gap. But the second you opened the door, a powerful force slammed into it. The door flew wide open. You couldn't react in time, and nearly fell to the floor. Darling, I cut up the watermelon. Let's eat it together. Shen Bingling stood there holding a huge plate piled with watermelon. Wait, you're holding a plate of watermelon. How the hell did you push the door open? You couldn't help asking. I just kicked it open. Is that supposed to be difficult? Shen Bingling tilted her head in confusion. Fine, come in. Originally, you had no intention of letting Shen Bingling into your home, but she'd already cut up the watermelon and was standing right outside. Besides, this was your territory. Shen Bingling couldn't cause that much trouble here. And more importantly, you really wanted some watermelon. Shen Bingling placed the plate on the dining table, and the two of you sat down to dig in. You had to admit, you picked a good one. The watermelon was a rich, vibrant red, and the flesh near the top had an almost icy, slushy texture. Just looking at it made your mouth water. Faced with such a tempting watermelon, you picked up a slice but didn't take a bite. Darling, why aren't you eating? Did I cut it wrong? Shen Bingling rested her head on one hand and looked at you curiously. You cut the watermelon, so of course you should get the first bite. Here, take this big piece. You smiled and handed the slice in your hand to Shen Bingling. Shen Bingling froze for a moment, then accepted it. Thank you, darling. You really do dote on me the most. She didn't hesitate to pop the watermelon into her mouth. After chewing for a bit, her throat bobbed as she swallowed it down. Once you made sure Shen Bingling swallowed it, you finally picked up a slice for yourself. You inspected both sides of it first, then brought it to your nose and gave it a sniff. After confirming there was nothing wrong with it, you finally took a bite. The cool, sweet juice burst in your mouth, bringing a blissful smile to your face. The two of you just kept eating slice after slice, thoroughly enjoying the watermelon. As you were eating, you felt like you had forgotten something. Where the hell did Brother Nu go? How are we supposed to fight down a man? Kwang Feng's angry voice blasted from the headphones on the desk. Mujala. The team needs you. Once the watermelon on the plate was finished, you wiped your mouth, and it finally hit you. You had completely abandoned your 4 comrades in Sand City. Crap. This is a felony worthy of a court-martial. Shen Bingling, could you clean this up? I've got an emergency. With that, you hurriedly ran back to your room. Go do your thing, darling. I'll leave as soon as I clean up. Shen Bingling smiled understandingly. She gathered the watermelon rinds onto the plate and wiped up the juice dripped on the table. Once everything was tidy, the sound of the front door clicking shut reached the bedroom. Shen Bingling had left. You finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brothers, behold the return of the king. The score is merely 3-9. Watch me turn this around. Curses erupted from the game's voice chat. It seemed you're good. Comrades weren't buying your bullshit. The three of you fought until the early hours of the morning. To avoid messing up tomorrow's self-discipline schedule, you hastily logged off. Working out without enough rest is extremely dangerous. You didn't want to end up like those cautionary tales on the news, dropping dead on a treadmill. You walked out of your room and locked the front door, then turned off the lights. Back in your room, you pulled up the covers and fell asleep instantly. The pitch-black room was unusually quiet, save for the faint sound of your breathing on the bed. Just then, the door handle slowly pressed down, but the door didn't open. Had you locked your bedroom door before going to sleep? After the handle jiggled up and down twice to no avail, the footsteps outside the door slowly faded away. Having failed to sneak in, Shen Bingling was grinding her teeth in frustration. She had meticulously prepared 2 pinhole cameras, but now she could only install one in the living room. Shen Bingling stepped onto the living room sofa and mounted the camera high up on the wall. After finishing all this, she got ready to head home. But just as she placed her hand on the front door handle, she froze. No, this door is deadbolted from the inside. If I just leave like this, he'll definitely notice when he goes out tomorrow morning. After a brief moment of thought, Shen Bingling, holding the plate, walked over to the room opposite yours. This was your parents' bedroom. Crashing in my future in-law's room for one night. Should be fine, right? Shen Bingling hesitated for a moment, then pressed the handle and walked into the room. The room's layout was simple. Aside from a vanity, there wasn't any special furniture. After all, your parents barely slept in this room a few times a year. Shen Bingling didn't dare sleep on the bed. Leaving obvious traces would make it too easy to get caught. What she feared more was sleeping too heavily tomorrow morning. If you opened the door and saw her sleeping on the bed, it would be game over. So, she opened the wardrobe and slipped inside. Pulling the doors shut, she curled up in the dark space, tossing the cumbersome plate by her feet. The smell of fabric and mothballs filled the air. Shen Bingling simply closed her eyes and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Wake up, grab a black coffee, and start a disciplined day. The morning kicked off with an energetic voice. Sleeping in the wardrobe, Shen Bingling jolted awake. This night had been absolute torture. Curled up in the wardrobe the whole time, her back and waist were aching terribly. It was agonizing. Black coffee? Discipline. Is my darling copying those fitness influencers online? Looks like he's heading out to work out. Wait. If he goes out and locks the door, how am I supposed to leave? Shen Bingling suddenly realized this fatal flaw. Just then, the sound of the range hood came from outside, along with the sound of eggs being beaten. Although the noise was faint, Shen Bingling had sharp ears. She realized this was her only chance. You were making breakfast in the kitchen, and with the range hood covering the noise, sneaking out now was totally doable. Today's breakfast was pan-fried chicken breast and eggs, paired with some boiled broccoli. You tossed the chicken breast into the pan. The oil sizzled and popped, releasing a savory aroma. Your phone was off to the side, playing a hit song by a foreign pop star on loop. You hummed along, completely immersed in your own world. However, you didn't notice in the slightest the sneaky figure outside the kitchen. That figure slowly pushed open the front door and slipped out without a sound. Once back home, Shen Bingling immediately changed her clothes. With 2 slices of bread dangling from her mouth, she grabbed her tablet and connected to the surveillance feed. The camera footage clearly showed you eating breakfast while scrolling on your phone. After finishing breakfast, you made sure you had everything and headed out to the gym. But you hadn't ridden your bike very far before a shared bicycle quickly started tailing you along the route. It kept a perfect distance the entire way. Arriving at the gym, you planned to work on your back first. But just as you sat down to start, you saw the girl from yesterday walking towards you. You need to warm up first, otherwise you'll easily pull a muscle. Come warm up with me first, Mo Lin said as she walked up. Oh, thanks for the reminder. You nodded, stood up, and started doing warm-up exercises with Mo Lin. At that moment, Shen Bingling also walked into the gym. She looked left and right, but didn't spot you. However, her appearance definitely caught the attention of many men. A few of them started doing pull-ups with extra vigor, while others silently added more weight to their workouts. Hello, miss. Would you like a per-visit pass or a monthly membership? The receptionist greeted her warmly. Set me up with an annual pass. Do it now, Shen Bingling said nonchalantly. The receptionist was taken aback. This person had literally just walked in, hadn't even tried out the facilities, and was already asking for an annual pass. Hurry up. Are you scanning my code or am I scanning yours? Shen Bingling asked, a bit impatiently. All right, miss. I'll scan yours. The receptionist, looking bewildered, grabbed the barcode scanner. Darling, where exactly are you? Shen Bingling walked into the workout area, glancing around. Just then, a few men crowded around her. Hey little lady, haven't seen you around before. First time at the gym, huh? Need us big bros to teach you how to work out. Surrounded by them, Shen Bingling's face gradually darkened. Her line of sight was blocked by these men reeking of sweat. She couldn't see where you were. So annoying. Why am I being surrounded by these stinking, filthy-minded, disgusting men? What's going on over there? Why are those guys crowding around? You were sitting there warming up and saw someone being surrounded by a group of men. Among them was that douchebag from yesterday. I don't know. Maybe they're handing out free eggs. Mo Lin said from the side. But right after she said that, Mo Lin's eyelids suddenly twitched and a shiver ran down her spine. A bad premonition welled up in her heart. What is this feeling? Mo Lin muttered to herself. She couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. Move. You're in my way. Shen Bingling's voice was ice cold, her demeanor reverting to her old, stay the hell away from me vibe. Seeing Shen Bingling's attitude, the men got annoyed. Hey, watch your mouth. We saw you came to the gym alone and kindly wanted to teach you how to exercise and give you some tips. Why are you talking to us like that? Shen Bingling was already losing her patience, but the 3 men blocked her path like a brick wall, making it impossible to get past. By now, this had caught the attention of the staff. The receptionist timidly stepped forward, trying to reason with the men. Excuse me, is something wrong? Could you please not block the way like this? These guys are blocking me and won't let me pass, Shen Bingling stated concisely. Then could you gentlemen please? The receptionist was cut off mid-sentence. Hey, what does this have to do with you? Just stand at your front desk and do your job. We're paying members here. What's a lowly wage slave like you gonna do about it? The receptionist's defenses crumbled easily under their harsh words. She shrank back, not daring to say another word. Hearing these excessively disgusting remarks, Shen Bingling clenched her fists, veins popping on her arms like green snakes. Hey, that doesn't look like they're handing out free eggs. Looks more like a gang fight about to break out. The more you looked, the more something felt off. You got ready to go over and check it out, but Mo Lin suddenly grabbed you. Don't go. It's none of our business anyway. Let's not be nosy. We don't want to get into any trouble. I've heard about those guys. They have a terrible reputation. No one in this gym dares to mess with them. You turned your head. Nuo Lin's expression was dead serious, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Doesn't that mean I should definitely go? They're even harassing the front desk staff. Who knows what they're doing crowding around like that? Nuo Lin's hands stiffened, her pupils trembling slightly. But there's absolutely no need. The person you help might not even thank you, and you could end up in trouble yourself. Why be such a bleeding heart? Yeah, maybe you're right. Being a bleeding heart really doesn't do any good. You thought for a moment, then continued. But I hope that, if I ever run into trouble one day, someone will come to help me, instead of just ignoring it because they think it's too much of a hassle. With that, you shook off Mo Lin's hand and walked over. Mo Lin's mouth hung half open. As she watched you walk away, a strange, inexplicable emotion welling up in her heart. Excuse me, could you step aside? You tapped the men blocking the way. One of them moved, but the other guy was the douchebag from yesterday. Seeing that it was you, not only did he not move, he deliberately took a step to block your path. Excuse me, could you step aside? You tapped the men blocking the way. One of them moved, but the other guy was the douchebag from yesterday. Seeing that it was you, not only did he not move, he deliberately took a step to block your path. You actually dared to show your face at this gym again. You really? Halfway through his sentence, the douchebag suddenly lost his balance and crashed to the floor. Whoa, what the hell is this? Are you bowing to me or something? You were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't he just talking trash a second ago? How did he just drop? Darling, that familiar voice reached your ears once again. You stiffly turned your head. Shen Bingling, wearing the outfit you picked out for her the other day, was looking at you with a smile. Shen Bingling, how did you inexplicably show up next to me again? At this point, you didn't even have the energy to complain. You had already surrendered to this maddening fate. The other two men looked utterly shocked, clearly not processing what had just happened. At the time, Shen Bingning was still hesitating whether to make a move, but the moment she heard your voice and saw that douchebag deliberately blocking you, she completely lost it. She kicked out almost instinctively. The force of the kick was so immense that it sent a fully grown, fit man crashing to the floor. The douchebag furiously scrambled to his feet. Taking advantage of Shen Bingling's attention being entirely on you, he threw a punch straight at her face. Watch out! Just as the fist was about to hit Shen Bingling, you took a step forward, pulling Shen Bingling into your arms. You caught the punch. Try that again. Your voice was ice cold. If you guys try to assault anyone, I'm calling the cops. Mo Lin walked over at that moment, showing her phone screen with 911 dialed. The scene fell into a delicate standoff. After about 10 seconds, the three men walked away in frustration, throwing a couple of curses at you before leaving. The situation was finally settled. You breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Shen Bingling still clinging to your chest, you hurriedly pushed her away. Hey, that was just an emergency. Don't get the wrong idea, and stop clinging to me. Let go, you said in a panic, but Shen Bingling was like an octopus, hugging you tightly, burying her little head in your chest like a happy kitten. Leaning against your warm embrace, she greedily breathed in your scent. Her long, unfulfilled possessiveness was satisfied once again. Unable to push her off no matter what, you simply gave up struggling, letting Shen Bingling hold you. Brother Mu, who is this girl? Mo Lin stepped forward. Seeing this breathtakingly beautiful girl, hugging you so intimately, she felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. She's. Just as you were about to answer, you were cut off by Shen Bingling in your arms. His girlfriend. I'm Brother Mu's girlfriend, Shen Bingling declared fiercely. Oh, I see. A clear look of disappointment washed over Mo Lin's face. What kind of rumors are you spreading? Since when did I become your boyfriend? You panicked and quickly explained, we're just regular friends. Don't misunderstand. Even though the current situation was incredibly easy to misunderstand, these words left Mo Lin even more confused. After a moment of silence, she just shrugged. Whatever their relationship was, it was none of her business. After all, she had known you for less than 3 days. By the way, you clearly knocked that guy down with one kick, so why didn't you make a move earlier? Why wait until they started causing a scene to kick him? You patted Shen Bingling in your arms and asked, I'm wearing the outfit you picked out for me today. Those guys reeked of sweat, and I didn't want to get it dirty, Shen Bingling said with a smile. Wait, no. I should be asking how the hell you found me. You finally remembered the core issue. So you stalked me. You interrogated her. But Shen Bingling, still in your arms, rubbed against your chest with an innocent look. I just wanted to spend a little more time with you. That's all. Stop messing around and go home. How are you supposed to work out in a dress? Be good? I'll bring you some watermelon when I get back. You patted Shen Bingling's head like you were coaxing a child. Mo Lin's mouth twitched as she watched from the side. Why did this feel like an old father coaxing his daughter? Then I'll go change my clothes. Wait for me to come back, and we can work out together. Shen Bingling released her hug, glaring at Mo Lin before she left. Sigh. Was your life really tied to this woman forever? Even a debt collector wouldn't chase someone this hard. You couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Shen Bingling didn't leave right away. Instead, she went to the receptionist first. You saw how those men were acting just now. The security cameras caught it all, right? Go find your boss and have him deal with it. I don't want to see those 3 men in this gym ever again. The receptionist nodded. Although those guys were usually trouble, today's incident of threatening a customer's physical safety was a first. Many customers had complained about them before, but since those 3 men hadn't done anything completely out of line, there was nothing they could do about them. Now, they finally had a chance to get rid of those disgusting creeps. Meanwhile, Mo Lin couldn't hold back her curiosity anymore and asked, "So, what exactly is your relationship with that girl? The 2 of you were jogging on the treadmills." Hearing this question, you found it hard to answer. You really didn't know how to explain your relationship with Shen Bingling. If you said you were just regular friends, what kind of friends hug and cuddle the moment they meet, calling each other darling? If you said you were a couple, you had never actually accepted Shen Bingling. From start to finish, she was the one constantly pestering you. I guess you could say we're close friends. You answered reluctantly. Are you childhood sweethearts or distant relatives? Don't tell me she's a girl you adopted when you were little, who became your sworn sister. No, what are you even thinking? This isn't some anime or novel. How could there be a plot like that? You retorted, utterly speechless. We're classmates. We used to share a desk. Haha, I guess so. I've been watching too much anime lately. Sorry about that. Mo Lin scratched her head awkwardly. But that girl definitely likes you, right? If you were just normal classmates, she wouldn't be calling you darling and hugging you right off the bat. Mo Lin kept her head down, watching her feet move back and forth on the treadmill belt. It looks like you're pretty resistant to her. Normally, being pursued by such a pretty girl, shouldn't a guy gladly accept it? Hearing this, you felt a bit awkward. You couldn't exactly say that the reason you resisted was because Shen Bingling was a psycho who almost forced herself on you before, right? Well, there are a lot of complicated reasons behind it. Since it involves personal privacy, you shouldn't ask too much. You chose to skip the topic. By this time, Shen Bingling had changed her clothes and returned. Darling, who is this woman? You haven't introduced me to your new friend yet. Shen Bingling wore a faint, unreadable smile, her eyes staring straight at you. Darling, who is this woman? You haven't introduced me to your new friend yet. Shen Bingling wore a faint, unreadable smile, her eyes staring straight at you. She had changed into a refreshing set of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, her fair arms and long legs exposed. Ah-ha-ha. I forgot to introduce you. This is Mo Lin. I met her here yesterday. You hurriedly explained. Shen Bingling nodded. Mo Lin, is it? I'm Shen Bingling. Nice to meet you. Shen Bingling looked at Mo Lin, giving a fake smile as she greeted her. Hello. Mo Lin also raised her hand in response. She felt there was something off about Shen Bingling's expression, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Darling, you've been running for so long. You can't just train your lower body. Come with me to the weight area over there and work on your upper body. Shen Bingling invited you. Actually, I've only been running for about 10 minutes. So, am I dragging you off? Or are you getting off yourself? Shen Bingling stepped forward, her hand resting lightly on yours. Helpless, you had no choice but to stop the treadmill and obediently follow Shen Bingling to the weight area to train. Mo Lin silently watched Shen Bingling drag you away. After thinking about it, she decided not to bother the 2 of you. This was a total henpecked husband situation. She figured she shouldn't get involved. Women out there are dangerous. Darling, you're so outstanding. There are a lot of bad women eyeing you. Can't you just give me some peace of mind? I don't want you getting snatched away by some bad woman. Shen Bingling held your hand, lecturing you tirelessly. Ah, so dangerous. The bad woman seems to be right beside you, holding your hand. You glance at Shen Bingling. She's secretly muttering to herself, I'm doing this for your own good. You know, darling, those bad women out there aren't nearly as pretty as me. They don't love you like I do, and they won't treat you as well as I do. You can't let them trick you. When it's time for bench presses and deadlifts, Shen Bingling easily lifts the weights meant for the guys. Those slender arms of hers pack just as much power as the massive muscle heads. It sends a chill down your spine just watching her. Her strength is basically on par with yours. If a repeat of that day's scenario ever happens, you really doubt you'd be able to get away. The kicker is, you're lifting the exact same weight as Shen Bingling. After half an hour, your muscles are completely fried. But Shen Bingling just has a rosy flush and is breathing a bit heavily. She looks like she still has plenty in the tank. The muscle definition on her arms is incredibly graceful. It's obvious she keeps up with a strict workout routine. After working out for about 2 hours, today's training quota is officially met. Walking out of the gym, you barely get on your bike before Shen Bingling grabs onto you again. What now, my lady? We're heading home. Why are you pulling on me? You don't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't want to pay for a cab. Give me a ride back, darling, Shen Bingling says, shamelessly hopping right onto your back seat. She's doing this on purpose. This girl is absolutely doing this on purpose. A rich heiress like her, talking about saving cab fare? Isn't she just trying to take advantage of you? Shen Bingling wraps both arms around your waist, not minding your sweaty stench in the slightest, and rests her head directly against your back. Hey, don't press up so close. I just finished working out. I'm all dirty and sweaty. You free up one hand and pat Shen Bingling behind you as a reminder. The bicycle pedals slowly along the empty sidewalk. The sun is setting, and the dusk light is soft and warm. A cool evening breeze sweeps by, blowing through the girl's soft, flowing hair, fluttering freely in the air. Not at all, babe. It smells really good. Not stinky at all. The girl's dreamy voice drifts into your ears. At this moment, your mindset undergoes a subtle shift. Over the past few days, however, you've finally managed to develop a regular summer vacation routine. Wake up every morning and have a cup of coffee. Make yourself some breakfast. Scroll on your phone for a bit and head to the gym with Shen Bingling. After working out, go home and play games. Although life has gradually become routine and peaceful, it's like a seemingly calm stream, tranquil on the surface, but with turbulent undercurrents surging beneath. Brother Moo, open up. I bought you some milk tea. Are you in the shower? Want me to come in and help you wash? Outside, Shen Bingling bangs on the front door, continuously calling out to you. While you cower in your room, lying on your bed and scrolling through your phone, playing dead. Lately, Shen Bingling has been coming over to your place every single night, which wouldn't be a big deal on its own, but she gets handsy with you every single time. You practically invited the wolf in, and you've been forcibly kissed multiple times now. After a few days of this, you are completely exhausted, physically and mentally. You figure you might as well just hide in your room and play dead. The shouting outside continues for a few more minutes. You still don't give any response. Shen Bingling finally gives up. The hallway outside falls quiet once more. You tiptoe over to the front door, press your eye against the peephole, and check out the situation outside. There's nothing but the glow of the incandescent hallway light, and a cup of milk tea sitting on the shoe rack. Looks like she left. You heave a sigh of relief. Isn't this milk tea basically a gift from nature? I'm thirsty anyway, so it'd be a waste not to drink it. Shen Bingling left it here, so it shouldn't go to waste. Wait, no. What if she's hiding in a blind spot, just waiting for me? Better safe than sorry. I'll wait another 5 minutes before going out. Surprisingly, you aren't worried about the milk tea being spiked. I've got silver needles at home. I can use one to test for poison. If it's really poisoned, I just won't drink it. So, you went back to lounging on the living room couch and scrolling through videos. After enough time had passed, you got up and walked to the door again. You pressed your eye to the peephole and checked the hallway once more. Only after making sure everything looked clear did you crack the door open. Just as you were about to peek out and check both ends of the hallway, a tremendous force suddenly slammed into the door. Shen Bingling had been lying in wait in the dark hallway for quite some time. She'd been watching the living room security feed, tracking your every move. A tremendous force suddenly slammed into the door. Shen Bingling had been waiting in the dark hallway all along. She'd been watching the living room security feed, keeping a close eye on your movements. You were completely caught off guard. The sudden burst of force sent both you and the door crashing to the floor. Ow, that hurts. You lay sprawled on the floor. Darling, are you okay? Shen Bingling covered her mouth and gasped. She hadn't controlled her strength and had pushed way too hard. She hurried over and helped you back up, her face full of panic and concern. I'm sorry, darling. I used too much force. Shen Bingling looked genuinely apologetic. You seriously? Forget it. I don't even know what to say to you anymore. You wanted to curse her out, but yelling at Shen Bingling felt like punching a pillow. It wouldn't make any difference. I'll go get some medicine for you. Darling, don't move. Shen Bingling hurried back home to grab some medicated liniment. Don't forget the milk tea by the door. I earned that, you shouted after Shen Bingling. Shen Bingling soon returned, carrying the bottle of medicated liniment you bought for her before. She also brought the milk tea in from outside. Darling, be good and lie on your stomach. I'll rub some medicine on you. Shen Bingling smiled as she poured some liniment into her palm. No, I can handle it myself. No need to trouble you. Miss, you should hurry back and get some rest. You tried to get up, but Shen Bingling pushed you back down. Darling, you're being naughty. If you keep moving around like that, you'll only hurt yourself. Just leave it to me. As Shen Bingling spoke, she lifted your shirt with one hand. Your broad, solid back was exposed before her eyes. Shen Bingling swallowed hard, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She poured some medicated liniment onto your back, then pressed her hand against it. You were lying face down on the couch, unable to see what she was doing behind you. All you could feel was a cool, soft sensation, covering the sore spot on your back. You swallowed, and the pain in your back seemed to fade by more than half. Shen Bingling rubbed it very gently, almost like she was giving you a massage. It felt slightly ticklish, but incredibly soothing. Shen Bingling's hands were as soft as clouds, like she was gently petting a cat. At first, you were still a little resistant, but once you got used to it, you simply gave in. Shen Bingling's gaze gradually turned hazy. Staring at your bare back, she suddenly felt her mouth go dry. A powerful urge welled up inside her again. Darling is injured right now. He definitely wouldn't be able to resist me if I tied him up right now. But she quickly suppressed that dangerous thought. No. Darling is hurt right now. If I forced him now, I'd only make him hurt even more. I could never do anything that would make Darling suffer. Shen Bingling shook her head, driving the wicked thought from her mind. Darling, what major are you planning to study in college? Shen Bingling asked while continuing to massage you. Civil engineering, probably. A famous mentor once said, if you're picking a major, go all in on civil engineering. You narrowed your eyes, looking like you were about to fall asleep. Seriously, Shen Bingling looked a little surprised. She couldn't bear to see you braving the wind and sun on a construction site. Just kidding. Who even goes into civil engineering these days? You've got to keep up with the times. Hearing this, Shen Bingling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then what major are you going to apply for? I'm planning to major in artificial intelligence. Guanghai University is a prestigious school, so studying that is definitely keeping up with the trends. You say. Shen Bingling nods, silently making a mental note of it. After she finishes applying the medicinal oil, you slowly sit up. The pain in your back feels like it's mostly gone. You're not sure if it's thanks to the medicinal oil, or thanks to Shen Bingling. Here, babe. Have a sip of milk tea. Shen Bingling brings the milk tea, complete with a straw, right up to your lips. You don't rush to drink it. Instead, you look suspiciously at Shen Bingling, and the milk tea in her hands. I need to test it for poison. You're about to get up to grab a silver needle, but Shen Bingling pushes you back down. What's wrong, babe? Are you worried there's something wrong with the milk tea? Shen Bingling asks with a smile. And no, of course not. I just need to take a leak. That's all. You didn't expect Shen Bingling's intuition to be this sharp. She saw right through you. Shen Bingling just smiles. She takes a huge sip from the straw herself, stopping only after drinking almost a third of it. Then, she offers the straw still coated in clear saliva back to you. Feel safe now? Maybe we should get a new straw anyway. You didn't expect Shen Bingling to be so decisive, acting as a human poison tester right on the spot. Aw, babe, why are you being so shy? We've already shared a drink before, haven't we? Shen Bingling pushes the straw closer to you. Or do you want me to feed it to you? No, I'm good. I'll drink it, okay? You hesitate for a moment, but still wrap your lips around the straw and take a sip. Even though you're resisting it, but you still went along with it. You could feel your boundaries being pushed little by little. I'm getting ready to sleep. You should probably head home. You really didn't want the atmosphere getting any more intimate. Hey, darling, you're shy again. You're so cute. Shen Bingling covered her mouth and giggled. What? I'm not shy. I'm seriously tired, you protested. But I still want to stay a little longer. Shen Bingling wrapped both arms around your neck. The fresh scent of her body wash, mixed with a faint milky fragrance, drifted into your nose. Why does she smell like milk? Your gaze drifted downward. Only then did you realize her chest was practically pressed right up against you. Hey. Watch the distance. Respect my personal space. And have a little modesty as a girl. You struggled half-heartedly a couple of times, but when Shen Bingling refused to budge, you had no choice but to give in. Shen Bingling leaned her head against your neck, her small nose twitching gently, like a puppy memorizing its owner's scent. Darling, why are you reacting so calmly? Do you actually like this feeling, or do you just like me that much? Shen Bingling kept teasing you. And no, you say that like you'd actually let go, if I told you to. Fine. I'm telling you to let go right now. Will you? You stiffened your neck, and tried your best to look up at Shen Bingling. Nope. Seeing your stubborn, defiant expression, Shen Bingling suddenly felt the urge to conquer you. Darling, we haven't kissed yet today. So, are you going to make the first move, or should I? You felt your body getting heavier and heavier. Shen Bingling had practically leaned her entire body against you. What is this one kiss a day nonsense? Can you stop tormenting me every day, like it's some kind of daily quest? You complained helplessly. Hey, darling, don't say that. You clearly enjoy it too, don't you? Shen Bingling's rosy lips slowly drew closer. You decided it was time to hold your ground. You couldn't keep letting Shen Bingling do whatever she wanted. Just as you were about to fight, to protect the first kiss you'd already lost long ago, the phone in your pocket suddenly started ringing at the worst possible moment. Just as you were about to fight, to protect the first kiss you'd already lost long ago, the phone in your pocket suddenly started ringing at the worst possible moment. Master, your grandson is calling you? The romantic atmosphere instantly turned awkward and silent. Let go for a second. I need to answer this, you said awkwardly. The mood she'd worked so hard to build had been completely ruined. Shen Bingling looked ready to murder someone. She reluctantly let go of you, determined to see which bastard had ruined her moment. Put it on speaker. I want to listen too, Shen Bingling demanded. Someone calling me is private. You can't listen. You flatly refused. Then I'll just make some noise right next to you. You wouldn't want whoever's on the phone to misunderstand, would you? Shen Bingling threatened. With no other choice, you answered the call and turned on speakerphone. Old bastard, what the hell are you doing? Why'd you take so long to answer? Don't tell me my call interrupted you. While you were jerking off? Cheng Feng opened with an absolute bombshell. Shen Bingling almost burst out laughing beside you. Spit it out already. If you called me, just to make those two stupid jokes, I'm getting a cab to your place right now. What? Are you one of my obsessed admirers too? I mean, I'm already taken. But since you're my bro, I guess I could give you a chance. I'm hanging up. See you downstairs in 10 minutes. Hey, wait. I'll get to the point. Cheng Feng realized from your tone that you were serious, and quickly switched to a cheerful, placating voice. We're on break and I've got nothing to do, and college registration is still a while away. So I was thinking we could go on a trip together. A trip? The moment you heard that word, the beach was the first thing that came to mind. If you're traveling in summer, you've got to go to the beach, right? Shen Bingling's eyes lit up the moment she heard trip too. If I could go on a trip with you, I'm sure it'd bring us even closer. Yep, a trip. Zhang Lei, my girlfriend, and brother Lu are coming too. You're the only one missing. You suddenly felt something gently pinch your waist. You turned around and saw Shen Bingling staring at you with wide, pleading eyes. She raised a slender finger and pointed at herself, then pointed at you. Then she formed a heart with both hands and sent it your way. The corner of your mouth twitched. What kind of homemade sign language is this? And the worst part was, You actually understood it. She wanted to come too. You crossed two fingers. No. Shen Bingling saw your gesture, and her gaze gradually turned icy. Her cheeks visibly puffed up. She pulled out her phone and rapidly tapped away at the screen. A few seconds later, she held up a line she'd typed in her notes. If you won't let me come, then you're not going either. You looked troubled. You knew exactly what Shen Bingling was capable of. Those words weren't a threat. They were a notice. Can I bring one more person? You sighed and asked Chengfeng over the phone. What? Who are you bringing? Don't tell me it's your girlfriend. Chengfeng chuckled mischievously. Of course, trips are more fun with more people, especially as possibly when you've got handsome guys and beautiful girls around. So where are we going? You asked. Come on. When you think of summer, you obviously think of the beach. And when you think of the beach, of course, you start thinking about... You cut him off before he could finish. Stop. Just say we're going to the beach. I don't need to hear the perverted thoughts that come after that. As you spoke, you glanced at Shen Bingling beside you. Shen Bingling was sitting obediently on the sofa, her face completely expressionless. It seemed like she didn't care where you went. So when are we leaving? You asked. The day after tomorrow. I'll give you 1 day to get ready. Buy a bikini and some swim trunks. That soon? You were a little surprised. You figured that once you had the idea, you'd need at least 3 or 4 days to plan and prepare everything. That's what traveling is all about. The best trips are the spontaneous ones. Chengfeng hung up as soon as he finished speaking. Darling, what kind of swimsuit do you want to see me in? Shen Bingling asked in a seductive tone. Wear whatever you want. You could wear a military coat for all I care. You waved dismissively, pretending not to care. It's getting late. Hurry home and get some sleep. I'm about to lock the door. Can I stay here and sleep with you tonight? Shen Bingling tilted her head and asked with a mischievous smile. Any corner of the living room can be your bed, but my bedroom is strictly off limits. You replied with the same smile. You're seriously no fun. Shen Bingling pouted. Fine. I'm leaving. Get some rest. And don't stay up all night gaming. Good night. With that, Shen Bingling left. The beach, swimsuits, bare skin. The corners of Shen Bingling's lips curled upward. Muge wearing nothing but swim trunks, with his upper body completely bare. Swimsuits really are the best. In the blink of an eye, departure day arrived. In your room, you packed your clothes and luggage. This beach trip would last 3 to 5 days, so you needed to bring a few extra changes of clothes. Shen Bingling couldn't be bothered with the hassle, and she didn't want the two of you traveling separately either, so she simply paid for your plane ticket herself. Is this what it's like dealing with a rich young lady? Darling, what do you think of this swimsuit? Shen Bingling suddenly appeared in your doorway and asked. You turned around and saw Shen Bingling wearing a sizzling 3-piece bikini. Her perfectly proportioned, sculpture-like figure was completely on display. Is this heaven? You stared at the breathtaking sight before you, feeling your blood rush straight to your head. Your heart pounded violently in your chest. Swimsuits really are the best. Is this heaven? You stared at the breathtaking scene before you, feeling your blood rush straight to your head. Your heart pounded violently in your chest. Swimsuits really are the best. Seeing you frozen stiff without any reaction, Shen Bingling looked a little dissatisfied. Honey, why aren't you saying anything? Does it not look good or something? As she spoke, she stepped a little closer, wanting to give you a better look. Don't come any closer. You hurriedly raised a hand to stop her. You could already feel something warm inside your nose, threatening to spill out. If she came any closer, you were afraid you'd completely lose control. It looks great. Really great. It suits you perfectly. You gave her a thumbs up and showered her with praise. That's more like it. Shen Bingling crossed her arms proudly. By now, you've finally managed to calm down a little. That kind of visual impact was something you'd never experienced before. Your brain had nearly short-circuited. How did you even think of buying a swimsuit like this? I've never seen you dress this boldly before. Actually, scratch that. She could be pretty bold. You suddenly remembered that night when you fought desperately to protect your chastity. I found it online. I searched what kind of swimsuit I should wear to the beach to make my boyfriend happy, and this one popped up. Shen Bingling looked completely innocent, pushing all the blame onto those damn video bloggers and the recommendation algorithm. Besides, don't you guys all like something a little sexier? What, you don't like it? I do like it, but isn't it a little too revealing? Are you seriously planning to wear that on the beach? You asked worriedly. Your concern wasn't exactly unfounded. A swimsuit that's sexy would inevitably attract some men with bad intentions. No, I'll wear a different one on the beach. Shen Bingling shook her head. Then if you're not wearing this one, what did you buy this for? You ask, completely baffled. Oh, to wear just for you, of course. Shen Bingling sticks her tongue out playfully. Judging by your reaction, I definitely bought the right swimsuit. Hearing this, your vision goes dark. Looks like the next few days are going to be another ordeal. Hurry up and change back into your regular clothes. We aren't even at the beach yet. Who wears something like that around the house? You wave your hand dismissively. Once you're mostly done packing, the two of you grab your luggage and take a cab to the airport. After arriving at the airport, you first get your boarding passes, then check your bags. After passing through security and the gate, you find your seats. Following the takeoff announcement, the massive steel bird slowly takes to the sky. Honey, I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when we get there. You feel a weight on your shoulder. Shen Bingling wraps her arms around one of your arms and rests her little head on your shoulder. If this were before, you definitely would have pushed her head away and given her something else to lean on. But for some reason, you're no longer so resistant to Shen Bingling's intimate little gestures. Maybe you've just gotten used to it over time. Spending so much time together, you suddenly realize this crazy girl is actually pretty cute. Back in school, Her aloof and cold exterior was just a protective shell. In front of you, she shows the side of her that's just a normal girl. The sound of soft, steady breathing reaches your ears. Shen Bingling has fallen fast asleep against your shoulder. The plane soon arrives at its destination. Along with the cabin announcement, passengers begin getting up to leave. Wake up, Shen Bingling. Time to get off the plane. You pat her and say, okay. Shen Bingling hums softly, letting go of your arm. She rubs her eyes. That was such a good nap. Honey, you make a fantastic body pillow. Shen Bingling says with a beaming smile. I'll take that as a compliment. You're a bit speechless. That hour and a half was pure torture for you. Not only is your shoulder sore, but the worst part is that she drools in her sleep. If you hadn't noticed in time, your sleeve would have been completely soaked. Arriving at the hotel, Shen Bingling had already booked the room in advance. The two of you just need to check in. Why didn't you book another room? A guy and a girl sharing a room isn't a good idea. You complain, but she says, it's the holidays. A lot of people are booking rooms. We're lucky to even have a place to stay. Besides, is staying with me really that bad? Shen Bingling says with a giggle. You insert the key card and push the door open. The room has a standard 5-star suite layout. The decor is understated yet luxurious. It has an ensuite bathroom complete with a large bathtub. There's also a spacious balcony that overlooks the entire beach. But why the hell is there only one bed? Does this make any sense? Maybe I should just sleep on the beach. Seeing only one large bed sitting in the middle of the room, you immediately start having second thoughts. Oh, come on. We're already here. Don't sweat the small stuff. Shen Bingling reassures you. Tell you what, I promise I won't touch you when we sleep tonight. Shen Bingling holds up 2 fingers, swearing with a deadpan expression. Hearing that come out of your mouth. Why does it feel so weird? And aren't you supposed to swear with 3 fingers? You don't even have the energy to point it out. Looks like the next few days are destined to be chaotic. To ensure your personal safety, you repeatedly emphasize the ground rules to Shen Bingling. First, when sleeping at night, absolutely no funny business. You reluctantly agree to simple hugging and cuddling, since you've gotten used to it over the past few days anyway. But she absolutely cannot cross the line, and she definitely cannot touch anywhere she shouldn't. Second, she cannot barge in while you're taking a shower. That is strictly forbidden. You've always believed that a person is at their most vulnerable when they're showering, using the toilet, or right after being born. If you were taking a shower, and Shen Bingling suddenly barged in, you don't even want to picture it. Regarding these conditions, although Shen Bingling is a bit disgruntled, she still nods and agrees. After showering, you and Shen Bingling lie in bed under the same blanket, but there's a whole person's width of space between you two. It feels like a married couple in the middle of a cold war, lying on opposite sides in a silent standoff. Hey, didn't you say I could hug you? What's the big idea hiding all the way over there? Shen Bingling rolls her eyes, complaining to you in dissatisfaction. My back still hurts. It's really not a good time for cuddling right now. You don't want me to be in pain, do you? You put on a pained expression and even reach back to clutch your back. Such terrible acting. Shen Bingling pouts speechlessly. At this moment, you're chatting with Cheng Feng and the guys on your phone. Just as the conversation is getting lively, Shen Bingling suddenly starts rolling around on the bed. Your attention is drawn to her. Literally rolling. This silly girl rolls once to the left, then once to the right, making you laugh. What is she doing? Cosplaying a pig rolling in the mud. Just as the thought crosses your mind, Shen Bingling suddenly speeds up and rolls right into your arms. If I'm a pig, then so are you. You're a big fat pighead. Shen Bingling giggles, snuggling into your embrace. Shen Bingling giggles, snuggling into your embrace. I didn't touch your back, you know. Don't try to kick me away by saying it hurts. Shen Bingling buries her face in your chest, gently wrapping her arms around your waist. You're completely speechless. After all, you did agree she could hug you. You have no choice but to let her snuggle in your arms. In that short time, a bunch of new messages pop up in the group chat. But Cheng Feng has completely derailed the topic. Why are you guys only talking about us? Muge is the one making big moves in secret. When we were at the mall earlier, I saw Muge with my own eyes, shopping with a super pretty girl. They were walking arm in arm, looking real cozy. You look down at Shen Bingling in your arms, and can't help but twitch your lips. Did this guy plant a camera on me or something? Just as you're about to type a defense, Shen Bingling suddenly snatches the phone from your hand. She immediately turns it off, and tosses it onto the nightstand. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you snatch my phone? You ask, completely bewildered. Stop looking at your phone. It's bad for your eyes. Look at me instead. Shen Bingling's head is still buried in your chest, making her voice sound a bit muffled. You're amused by her excuse, and reach out to grab your phone back. No grabbing. It's time to sleep. Shen Bingling pins your hand back down. Unable to resist, you just give up. Shen Bingling slowly lifts her head, looking at you with her big, bright eyes. She pulls one of your hands over and places it against her cheek, then closes her eyes in satisfaction. A soft, tender sensation transmits to your hand. Shen Bingling takes great care of her skin. It feels as soft and bouncy as a baby's. Time to sleep. Good night, honey. With that, she falls asleep right there in your arms. Before long, you can feel the steady rise and fall of her chest. She's very light, so having her lie on you isn't much of a burden. It feels like having a little kitten resting on your chest. Her long hair cascades down her back. You try to pry her arms off you, but they're locked around you like a tight belt, not budging an inch. You have no choice but to give up. A girl who lacks companionship will always hold tightly to whatever is in her arms. It's not that they can't bear to let go, but rather that they're terrified of being alone again. For a girl like Shen Bingling, verbal promises and texts saying "I love you" are useless. She's heard and seen it all too many times and stopped believing in it long ago. So all she can do is hold the boy in her arms as tightly as possible. Only when the physical distance is zero does the companionship feel real, and only then can she feel truly at ease. You suddenly think of yourself as a child, even though you used to hold your mom tightly while sleeping, just like Shen Bingling is doing now. No matter how tight you held on, she would still be gone from the bed the next morning, replaced by a sticky note left on the nightstand. You look down. She's still fast asleep, nestled against your chest, smacking her lips every now and then. Maybe we really are the same kind of people. When you open your eyes again, bright sunlight is streaming into the room from the balcony, coating the floor in a layer of gold. Shen Bingling, time to get up. You pat her on the back. She doesn't react, just whimpers a bit and nuzzles deeper into your chest. You pat her a couple more times. Only then does she begrudgingly open her eyes. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? Shen Bingling whines. Hurry up and get out of bed. Cheng Feng and the others are already downstairs having fun. As soon as you turn on your phone, you're bombarded with messages from Cheng Feng. Hey, are you still in bed? Did you burn too much energy last night, and now you're completely drained? After finishing the hotel breakfast, you and Shen Bingling change into your swimsuits and head out to meet up with Cheng Feng and the others. You're wearing flip-flops, a black t-shirt, and a big pair of sunglasses. Shen Bingling is wearing a skirt-style swimsuit. It's a lot better than that skimpy bikini. She's wearing a straw hat and holding your hand. Her stunning face and perfect figure draw stares from everyone on the beach. But when they see you standing next to her, their faces instantly drop, and they turn away with looks of pure envy. Couldn't we just have some alone time? Why do we have to hang out with them? Shen Bingling pouts, kicking a pebble on the sand with her pale foot, kicking up a spray of sand in the process. Is it possible that the reason we came here is because we made plans with them? You give her a deadpan look. Over here, not far ahead, under a few beach umbrellas set up like a little camp. Cheng Feng is waving at you. The camp has a few lounge chairs and small tables. Brother Lu is relaxing on one of the chairs, an extra long straw in his mouth, as he sips a drink from the table. Why is it just you two? Where's your girlfriend and Zhang Lei? You ask, confused. Zhang Lei refused to come down, said it's boring out here, and he'd rather stay in his room and game. Cheng Feng shrugs. That's very Zhang Lei. You facepalm. My baby is over there swimming. Cheng Feng points toward the water nearby. Looking over, Wang Shue is wearing a striped swimsuit, wading in waist-deep water, seamlessly switching between different swimming strokes, like an agile fish. Wait, your girlfriend is swimming in the ocean, so what are you doing at the camp? Shouldn't you be out there with her? You're a bit baffled. Oh, you know how ripped I am. Your sister-in-law gets worried. She's afraid if I show off too much, some other girl will snatch me up. That wouldn't be good, now would it? Cheng Feng says, dramatically running a hand through his hair. Don't listen to his bullshit. He just doesn't know how to swim. He's busy blowing up his swim ring, Brother Lu says, tossing a yellow swim ring out from behind his chair. Hey, would it kill you not to expose me? Cheng Feng looks exasperated. I'm done talking to you guys. I'm gonna go swim with my baby. Cheng Feng slips on the swim ring and quickly flees the scene. Honey, stop playing on your phone. Didn't we come to the beach to swim? At this moment, you're lounging comfortably on a chair, playing online poker, with Brother Liu and Zhang Lei. Hold on. I've got a killer hand here, a straight and two bombs. If I double down on this, I'll be the richest man in the world. You clearly aren't listening to Shen Bingling, completely immersed in your own world. Just as you're getting into it, suddenly, a pair of soft, firm objects presses against your chest. Shen Bingling, what are you doing? You instantly panic. Shen Bingling has climbed onto your lounge chair, lying on top of you just like she did when you were sleeping. But this is completely different from sleeping. A lot of her skin is exposed, so right now, it's practically skin-to-skin contact. There's barely any difference. Plus, there are people all over the beach. In just a split second, quite a few eyes are drawn your way. Brother Lu turns his head, takes one look, and quickly looks away, muttering something about public decency. I'm waiting for my honey to finish his game. Once you're done, we can go swimming. Shen Bingling smiles slyly. She's doing this on purpose. This woman is absolutely doing this on purpose. You grumble internally, trying to push her off, but she keeps you pinned down tight. All right, get up already. We'll go swimming right now. Left with no choice, you abandon your winning hand. As Shen Bingling gets up, her hand casually trails across your body, copping a feel, like a total female hooligan. And you, like an innocent man who just got taken advantage of, don't dare say a word despite your outrage. Walking down to the water, you do some simple warm-up exercises to prevent cramping once you get in. Meanwhile, Shen Bingling acts like a curious toddler, staring at the blue ocean. She dips one foot into the water, and as the cold water wraps around it, she shivers, instantly pulling her foot back. You don't know how to swim, do you? Seeing her reaction, you're about 90% sure she's a total landlubber. Yeah, I don't know how to swim. Shen Bingling nods honestly. If you can't swim, Why did you keep pestering me to go swimming? Did you want to experience drowning? You're so exasperated by this silly girl that you actually laugh. Honestly, you can't really blame her. For a rich girl like her who always stays cooped up at home, a sport like swimming only exists in the Olympics and short videos. So, honey, do you know how to swim? Shen Bingling tilts her head, looking at you with wide eyes. I know a little. I practiced with some classmates before. Then you can just teach me, right? Shen Bingling says, her face lighting up with a smile. I'm completely self-taught. If I teach you wrong, I'm not taking responsibility. You issue a disclaimer first. Once the two of you reach an area with a suitable depth, making sure you can stand up at any time, so it's relatively safe. Shen Bingling grabs a kickboard and practices kicking her legs repeatedly against the water. Her pale calves and feet kick up small splashes. She buries her face in the water, practicing holding her breath and exhaling. After practicing for about an hour, she can manage a basic underwater swim. Her form just isn't very standard, which makes sense since her teacher is self-taught. Swimming burns a lot of energy, and by now, both of you are tired, ready to head back to shore and lie down. Shen Bingling tiptoes on the sandy bottom. Suddenly, she feels her right leg cramp violently, followed by a sharp pain. Before she can even cry out, she steps into a dip and goes under. The moment she falls in, Shen Bingling swallows a huge mouthful of seawater, flailing her arms wildly in the water. Even though at this depth, if she tiptoed, her head would just barely clear the surface. In this situation, she's completely lost her head and is just thrashing around blindly. Plus, with one leg cramped, she can't regain her balance. Right at that moment, you grab her arm tightly, and with a powerful yank, pull her out of the water. Shen Bingling, are you okay? I'm taking you back to shore right now. Your expression is grim, your eyes filled with anxiety. You support her under her arms, and slowly guide her back to the beach. Lying on the chair, Shen Bingling's body trembles slightly. She looks very weak, the fear of nearly drowning still lingering in her eyes. What happened to you two? How do you almost drown swimming right by the shore? Did you skip your warm-ups? Brother Lu shakes his head and sighs. You crouch beside the lounge chair, watching over her. Guilt and self-blame wash over you like a tidal wave. You didn't remind her to warm up, and you didn't notice immediately when she started drowning. You place all the blame squarely on your own shoulders. You should take her back to the hotel. It's crowded and loud out here. She won't be able to rest as well as she would in the room. Brother Lu suggests. Shen Bingling, do you want to go back to the room? You decide to leave it up to her. I want to go back and lie in bed. Shen Bingling nods, her voice weak and exhausted. All right, come on up. I'll help you. You stand up and offer her your hand. Faced with your outstretched hand, Shen Bingling just lies there, unmoving, making no attempt to take it. Oh crap. Is she mad at you? A flash of panic crosses your eyes as you start trying to figure out how to apologize to her. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have. You're cut off mid-sentence. Carry me. Shen Bingling opens her arms to you, looking at you with puppy dog eyes. Carry me back. My leg hurts. I can't walk. She repeats herself, making it crystal clear. What are you spacing out for? Carry your girlfriend back. Even Xing Feng has more boyfriend energy than you. Brother Liu nudges your shoulder as you stand there stunned. You finally snap out of it. You quickly bend down, and Shen Bingling wraps her arms around your neck. Then, you scoop her up into a princess carry. She's lighter than you expected. Her body is soft and a little cold. Having just come out of the water, she isn't completely dry yet. Honey, you're quite the gentleman, aren't you? I didn't know you could do a princess carry. Shen Bingling smiles radiantly, kicking her little feet in the air. I just think it's easier to carry you this way. Don't read too much into it. Your face is expressionless, but your slightly flushed cheeks and racing heart completely give you away. This is your first time carrying someone like this, and it's Shen Bingling, no less. You're inevitably a little awkward and nervous. Along the way, you keep adjusting your grip, trying to make it look as natural as possible. Hey, Honey is blushing again. Shen Bingling grins, flashing a little canine tooth. You're the textbook definition of a tsundere, aren't you? You stiffen your neck and stare straight ahead, trying your hardest to turn yourself into a mindless walking robot, but your heart just keeps beating faster and faster. You stiffen your neck and stare straight ahead, trying your hardest to turn yourself into a mindless walking robot, but your heart just keeps beating faster and faster. The two of you return to the hotel. Shen Bingling's leg didn't hurt as much anymore, but she still clung to you. Get down. Hurry up and take a shower, or you'll catch a cold, you said. Only then did Shen Bingling reluctantly let go, slipping out of your embrace. I'm heading back then. Get some good rest in your room, you said, preparing to head back to the camp. Shen Bingling grabbed you almost subconsciously. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. Can I come with you, DLB? Shen Bingling looked at you with a pitiful expression. Just a minute ago you needed me to carry you, and now it doesn't hurt? Do you think I'm an idiot? You rolled your eyes. It's true. Look if you don't believe me, Shen Bingling said, stretching the leg that had cramped up and kicking the air a couple of times. See? Good as new. But she kicked a little too hard, and it seemed to cramp up again. Oh, it hurts. Shen Bingling clutched her leg, rolling on the ground in pain. Although it was a bit exasperating, you managed to keep a straight face. You dragged her over to a chair and gently massaged the cramped muscle. Shen Bingling felt a warm current flow into her leg, and the intense pain mostly subsided. After about 2 minutes of massaging, Shen Bingling's leg could move normally again. Does it still hurt? You asked with concern. Shen Bingling didn't answer right away. Instead, she thought for a moment, her eyes darting around. She staggered to her feet, limping and dragging her leg as she walked, looking like she was going to collapse at any second. You quickly reached out to support her. If it's this bad, you better sit down. Helping Shen Bingling sit on the edge of the bed, you went to the bathroom and filled a bucket with hot water. You brought it out. Wipe yourself down. It's too dangerous for you to take a shower like this. You could easily slip and fall. You tossed the new towel you brought into the bucket of hot water. I guess I'll just stay here with you. Right now, you can barely even walk. It's not a good idea for you to be alone, you said, grabbing a change of clothes and heading into the bathroom to take a shower. After the click of the door closing, the sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom. Shen Bingling's grin stretched from ear to ear. Where's old Mu and his girlfriend? How come they disappeared the second I came back from my swim? Cheng Feng and Wang Shu returned to the camp, both carrying a large watermelon in their arms. His girlfriend's leg cramped up and she almost drowned just now. Brother Mu just carried her back to the hotel to rest. Brother Lu explained. Is she okay? Neither of them got hurt, right? Cheng Feng asked hurriedly. She just choked on some water, that's all. She's fine. That's good. Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief. What a pity. I was hoping we could play blindfolded watermelon smashing. I even bought the melons. Cheng Feng tossed the watermelon in his arms slightly, looking disappointed. What about Zhang Lei? Don't tell me he's still in the hotel. Bingo. He's still at the hotel playing games. Brother Lu shrugged. Well, since it's come to this, let's just eat the melon first. We'll save a few slices and bring them to Brother Mu later. Cheng Feng pulled a watermelon knife out of his gear bag and cleanly sliced the 2 watermelons into 4 halves. You're not cutting them into slices? Eating it hardcore like that? Brother Lu asked, confused. Cheng Feng just smiled without saying a word. He pulled out a large spoon, scooped out the center flesh of 2 of the halves, and placed it on a plate. The sweetest part is for my wifey. This half without the center goes to Zhang Lei, and I'll leave half for you. We'll bring the rest to Brother Mu later. Don't devour it all. Wang Shu took the plate but didn't eat right away. Instead, she picked up a piece and fed it to Cheng Feng. Mum, it's so sweet when my baby feeds me. Cheng Feng smiled blissfully. You're such a sweet talker. Hurry up and eat. Wang Shua looked at Cheng Feng and giggled. Brother Lu watched their PDA with a look of utter disdain. Looking at the lovebirds, he felt like the melon in his hands wasn't sweet anymore. Taking a bath in a tub really is the best. You completely immersed yourself in the warm water. Outside the bathroom door, Shen Bingling was pressed flat against the door, looking like she was cosplaying a gecko. Damn it. The worst part about 5-star hotels is that their quality is too good. The privacy glass on this bathroom door is way too effective. Shen Bingling cursed the hotel under her breath, while carefully searching for any gap to peek into the bathroom. Ever since that time you accidentally saw each other naked at her house, she hadn't been able to stop thinking about your perfect body. It was just a shame she couldn't find a chance to take another look. Now that she finally caught this opportunity, it was ruined by a privacy door. At this moment, Shen Bingling really wanted to punch a hole through this damn door. Hearing the sounds of you finishing up inside, Shen Bingling, though unwilling, could only step away and sit back on the bed. You walked out of the bathroom and asked, "Are you hungry? Want me to go to the restaurant and bring you some food?" "I want salmon and lobster." Shen Bingling raised her little hand to order. Okay, please wait a moment, my lady." You pushed the door open and left. Listening to your footsteps fade away outside, Shen Bingling took advantage of the time to go into the bathroom and take a shower. However, the bathwater in the tub had already been drained, which made her feel a bit disappointed. About half an hour later, you finally returned carrying the food. Sorry about that. The line at the restaurant was a bit long. You're not starving, are you? You placed the salmon and lobster on the table and squeezed the accompanying wasabi and soy sauce into a disposable dipping tray. No, not at all. Thank you, honey. You worked hard. She picked up a plump piece of salmon. The fish was beautifully marbled with white and orange. She dipped the fish in the soy sauce, then extended her chopsticks toward you. Open wide, honey. Shen Bingling was feeding you like a baby, making you feel a bit awkward. No, it's fine. I already ate downstairs. You eat it yourself. In the split second you opened your mouth to speak, Shen Bingling shoved the fish right in. Is it good? Shen Bingling asked with a beaming smile. Since the fish was already in your mouth, you had no choice but to chew and swallow it. It's good. You nodded. By now, it was getting close to evening outside. The tourists on the beach were heading back to the hotel in 2s and 3s. After finishing her food, Shen Bingling lay on the bed, while you sat on a chair on the balcony, enjoying the evening breeze. Honey, don't stay out on the balcony. Come lie down with me. Shen Bingling patted the empty spot next to her, gesturing for you to come over. It's still way too early for bed. What are we going to do in bed this early? The moment you got into bed, you'd be physically restrained by Shen Bingling. You didn't want to be tangled up that early. We're already an old married couple, and you're asking me what we're going to do? Do whatever you want to do, of course. Shen Bingling flashed a charming smile, her voice dripping with temptation. Shen Bingling flashed a charming smile, her voice dripping with temptation. Who's an old married couple with you? We don't even have a marriage certificate. What nonsense are you spouting? You waved your hand dismissively. If you want a marriage certificate, we can get one right now. Shen Bingling pulled an ID card out of her bag on the nightstand. Perfect. I was just going to use it for my cousin's real name game authentication. You were joking, but this is your ID card. Wait. Your expression changed slightly. Why is my ID card in your bag? You stepped forward to check, but the moment you reached the bed, Shen Bingling grabbed your hand and yanked you down. Damn it, it's a trap. It was too late to break free now. Like falling into a spider's web, you were slowly dragged under the covers. Shen Bingling was like a man-eating demon, and you were the tender, delicious monk tang. New. As the last exposed part of you was pulled under the blanket, you were once again turned into Shen Bingling's giant body pillow. Hey, this is my ID card. Shen Bingling held up the ID card, waved it in front of your eyes, and then put it back in her bag. Honey, you're so easy to fool. If some bad woman tricks you and takes you away in the future, what am I going to do? Shen Bingling poked your chest with one finger, rubbing it back and forth, sending a slight tickle through you. You ignored her, looking completely resigned to your fate. You operated the TV remote with one hand, trying to find a movie to watch. Eventually, you picked a movie released last year, Messy Relationships. When it first came out, you had wanted to check out this so-called masterpiece, but unfortunately, you got held up. Now was the perfect time to catch up on it. Honey, are you sure you want to watch this movie? The synopsis is pretty shocking. The more Shen Bingling read, the more expressive her face became. That's exactly why we're watching it, you said decisively. All right, I respect your taste. Shen Bingling turned off the lights and drew the curtains. The entire room instantly plunged into darkness, with only the TV in the center emitting a glow. It really felt like a mini movie theater. After doing all this, Shen Bingling lay in your arms. As the Golden Dragon logo lit up, the movie began. Movie male lead, I love you. Will you be with me? Childhood friend. I'm sorry, I can't say yes. I already belong to someone else. What the hell? This plot is disgusting, you complained, frowning. Just thinking about how it gets even worse makes me want to throw up. Shen Bingling rarely showed such a speechless and disgusted expression. Nope, I can't watch this anymore. I'm gonna puke. You pressed the power button on the remote, but the remote's batteries were completely dead. I can't take it anymore. Shen Bingling lay on top of you, looking like she had lost the will to live. She felt like her views on love, and even her entire worldview, had been violated. Unable to stand it any longer, you got out of bed to turn off the TV manually. Just then, the doorbell rang, followed by a knock on the door. Brother Mu, you in? Community welfare delivery. Brother Liu's voice drifted into the room. He stood outside the door, holding half a bright red watermelon. Coming. You decided to open the door first before turning off the TV. As you opened the door, the first thing that caught your eye was the large, juicy half watermelon in Brother Liu's arms, and then Brother Liu's face. It's a bit early for bed, isn't it? You guys turned off the lights already. Brother Liu peeked through the open door, and saw that all the lights in the room were off. Only the TV was glowing, playing the audio of a movie. Watching a movie? Turning off the lights for the vibe, huh? You scratched your head awkwardly. Not bad, you sure know how to enjoy life. Brother Liu chuckled, and shoved the half watermelon into your arms. Cheng Feng's treat. You weren't around at noon, so I'm bringing it to you now. That's awfully nice. This melon isn't poisoned, is it? You looked at the watermelon in your arms in surprise. I don't know, but I ate some and I'm fine. Brother Liu shrugged. Tell Cheng Feng for me. When we get back, I'll carry him to diamond rank. You happily accepted the watermelon. I'll be going then. Get some rest. Brother Liu was just about to turn and leave, when suddenly, from behind you, a woman's moans from the movie rang out, freezing him in his tracks. Why are you here? Hearing that sound, you felt like you'd been struck by lightning. 10,000 alpacas stampeded through your mind. Actors, if you're gonna read your lines, just read them normally. What the hell was that moan for? That sound just now. Brother Liu looked at you, his expression extremely weird. Haha, it's just the female lead in the movie. It's nothing. You forced a smile, but then the male lead's voice echoed out again. It's not what you think, bro. Didn't you say you already broke up with him? Then came the female lead. I'm sorry, he made me do it. I was just completing a task. Holy shit. You hurriedly dropped the watermelon, scrambled over to the TV, and slammed that damn power button. Meanwhile, Shen Bingling lay on the bed with a blank stare, completely motionless. The plot and visuals were just too much of a shock for her. It was way more intense than any of the study materials, novels, or TV dramas she had ever seen. Looks like I'm interrupting tonight. Brother Liu sighed, but your taste is certainly unique. I've known you for so long. I never expected you to be in this kind of movie. Brother Liu looked at you with a very complicated expression. You could read the shock, confusion, and bewilderment in his eyes. Brother Liu, it's really not what you think. You wanted to search up the movie to show him and prove your innocence. Did you guys prepare any protection? You really need to take that seriously. Brother Liu patted your shoulder and said earnestly, after all, you still have college ahead of you. You're still too young, so don't overindulge. Moderation is key. Remember to use protection. No, it's really not what you think. It's just a coincidence. It's a misunderstanding. You felt like the sky was falling. If you don't believe me, I'll pull up the movie right now and show you. That won't be necessary. My tastes aren't that unique. After saying that, Brother Liu practically sprinted away. You had only just pulled out your phone and hadn't even opened the browser yet. As Brother Liu's figure faded into the distance, you stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Silence was the only response tonight. You lay back on the bed with a look of utter despair. You could already imagine the looks Cheng Feng and the others would give you tomorrow. Honey, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? The moment you got into bed, Shen Bingling immediately hugged you. You rolled over, and lay face to face with Shen Bingling. Because she was still holding you, this movement brought the two of you practically chest to chest. Your eyes met. Shen Bingling's dark eyes reflected the faint light in the darkness, twinkling like stars in the night sky. Ever since you got tangled up with this girl, your peaceful life had been completely shattered. You hadn't had a single quiet, relaxing day. You were basically stuck to her every single day. Every day of your life involved Shen Bingling's participation and interference. If you hadn't been tricked by her today, you wouldn't have been bored enough to put on a movie, which led to this whole chain of disastrous events. You felt that you should harden your heart and scold her a bit. Tell her to behave herself and keep a proper distance so she wouldn't interfere with your life so much. But looking into Shen Bingling's eyes, your mouth opened slightly, yet the words of reproach died on your lips. Suddenly, Shen Bingling leaned in closer, her forehead pressed against yours. The last tiny bit of space between you vanished. Those rosy lips, you only needed to move an inch to touch them. Honey, your forehead is a bit hot. Do you have a fever? Shen Bingling asked worriedly. Are you feeling sick? Should I go buy some medicine for you? Or get a wet towel? No, I'm just hot. Just turn the AC down a bit. After an intense internal struggle, it took almost all your strength just to say those words. As long as you're okay. If you feel unwell, you have to tell me. Shen Bingling smiled in relief. Let's go to sleep then. Good night, honey. Shen Bingling gave you a kiss, then closed her eyes. You looked at her face, as delicate as a porcelain doll. Good night. A life that's too peaceful and routine can get boring anyway. Having a girl like her around to mess things up actually didn't seem so bad. The morning sun spilled across the beach. Sun umbrellas were popped open one by one, like mushrooms sprouting from the ground. After the two of you got up and washed up, you felt it was still early, so you just lay back in bed. You scrolled through videos on your phone, and Shen Bingling leaned on your shoulder to watch with you. Honey, none of these women are as pretty as me. Why do you like looking at them so much? Shen Bingling looked furious. Every time a girl appeared on the screen, she would tap not interested. It's my freedom to watch what I want, right? You looked speechless. In just a few short minutes, most of the female influencers you usually watched had been blocked. You watched anxiously, but she insisted, no way. You already have me. Yet you're still looking at these women. Honey, this is infidelity. Shen Bingling argued righteously. If you like the clothes they wear, and the poses they make, I can do that too. I can buy and wear those clothes too. Stop looking at them from now on and just look at me. You finally couldn't take it anymore. If this kept up, your feed would turn into a monk's account. You turned off your phone. Let's go. Let's go downstairs and get some sun. Okay. Shen Bingling nodded. The two of you left the hotel and headed to where you camped yesterday. Yo, you guys are up early today. Cheng Feng saw you and greeted you with a smile. You two last night. Cheng Feng leaned in closer to you, lowering his voice. If you ask about those rumors from last night again, you sighed, smiling at Cheng Feng. I will kill you. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? I was just asking if that half watermelon last night was sweet. Seeing that the situation was turning sour, Cheng Feng hurriedly found an excuse to back off. Why is there an extra person? I didn't see him yesterday. Shen Bingling suddenly raised her hand, pointing at a guy lying on a lounge chair playing on his phone. Just call him Zhang Lei. He was at the hotel playing games all day yesterday, which is why you didn't see him. You paused for a moment when you saw Zhang Lei, muttering in your heart, I can't believe he actually left his room to come down. You guys sure have your ways, actually managing to drag Brother Lei down here, you said, a bit surprised. It was easy to stop him from staying cooped up in the hotel these few days. I bought a mini signal jammer in advance, Cheng Feng said smugly. Honestly, you guys went too far. Zhang Lei, who had been playing on his phone, suddenly spoke up. Me coming out with you guys was already generous enough, but you actually bought a jammer just to screw with me. I wouldn't have come if I knew. Now don't say that. You can play on your phone anytime, but the chances for us to hang out together are getting rarer. Brother Lu stepped in just in time to smooth things over. Zhang Lei looked up and glanced around. When his eyes swept over Shen Bingling, he frowned slightly, then looked away. Just then, Wang Shu returned from who knows where, holding a round volleyball in her hands. Seeing Wang Shu return, Cheng Feng happily went up and gave her a hug, then took the volleyball from her. Shen Bingling watched the two of them hug, her eyes filled with envy and a hint of disappointment. When will Brother Mu and I be this intimate? How can we come to the beach and not play beach volleyball? Cheng Feng spun the volleyball on one finger. Are we playing right here? Won't we bother other people? Zhang Li asked doubtfully. Don't worry, I checked beforehand. There's a specific area here, designated just for playing volleyball. Wang Shu's words dispelled everyone's concerns. The group immediately set off, and after a few minutes, they arrived at the designated area. There were already quite a few people playing, including plenty of beautiful girls in swimsuits. Now this is a real beach. Zhang Lei's eyes were glued to the sight. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration, right? Isn't this way better than your games? Cheng Feng grinned, flashing a row of neat white teeth. The group claimed an empty spot, and Cheng Feng set up a simple, portable volleyball net. Wait a minute. How are we splitting the teams? Volleyball isn't like playing cards. There can only be 2 teams. Zhang Lei pointed out the issue. Why wouldn't we be able to split up? Cheng Feng asked, confused. There are 6 of us. 3 on each team is perfect, isn't it? If we split it like that, Brother Liu and I will just be eating dog food on opposite sides of the net. Zhang Lei protested. Nothing we can do about that. This is the only way to split the teams right now. Cheng Feng shrugged. We're just playing for fun anyway. Let's just go with it. Brother Liu patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder and said, helpless, Zhang Lei agreed. In the end, Brother Lu teamed up with Cheng Feng and Wang Shu, while Zhang Lei teamed up with Yu and Shen Bingling. At first, everyone played relatively conservatively, just simply hitting the ball back and forth. It was as wholesome as playing house. Until... Can you even play? You can't even catch that. I'll install a prosthetic limb for you for free. You guys barely managed to return any of the balls. Cheng Feng's team hit over. Seeing how badly you were playing, Cheng Feng couldn't help but start trash-talking again. Hearing this, Shen Bingling gritted her teeth, mocking you right to her face. He had definitely touched her reverse scale. Babe, give me the ball. Shen Bingling waved at you. All right. You didn't hesitate and immediately passed the ball to her. The ball was bumped high into the air by Shen Bingling. Then she leaped up and swung her arm with all her might to spike it over. Her form and posture weren't exactly standard, but she made up for it with sheer brute force. The dumbbells at home weren't just for show, not to mention all the time she'd spent at the gym lately. The moment the ball made contact with Shen Bingling's hand, it actually deformed, followed by a massive bang. The volleyball shot out like a bullet. Cheng Feng reacted quickly. He realized this wasn't just an ordinary spike, and managed to put his hands up to block it just in time. After taking the full brunt of the hit, Cheng Feng's arms turned bright red. It burned like hell. Shen Bingling tilted her head up and gave the three people on the other side a thumbs up. At this point, her competitive drive had completely taken over her rational mind. This is so satisfying. I'll probably never forget this spike for the rest of my life. Cheng Feng's face twisted in pain. Looks like that hit really did some damage. Babe, are you okay? Wang Shu asked, looking a bit worried. I'm fine. It was just a normal hit, don't worry. Cheng Feng forced a smile as he replied. Wang Shu turned her head and glared coldly at Shen Bingling. The two women locked eyes. The smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. In a corner no one was paying attention to, Zhang Lei signaled to Brother Lu across the court. The other guy immediately understood. The two of them quietly slipped away from the battlefield. This was a war between two couples, and it had absolutely nothing to do with two innocent single dogs like them. Better to bow out early, so they wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Wang Shu crouched down slightly. She actually looked pretty professional. Cheng Feng's standard serve was intercepted by Yu. Then, the two of you repeated your previous tactic. You bumped the ball into the air, and Shen Bingling delivered another power-packed spike. But this time, the moment the ball was hit, it was met by Wang Shui, who was standing right at the net, ready and waiting, and she forcefully smacked it right back. Holy crap, what a reaction. Brother Lu exclaimed in shock from the sidelines. You didn't know, Brother Lu? Wang Shu was in the volleyball club back in high school. Cheng Feng mentioned it to me before. Zhang Li said, no way, she actually blocked that? You couldn't quite believe your eyes. Wang Shu seemed like a completely different person. She crouched by the net, her eyes intensely focused. Her initial relaxed demeanor was completely gone. Wang Shu seemed like a completely different person. She crouched by the net, her eyes intensely focused. Her initial relaxed demeanor was completely gone. Ah, Mugi, I forgot to tell you. Little Shu was in the volleyball club in high school. Cheng Feng smiled smugly, looking like a sleazy villain from a movie. What a lapdog. Seeing Cheng Feng's smug face, you couldn't help but roast him in your head. Shen Bingling, this is volleyball, not dodgeball. Don't aim right at people next time. You reminded Shen Bingling beside you. Okay. Shen Bingling nodded obediently. After landing that last hit, Shen Bingling had finally let out her frustration. Her moods always came and went quickly. You served, but the moment the ball crossed the net, Wang Shui violently spiked it right back. Shen Bingling, standing by the net, looked completely helpless. By the time she reacted, the ball had already slammed into the ground. The rest of the match turned into a one-sided slaughter by Wang Shui. The two of you didn't win a single point after that. Even though volleyball was just a hobby for Wang Shui, and she wasn't exactly a pro, her skills were more than enough to deal with you and Shen Bingling, two people who had barely ever touched a volleyball. It was a piece of cake for her. Finally, after failing a diving save, you completely gave up. You just lay on the ground and refused to get up. I'm done. We can't even receive a single ball. What's the point of even playing? Shen Bingling rested her hands on her knees, panting heavily. Even though she was unwilling to accept defeat, she didn't have any stamina left. Babe, you're amazing. Seeing you surrender, Cheng Feng happily hugged Wang Shu and praised her. Even though Wang Shu was also exhausted, being hugged by Cheng Feng like that instantly re-energized her. Babe, I want a reward. Buy me some ice cream? Wang Shu smiled sweetly. Shen Bingling's expression darkened even more when she saw this. Getting completely crushed was one thing, but this couple's post-match victory display was just rubbing salt in the wound. She instinctively wanted to go to you for a hug too, but when she turned her head, she saw you still lying on the sand, staring up at the sky, like a salted fish that had lost all its dreams. You didn't even glance at her. Why is Muge's attitude towards me still so ambiguous? Shen Bingling felt a bit disappointed. She knew Muge hated her possessiveness and controlling nature, so she had been restraining herself these past few days. She thought that if she acted like a normal girl, maybe Muge would actually fall for her. But over the past few days, all the kisses and hugs, all the intimate physical contact had been initiated or forced by her. You had always rejected or resisted them. Even though Shen Bingling understood the importance of patience, not seeing any positive feedback for so long, and making zero progress in their relationship, was quickly draining her patience. After the volleyball game, It was already past lunchtime. Zhang Lei and brother Lu were practically starving to death in the stands. They had to rely on eating fruit to stave off their hunger. Oh my god, you guys are finally done. Let's go eat. Hurry. Zhang Lei was so hungry, his face was pale. Brother Liu was slumped in his chair, completely drained of energy. After the group finished eating at the hotel restaurant, they took a short break. They agreed to head back to the camp in the evening to watch the sunset and prepare to head home tomorrow. Can't you just wear normal clothes? Why are you still wearing a swimsuit in the room? Inside the room, you looked at Shen Bingling in her bikini and complained. Geez, we're going home tomorrow. If I don't wear this swimsuit now, wouldn't buying it be a waste? Shen Bingling said, striking a rather seductive pose. How is it? Pretty sexy, right? As long as you like it. You shook your head helplessly. Come to think of it, I kind of don't want to leave yet. I feel like we haven't played enough. There's still so much we haven't done. Shen Bingling sighed. Really? I think 2 days is plenty. After all, besides swimming and looking at the ocean, there's really nothing else to do here. You chuckled. It's mainly because of you, though, Shen Bingling said softly. What does it have to do with me? Because these past 2 days, we've been just like a real couple, sleeping together, lying down watching movies together, going everywhere together, Shen Bingling said, a blissful smile appearing on her face. I don't think I did any of those things voluntarily, did I? Your mouth twitched, feeling a bit speechless. Hearing this, Shen Bingling's heart suddenly clenched. A mix of disappointment and sorrow quietly brewed in her heart. She had always believed that companionship lasted longer than love, and she had acted on that belief. To her, companionship was far more precious than any kind of gift or sweet-talking promises. That was why she stuck to you like glue every single day. It wasn't just because she needed it, but also because she hoped to move you this way. But now, her love. You didn't need her companionship at all. The only one who truly needed it was herself. Knock, knock, knock. The room door suddenly rang out. Mugi! Come out. Let's go watch the sunset. Cheng Feng's loud, boisterous voice drifted in. All right, we're coming right now. You locked your suitcase and turned to look at Shen Bingling. Hurry up and change. Stop wearing that swimsuit. Okay. Shen Bingling nodded, her face calm. The six of them sat together, enjoying the evening sea breeze, watching the orange sun slowly dip below the horizon in the distance. How can you come to the beach and not watch the sunset at least once? It's so beautiful. Cheng Feng sighed in awe, leaning on Wang Shua's shoulder. You were also immersed in the sunset view. Shen Bingling wasn't looking at the sunset over the ocean. She turned her head to look at you, looking at your face bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. Mugi, do you like me? Her voice was very soft, so quiet that only you could hear it. What did you say? You were so focused on the scenery that you didn't immediately process what Shen Bingling had asked. Plus, Shen Bingling hadn't called you babe this time, which actually made you feel a bit unaccustomed. I asked, do you like me? She said it seriously, enunciating every word. If it were before, you would have answered without hesitation. Classmate Shen Bingling, we're just normal friends. I only like you as a friend. But now, you hesitated. Hearts are made of flesh, after all. Being worn down by Shen Bingling day after day, you had inevitably developed some feelings for this girl. But you still firmly believed that you and Shen Bingling were destined to be from two different worlds. Shen Bingling came from a wealthy family. Her parents worked abroad, and she was an excellent student with good character. Even though your family was also relatively well off, compared to Shen Bingling's family, it was like comparing a shack to a mansion. Even setting family background aside, looking at the gap between the two of you, you didn't think you could handle someone like Shen Bingling. Not to mention anything else. Just her possessiveness and her tendency to go crazy from time to time meant that being together in the future would definitely be full of hardships. The words caught in your throat. Your brain felt like a ball of yarn that a cat had completely tangled up. What did you say? Shen Bingling leaned in closer, staring straight into your eyes. I think we're friends. Really good friends. I think we're friends. Really good friends. After an intense internal struggle, you made your choice. Just friends? Shen Bingling couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. She asked again in disbelief. Right, we're just friends. You steeled your heart, gritted your teeth, and repeated it. The questioning and insults you expected never came. Shen Bingling didn't say anything. Yeah, I understand. Her face became calm, as if she had reverted back to her high school self, giving off that strangers keep away vibe. The disappointment in her eyes also faded away. Seeing this, you breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Shen Bingling, we're not right for each other. Even if I agreed, we wouldn't make it to the end. Shen Bingling didn't speak. She didn't look at you anymore, but turned her head to watch the sunset instead. As the last bit of light was swallowed by the horizon, the day came to an end. Let's go, let's go. Let's all head back, pack our bags, and get some sleep. We're going home tomorrow. Cheng Feng stood up and stretched. The group packed up the beach umbrellas and folding chairs and headed back to the hotel to sleep. That night, you lay on your side in bed, your back facing Shen Bingling. Shen Bingling still hugged you to sleep tonight, holding you even tighter than before, but you didn't mind. Anyway, your future paths in life were destined to never cross again. Let her do whatever she wants for now. Thinking this, you closed your eyes, and your breathing gradually steadied. In the darkness, Shen Bingling slowly sat up. She leaned over your sleeping body, carefully studying the sleeping boy. She reached out and stroked your cheek, then trailed her hand all the way down your face, finally stopping at your stomach. Mugi, I love you. Why don't you understand? Why won't you accept me? Am I not good enough to you? Shen Bingling's body trembled, her eyes once again revealing a crazed possessiveness. Babe, you forced me to do this. Don't worry, babe. We will make it to the end. We'll be together forever. Even in death, we'll be in the same coffin. Shen Bingling leaned down and kissed your lips. She didn't stop for about 10 seconds. Good night, babe. We're going home tomorrow. Shen Bingling lay back down, hugged you, and fell asleep. At the airport, you and Shen Bingling dragged your suitcases, getting ready to board. Let me pay you back for the ticket. You really don't need to spend so much money on me. You had already rejected Shen Bingling yesterday, and you weren't thick-skinned enough to keep letting her spend so much money on you. It's fine. It's just pocket change. Just consider it a thank you gift for keeping me company. Shen Bingling said with a smile. Pocket change? Damn rich girl. You muttered in your heart. The two of you arrived at the airport in the afternoon. Between waiting and the flight time, it was already night by the time you got home. After getting home, you had just finished showering and walked out of the bathroom. When the doorbell rang, you opened the door to find Shen Bingling looking for you. Did you need something? You asked. I ordered some food. I wanted to see if you'd come up and eat with me. Shen Bingling invited you. I'll pass. I don't eat late-night snacks anymore. You still maintained a cautious attitude, not daring to step half a foot into her territory. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Shen Bingling smiled calmly. She looked completely emotionally stable. You were right. We really aren't from the same world. I just figured it out. Let's just be friends from now on. Really? You looked at Shen Bingling with some doubt. Really? I'm moving out tomorrow. Consider this our last night, which is why I came to ask you to grab a bite. You're moving out tomorrow? But you just moved in a few days ago. You said, a bit surprised. It's fine. Moving is just pocket change to me. Shen Bingling nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders. So do me the honor? Shen Bingling pleaded once more. Since you put it that way. All right then. Even though you felt a bit uneasy, and it still felt a bit sketchy, since she had already gone this far, going up to eat a little something shouldn't be a big deal, right? It was just one floor up, anyway. There shouldn't be any risk. You went up a floor and arrived at Shen Bingling's door. You pushed the door open and walked in. Shen Bingling followed behind and closed the door. On the dining table, there were already steaming hot skewers, cold dishes, grilled oysters, and a cup of your favorite coconut mango milk tea. Come, sit down, eat up. Shen Bingling greeted you warmly, sticking a straw into the milk tea and handing it to you. You sat down somewhat nervously. You didn't immediately grab a skewer and start chowing down, but instead observed Shen Bingling's reaction. Shen Bingling, however, seemed perfectly natural. As soon as she sat down, she picked up a lamb skewer and started eating. Eat up. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Seeing Shen Bingling eating so happily, you finally started to relax. The meat skewers were grilled to perfection. The outside was crispy, and with one bite, the juices exploded in your mouth. It was so satisfying it almost made you want to cry. Shen Bingling watched you scarfing down the food, smiling exceptionally brightly. Eat more oysters. They're really good for you. Soon, the skewers on the table were completely wiped out. You wiped your mouth in satisfaction. You must be thirsty. Have some milk tea. Coconut mango, your favorite. Shen Bingling handed the milk tea to you. Looking at the milk tea in her hand, you hesitated a bit, delaying, reaching out to take it. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Shen Bingling smiled. No, nothing. You shook your head and took the milk tea. Up until now, Shen Bingling had never drugged you before. The skewers you just ate were fine too. I'm probably just being too sensitive. You try to convince yourself. Having successfully persuaded yourself, you put your lips around the straw. The ice-cold sweetness of the mango mixed with the coconut milk slid into your mouth, washing away the lingering spiciness of the barbecue. You drank half the cup in one breath. Shen Bingling watched you the whole time with a smile. Is it good? Yeah, it's good. You gave her a thumbs up. Muji, can I ask you a question? Shen Bingling propped her head up with one hand, twirling her hair with a slender finger. What question? You asked curiously. Do you think when keeping a pet, you should keep it locked up at home all the time, or let it roam free and give it some freedom? What kind of random question is this? Is the young miss planning to get a pet to fill her lonely life? You thought to yourself, that depends on what kind of pet you're keeping. Things like hamsters are usually kept at home all the time. But if it's a dog, you have to take it out for walks and stuff. Is that so? Shen Bingling smiled. I prefer keeping them locked up at home. A pet is my property. I don't like my little pet running around outside. If something happened to it, or if someone else took it away, I'd be very angry. Is that so? Shen Bingling smiled. I prefer keeping them locked up at home. A pet is my property. I don't like my little pet running around outside. If something happened to it, or if someone else took it away, I'd be very angry. Fits her character perfectly. You felt the atmosphere was a bit off. An oppressive feeling began to spread, giving you a sense of déjà vu. That's a nice thought. I'm gonna head back and get some sleep. Good night. You forced a smile, then stood up, ready to leave. Just as you stood up and walked to the door, you suddenly felt lightheaded. The world started spinning around you. What the hell is going on? You leaned one hand against the wall and held your head with the other. I didn't even drink any alcohol. Just then, Shen Bingling walked over with a smile and supported you. Babe, what's wrong? Are you getting sleepy? Your vision gradually blurred, and your eyelids felt as heavy as lead. After holding on for a moment, you swayed and collapsed into Shen Bingling's arms. Right before you closed your eyes, you saw Shen Bingling's undisguised, sickly, and crazed look in her eyes. At this moment, Shen Bingling's face was flushed red, panting heavily. She looked down at you, collapsed in her arms, her heart pounding violently. She did it. She actually did it. You were in her hands now, completely powerless to resist. You couldn't escape. She dragged you into the bedroom and laid you on the bed, tying your hands to the bedposts on either side. Right now, you were like fish on a chopping block, ready for Shen Bingling to devour whenever she pleased. She could do whatever she wanted to you. After finishing all this, Shen Bingling let out a long sigh of relief. She had never felt so relaxed and happy in her life. The gloom in her heart was completely swept away. Good night, darling. Fuck, why does my head hurt so much? You groggily open your eyes, and the first thing you see is Shen Bingling, fast asleep right on top of you. What the hell is going on? You instantly snap awake. You panic and try to sit up, but you're violently yanked right back down. A burning pain flares around your wrists. What's happening? You look at your hands in horror, tugging hard at your wrists, but your hands can only move within a tight, fixed radius. Shit, why can't I move my legs either? You only realize this as you struggle. You are completely locked down to the bed, with only a tiny bit of wiggle room for your hands. You lie there in despair, thinking back to what happened last night, and that look in Shen Bingling's eyes. The milk tea. That milk tea was spiked. Your instincts were right. But it's way too late to realize that now. Shen Bingling was right. You really are too gullible. Just then, the commotion wakes Shen Bingling up. She slowly lifts her little head, looking at you with sleepy eyes. Good morning, darling. Shen Bingling smiles sweetly. She slept more peacefully than ever before. Even though back at the hotel, she used to hold you in her sleep, just like this. But this time, you can't escape. You're going to be with her forever. This is all you're doing, isn't it? You sneer, jerking your wrists. Metal chains clink and rattle against the corners of the bed. Yeah. Do you like it? Shen Bingling presses her face against your chest, soaking in your warmth. Scold me all you want. Hate me if you must. I don't care. As long as you're by my side, that's enough for me. The thrashing and cursing Shen Bingling expected never happens. You just let out a soft sigh and say absolutely nothing. To you, cursing Shen Bingling right now or begging him is completely pointless. No matter what you say, he won't let you go anyway. Saying too many harsh things will only provoke him. When are you going to let me go? You can't keep me locked up here forever, right? We both still have to go to college. You ask. Don't worry. I'll let you go, but not right now. I went through so much trouble to catch you, so let me enjoy this for a few more days. Your face looks a bit grim. It seems you won't be leaving anytime soon. These next few days are probably going to be pure torture. Shen Bingling plants a hickey on your neck, then gets out of bed with a satisfied look and leaves the room. A moment later, he returns carrying a wash basin, holding a toothbrush with toothpaste already squeezed onto it, along with a cup of water. Come here, darling. Open your mouth. Let's brush your teeth. You reluctantly open your mouth. Shen Bingling takes his time, carefully and thoroughly brushing your teeth. After brushing, you rinse your mouth and spit the water into the basin. Shen Bingling brings a wet towel to wipe your face. And just like that, washing up is done. This is just too humiliating. You can't accept being treated like this, being taken care of like you're some kind of invalid, completely losing control over your own body. You're so well-behaved, darling. What do you want for breakfast? I'll order it right now. Shen Bingling pets your head affectionately. Rice noodle rolls, I guess. And a serving of shumai. You order your food in a daze, looking completely defeated. Since this is already happening and there's no changing it, and things have already come to this point, you might as well eat first. You can only figure out a plan on a full stomach. You'll need the energy to fight back against Shen Bingling. Under the current circumstances, the chances of escape are exactly zero. Your limbs are all bound, and Shen Bingling is constantly watching you from the sideline. But haven't you heard that heaven always leaves a way out? Earlier, when you were struggling to get out of bed, you feel your pocket. There's a hard, square lump. It's your phone. Shen Bingling forgot to take your phone. Even though your hands are cuffed, sending a quick message shouldn't be a problem. If you could just seize the window when Shen Bingling is away, to wiggle your phone out, and call the cops or Uncle Chen, you'll be saved. Look, both my hands are cuffed. I can't run away anyway. Why don't you untie the ropes on my legs? If they stay tied up like this, it'll cut off my circulation. You plead pitifully with Shen Bingling. Shen Bingling thinks for a moment, and agrees to your little request. After all, keeping them tied is indeed bad for your legs. As your legs finally regain their long-lost mobility, your plan is already half a success. Shen Bingling lies back down beside you, wrapping her arms around you. A few minutes later, her phone rings. Okay, delivery. Please open the door. The doorbell outside rings as well. Darling, I'm going to grab our food. Wait here for a second. Shen Bingling gets out of bed to fetch the delivery. You immediately realize this is your chance. If you can just get the delivery guy's attention, you can be saved. You hear the front door open. Instantly, you scream at the top of your lungs, "Help!" The shout pierces through the walls, going straight into the ears of the delivery guy and Shen Bingling. Hearing your cry for help, Shen Bingling tenses up, an imperceptible flash of viciousness crossing her eyes. Hearing your cry for help, Shen Bingling tenses up, an imperceptible flash of viciousness crossing her eyes. Miss, did that sound come from inside your apartment? The delivery guy asks hesitantly. That's my boyfriend inside. We just got into a fight. When Shen Bingling says this, she doesn't even blink, sounding as casual as if she were just stating a fact. The delivery guy nods. Just then, your voice rings out again. Hey delivery guy, help me. I'm locked up in here. I'm being held hostage. Your voice is piercing, like the desperate squeals of a slaughtered pig. The delivery guy's expression shifts slightly. Is the guy inside really your boyfriend? He really is. He's just throwing a tantrum and talking nonsense right now. Shen Bingling's expression remains unchanged, but his tightly clenched fists say it all. Look, the bedroom door is wide open. If I were really locking him up, wouldn't the door be shut tight? The guy peeks inside. The door to the room where the voice is coming from is indeed open. Is that so? The delivery guy frowns, still somewhat suspicious. Right then, a notification chimes from his phone. New delivery task assigned. Please process promptly. Thanks for dropping this off. You still have other orders to deliver, right? You better get going. I'll leave you a 5-star review and a good tip later. Don't waste any more time here. Shen Bingling quickly interjects, giving the guy no time to worry about you inside. All right, thank you then. Although he doesn't think those miserable screams are just an act. Finishing his deliveries is the priority right now. He simply doesn't have the time to get involved. After sending off the delivery guy, Shen Bingling lets out a long sigh of relief. He shuts and deadbolts the front door, then walks toward the bedroom with a dark expression. Help. Somebody help me. You've already shouted yourself hoarse. Your voice has become raspy, and your throat is completely dry and aching. Darling, you're not being a good boy at all. Do you really want to escape from here that badly? Do you want to leave me? Shen Bingling's voice is bone-chillingly cold, devoid of any emotion. He places the rice noodle rolls on the nightstand, pulls up a chair, and sits down right next to you. It's over. Delivery guy, you're really just gonna leave me to die. Your heart jumps into your throat. You stare nervously at Shen Bingling, your body trembling slightly. Eat something first. I don't want you going hungry. To your surprise, Shen Bingling doesn't say anything else. She opens the rice noodle roll container and pours on the sauce, then picks up a piece and brings it to your lips. You don't have to feed me. I can eat by myself. You're clearly reluctant to let Shen Bingling feed you. Would you rather I feed you with my mouth? Shen Bingling asks in a low voice. With her mouth? Your brain instantly starts picturing it. Halfway through the thought, you nearly gag. I'll eat. I'll eat. You hurriedly open your mouth and take the bite. Only then do Shen Bingling's furrowed brows relax. She feeds you little by little, like you're some kind of pet. After she's finished feeding you, she finally starts eating herself. This humiliating, torturous breakfast drags on for about 30 minutes. Endure it. You just have to hold out until Shen Bingling takes a shower tonight. Then you'll have plenty of time to get your phone out and call for help. Just as you're thinking that, Shen Bingling comes back after throwing away the trash. She climbs straight onto the bed and pins you beneath her. What are you doing? If you're going to lie down, then just lie down properly. What the hell is she planning? A terrible feeling rises in your chest. Shen Bingling looks down at you from above, like a predator staring at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Obviously, I'm going to punish you. A smile curls across Shen Bingling's lips. Her soft, pale hand slowly trails across your stomach. I've been so good to you. We're already close enough to sleep in the same bed, yet you're still desperately trying to get away from me. Don't you think you deserve to be punished? Punished? You immediately panic. How are you going to punish me? Don't worry. I won't punish you too harshly for your first mistake. Just relax, Shen Bingling says, trying to soothe you. It was your mouth that made the mistake, so that's where you'll be punished. As soon as the words leave his lips, Shen Bingling leans down and captures your lips. Your first instinct is to push him away, but your hands are still bound by the chains. You can only lie there and let Shen Bingling have his way with you. You feel his hands wandering all over your body. The suffocating position deprives you of oxygen until your mind goes completely blank. About half an hour passes. Shen Bingling finally pulls back, wiping his mouth as if he still hasn't had enough. That's enough punishment for now. We'll continue tonight. Your eyes are completely vacant as you lie on the bed. Like a broken toy, the area around your lips slick and wet. No. Please, I'm begging you. Don't kiss me anymore. You plead weakly. Shen Bingling chuckles behind his hand, completely ignoring your pleas. He gets out of bed and brings in a small foldable table, setting it on the bed. Then, he places the laptop he bought on the table. Darling, if you're bored, play some games. I want to sleep a little longer, Shen Bingling says, leaning against you and closing his eyes. As long as he stays by your side, he feels perfectly relaxed and happy. All those lonely late nights spent sleeping alone in the past, he's going to make up for every single one of them. You numbly open the laptop. It's surprisingly fully loaded with games. Since Shen Bingling didn't know what you like to play, he just downloaded every popular game out there. Of course, they are strictly limited to single-player games. There isn't a single online game installed. However, you happen to spot a game you love. Monster Hunter. Since you're bored out of your mind anyway, you just start a new save file and begin playing. Even though Shen Bingling has fallen asleep, you don't plan on trying to reach for your phone to call for help right now. If you end up making too much noise, if Shen Bingling wakes up, you'll completely lose any chance of escaping. So you just keep playing games, while Shen Bingling sleeps beside you. This goes on until evening. By the time your computer runs out of battery, Shen Bingling still hasn't woken up. By now, you're so hungry you're about to collapse. After breakfast, you skip both lunch and dinner, and you've been starving ever since. Is this girl part koala or something? Does she even sleep at night? You start rocking your body, trying to shake her awake. Wake up, Shen Bingling. Hurry up and order some food. I'm starving to death. Hearing that, Shen Bingling jolts awake. I'm sorry, darling. I overslept. You must be starving. I'll order you something right now. Shen Bingling hurriedly pulls out her phone and opens a food delivery app, her face full of guilt and concern. You were about to complain a little more, but seeing how upset and guilty Shen Bingling looks, you decide not to say anything. The priority delivery arrives in no time. With Shen Bingling feeding you, You finally come back to life. After you've eaten and had your fill, Shen Bingling cleans up the food containers and leaves the room to take a shower. The sound of running water drifts in through the door. You know your chance has finally come. You bend your body into a semicircle, slowly drawing your legs toward yourself. The pocket holding your phone gets closer and closer to your bound hands. Almost. Just a little more. If you can just reach it. Just as the phone is about to come within reach, it slips out of your pocket and falls to the floor. Are you fucking kidding me? Even a cartoon wouldn't screw someone over this badly. You're so frustrated you could cry. Luckily, Shen Bingling is still in the shower. You still have time. You lower your legs off the bed, enduring the searing pain as your muscles stretch, contorting into a bizarre posture. You manage to grip the phone with your toes. Got it. You're overjoyed. Can I finally escape this place? You unlock your phone, but just as you open the dialer, about to call Uncle Chin, a slender hand suddenly reaches out from behind you and snatches the phone away. Darling, what are you doing? Your breath catches in your throat. Your whole body turns to stone, leaving only the frantic pounding of your heart. When did she finish her shower? Why didn't the door make a sound when she opened it? It's over. It's all over. Darling, it's so late. Who are you trying to call? Shen Bingling wears a chilling half smile. She turns off the phone's screen and tosses it aside, then climbs onto the bed. You try to explain, but your mind is a complete mess. You have no idea what to say. She pins you down beneath her, wrapping her arms tightly around your neck. Mumph. The muffled sound you try to make is instantly smothered against Shen Bingling's chest. A milky scent mixed with the fragrance of her unique body wash invades your nostrils. Your already chaotic brain completely shuts down. Am I still not good enough? Or am I not pretty enough? Or do I just not love you enough? Shen Bingling presses her lips close to your ear, enunciating every single word. Why are you always trying to leave me, staying by my side? Are you really that unwilling? Her chilling voice drifts into your ears. You can feel her hot breath ghosting against your skin, sending a shiver down your spine as your hair stands on end. You feel like you've been plunged into an icy abyss. Let me go. Your weak, despairing voice drifts out from beneath her. Let you go? Hearing this, Shen Bingling found it both infuriating and amusing. And who's going to spare me? My first kiss. I gave you all my deepest, truest feelings, yet you're still thinking about leaving me. Shouldn't you be blaming yourself for that? Shen Bingling straightened up, finally giving you a chance to gasp for fresh air. But my dear, I have a way to make sure you can never leave me, to make sure you can never escape me for the rest of your life. Shen Bingling smiled seductively, her gaze growing hazy with desire. Let's continue. It had only been a short 2 days, yet you felt like your body had been completely drained. Every breath you took brought a dull ache to your lower back. Darling, I really truly love you. Darling, I really truly love you. Shen Bingling suddenly took your earlobe into her mouth, before tracing her tongue along your cheek. A tingling, electric sensation instantly shot through your entire body. You shook your head, trying to resist her advances, but Shen Bingling simply cupped your face with both hands, forcibly holding your head in place. You're being such a good boy tonight, aren't you, darling? No struggling, no crying for help. Are you finally starting to enjoy it too? You say that as if struggling and crying for help would actually make you let me go. It'd just be a waste of breath. You let out a cold scoff, your face filled with defiance and humiliation. Aw, don't say that. At the very least, when you beg and struggle, it really spices things up for us. But I don't mind you being quiet either. I also really love it when you're obedient. Yesterday, your futile struggles and cries for help had completely ignited Shen Bingling's desire to conquer you. It drove her a little crazy, and she didn't stop until your voice went completely hoarse. Hearing her say that, a wave of pure despair washed over your heart. When you're so weak that you're entirely at someone else's mercy, even your cries and struggles are just seen as part of their sick little game. If you keep forcing yourself on me like this, aren't you afraid I'll just pull up my pants and run away? You asked. Nope, because I know my darling is gentle and takes responsibility. At least, that's what I believe. Your teachers and classmates back in school thought the same thing. Shen Bingling smiles sweetly at you and can't resist kissing you again. That's just the kind of person you are. Besides, I recorded the whole thing. If you ever dump me after getting what you wanted and fall for another woman, I'll send her this video. The moment you hear that she recorded it, your expression instantly crumbles. You really came prepared, huh? Just thinking about such a dark, painful memory being preserved forever in crystal clear HD makes you feel even worse. Over the next few days, your life becomes pure torture. You keep eating the expensive supplements that Shen Bingling brings back for you, and every night, Shen Bingling puts you through the same routine. You said you'd only keep me here for 2 more days. It's almost been 5. Are you ever going to let me go? At this point, you finally break down. Every time you bring it up, Shen Bingling either pretends to be asleep or comes up with some excuse to stall. These past few days, you barely even feel human anymore. You feel like some animal being kept in captivity. Shen Bingling has just finished up and is about to take a shower. When she sees your reaction, she starts to panic too. Darling, either let me go right now, or I'll feelin', or I'll smash my head against the wall and die right here. You grit your teeth and make the threat, and this time, you look completely serious. No, I'm sorry, darling. I was wrong. I'll let you go right now. Shen Bingling hurriedly takes a key out of the drawer and unlocks your restraints. You move your arms freely for the first time in ages, and it almost doesn't feel real. You're finally free. Just then, Shen Bingling suddenly hugs you again. You panic, thinking she's changed her mind, and immediately start struggling. Shen Bingling, don't pull this crap. You already let me go, so why are you still holding me? Darling, I'm sorry. I just wanted to keep you with me a little longer. I really didn't mean to hurt you. Shen Bingling isn't hugging you to stop you from leaving. She just wants to apologize. And what's the point of an apology after the fact? Anyway, you still locked me up for 2 whole days. Even though you thought that. Seeing Shen Bingling looking like that, you couldn't bring yourself to say it. Alright. You're making me look like the bad guy here. You're the one who locked me up, remember? You felt like such a pathetic pushover. Even after being forced and treated like that by Shen Bingling, you still couldn't bring yourself to curse her out. After Shen Bingling finally let go of you, you grabbed your phone and headed back to your long-lost home. Even though it was only 1 floor away, not even 10 meters, the distance between you and this home felt like an entire galaxy. But thankfully, you were finally back. The keyboard and computer in your room were covered in a thin layer of dust, as if to remind you just how long you've been away. You turned on your phone. Most of the messages were game invites from Cheng Kong, Zhang Lei, and the rest of the guys. But Shen Bingling had replied to every single one for you, saying you were busy or had things to do. Every female contact on your list, except for your mom, had been deleted by that woman. Not that it was a surprise, though. Honestly, it would have been more surprising if she hadn't deleted them. You finally took a long overdue shower at home and hopped online to game with Cheng Kong and the guys. Damn, old man. How'd you suddenly get free time today? I thought you went off to become an astronaut or something these past few days. All you told us was busy, can't make it. Cheng Kong's slacker, slightly cheeky voice rang through the headset. Yeah, man. Trying to rank up without you lately. We really lost our star player. Zhang Lei chimed in, echoing him. What were you supposed to say? Could you really tell them that you were locked in a dark room by a woman, forced to accept her twisted love, and kept prisoner for 4 or 5 days before she finally let you out? Who the hell would even believe that? And even if those two did believe you, they'd probably just get incredibly jealous and ask, why doesn't that happen to me? But without experiencing this kind of absolute despair, no one could ever truly understand how it feels. It's a classic case of liking the fantasy but fearing the reality. They talk a big game about being jealous, but when they actually have to face it themselves, they're suddenly not so thrilled. I've just been busy with some stuff lately. Now that I'm done, here I am, ready to rank up. That was the only flimsy excuse you could come up with. After playing a few rounds, the 3 of them logged off. You took off your headset, ready to finally reunite with your long-lost bed. Right at that moment, the doorbell rang. It only took you 1/10 of a second to guess who was standing outside. Just as you were hesitating about whether to open it, your phone buzzed. A message popped up. It was Shen Bingling. Darling, open the door. I'm right outside. She just let you go. So why is she already at your door again? What the hell does this woman want? Is she trying to kidnap you again? Your heart pounded like a drum. That suffocating feeling of being held captive. You never wanted to experience it a second time. Should you open it? After the relentless torment of the past few days, your body was completely drained. If you opened the door, and she really wanted to drag you back, you definitely wouldn't have the strength to fight back. But if you didn't open it, unless you planned on never leaving the house again, she'd catch you eventually anyway. After an intense internal struggle, you finally went to the door. Since she already let you go, there'd be no point going out of her way to take you back. Besides, what's done is done. There was no denying your relationship with Shen Bingling anymore. Coming. You swallowed your bitterness and anxiously opened the door. What were you doing just now, darling? Why did it take you so long to open the door? The door had barely cracked open when a slender arm instantly slipped through the gap and grabbed your hand. You frantically shook your arm in a panic, trying to shake off her grip, but Shen Bingling's hand was like it was superglued to your skin. It didn't budge an inch. You frantically shook your arm in a panic, trying to shake off her grip, but Shen Bingling's hand, it was like it was superglued on, not budging an inch. What the hell do you want? You just let me go less than a day ago, and now you want to drag me back? I swear, if you keep this up, I'm gonna jump. You yelled, completely breaking down, like a kid who had completely lost it. You were genuinely terrified. Seeing such a drastic reaction from you, she couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you so scared of me? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Then what are you doing here? Hearing that, you finally breathed a small sigh of relief. I came over to sleep with you. Shen Bingling said it without an ounce of shame. Isn't that exactly what eating me means? You were so frantic you were on the verge of tears. Lady, please. Even a rented mule doesn't get work this hard. My body really can't handle doing this every single day. Relax. It's just sleeping, nothing else, Shen Bingling said as she stepped inside, casually shutting the front door behind her. Really? You stared at Shen Bingling suspiciously, gazing at that flawless, gorgeous face. Don't you have your own bed? Why did you come all the way over here just to sleep? Heh, we're going to be husband and wife soon anyway, so of course we should sleep together, Shen Bingling said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What husband and wife? 1. We haven't even registered for a marriage license. 2. We don't even have a witness for a wedding. How the hell are we suddenly a married couple? You frantically took 2 steps back, but she pressed forward, matching you step for step. You couldn't accept this at all. The prime years of your youth had barely just begun, and now you were already tied down to a future wife? But we've already done what a husband and wife do. Shen Bingling gently wrapped her arms around your waist. What? Are you planning to just use me and throw me away? Or did you already forget what happened between us? Do you need me to jog your memory? Shen Bingling's voice was soft, brushing against your ear like a warm breeze. And no. It's just that I can't really accept this yet. You are completely out of options. In your mind, if you do, something like that with a girl, you should be responsible for her for the rest of your life. But this time, you're the one who was forced into it. You didn't do it willingly. So do you really still have to take responsibility for Shen Bingling? What's so hard to accept? When we were doing it, you looked pretty comfortable. Like you were enjoying yourself. Shen Bingling gives you a seductive smile. Your face turns slightly red, and you glare at Shen Bingling through gritted teeth. That's just a normal physical reaction. Your body's already being this honest, so stop pretending you didn't enjoy it. Shen Bingling chuckles, her slender finger tracing circles across your chest. In the end, you still can't win against Shen Bingling, so you have no choice but to let her into your room. The moment she steps inside, Shen Bingling dives straight onto your bed and buries her face in your pillow and blankets, taking deep breaths. I'm surrounded by Darling's scent. This feels so blissful. You watch her rolling around on your bed like some lovesick pervert and can't help feeling uneasy. Is this woman really just planning to sleep tonight? Darling, you put this penguin plush on your nightstand. Shen Bingling's attention is drawn to the plush sitting beside your bed. It's the same penguin plush. The two of you won during your date at the mall. You even keep it by your bed while you sleep. Looks like you don't hate me as much as you pretend, darling. Shen Bingling hugs the plush to her chest, her eyes curving happily into crescents. I was going to leave it on my desk, but it got in the way of my mouse when I played games, so I just put it there. You suddenly feel a little embarrassed and turn your head away so you don't have to look at her. Darling, you're always saying one thing and meaning another. You're really not honest with yourself. Shen Bingling gives you a sly little smile. If you're here to sleep, then just sleep. Stop saying all this nonsense. You reply irritably. You turn off the lights and climb onto the bed. Shen Bingling immediately wrapped her arms around you. Hey, didn't we agree to just sleep normally? Keep your hands to yourself. You try to pry off the limbs she had wrapped tightly around you, though they wouldn't budge. What are you so afraid of? Isn't this how we used to sleep before? It's not like I'm going to do that to you. Shen Bingling's delicate hands slipped under your shirt, pressing warmly against your chest. Or, darling, if you do want it, I'd be more than happy to satisfy you. Stop talking. Just go to sleep. Unable to handle her teasing, you buried your face straight into the pillow, shutting out the rest of the world. You're so cute, darling. Seeing how flustered you were, Shen Bingling decided not to tease you any further. Good night, Shen Bingling whispered softly. With your head buried in the pillow, completely motionless, like a dead man, you mumbled back, good night. The next morning, the two of you got out of bed, washed up, and sat at the dining table for breakfast. Darling, this pan-fried chicken breast you made is so delicious. I want to eat this every single day. Shen Bingling chewed her food happily, a blissful smile beaming across her face. Is it really that good? Hard to believe a rich girl like you would be so easily satisfied. You played it cool on the outside, but deep down, you couldn't help feeling a little thrill of joy. That's just how anyone who cooks feels. Seeing the food you made with your own hands bring out smiles and constant praise from the one eating it is an incredibly rewarding feeling. Seriously. It's even better than the food at Michelin-starred restaurants. Shen Bingling didn't hold back her compliments at all. Just as it was starting to go to your head, you immediately snapped yourself back to reality. This is the woman who ruined your innocence, the one who subjected you to 5 straight days of inhumane torture. How could you let a few sweet words make you completely forget everything she did to you? Oh, right. Have you submitted your college applications yet? Are you heading to the capital or are you planning to go abroad? You decided to change the subject, using the opportunity to subtly find out where Shen Bingling was going to school. As long as she goes to an out-of-town college, once the semester starts, she'll be miles away, and you'll finally be able to shake her off. Hearing this, Shen Bingling's eyes playfully flicked around. She flashed a cheeky smile. Take a guess. Jingcheng University? With your grades and abilities, getting in there would be a breeze. No. Guess again. Are you studying abroad? You check all the boxes for it, and you could reunite with your parents, right? Nope. I finally got to be with my darling. I'm not about to let us be separated. Then where exactly are you going? Panic was starting to set in. You already had a pretty good idea of what the answer was, but you didn't dare say it out loud. You knew exactly what she was going to say. You just refused to believe it. Is it Guanghai University? You practically squeezed the words through gritted teeth. Bingo. It's Guanghai University. Do you want a kiss as your prize for guessing right? Is it Guanghai University? You practically squeeze the words through gritted teeth. It's Guanghai University. Do you want a kiss as your prize for guessing right? Because you had braced yourself for it. You didn't freak out too much. This answer was somewhat unexpected, yet entirely within reason. After a moment of silence, you spoke. You scored way higher than me. You'd have a much brighter future going to Jingcheng or studying abroad. There's no need to follow me all the way to Guanghai. You completely meant what you said. You honestly just felt that it would be a huge waste for Shen Bingling to throw it all away to follow you to Guanghai. Shen Bingling rested her chin in her hand, casually poking at her plate with her chopsticks, picking at the broccoli she hated eating. If that brighter future doesn't have you in it, then what kind of future is that? Are you done eating? If you're done, let's hit the gym. Haven't been in a while. You stood up and started clearing the plates, choosing to completely dodge the subject. You brewed yourself a long overdue cup of black coffee, tilted your head back, and downed it in one gulp. Darling, I want some too. Seeing you drink it, Shen Bingling wants to try it as well. I thought you liked sweet things. This is really bitter. If you can't handle it, don't waste it. You wave your hand dismissively. I've had coffee before. I especially like coconut lattes. That's not the same as pure black coffee. The corner of your mouth twitches, but Shen Bingling keeps pestering you, so you eventually make her a cup. Shen Bingling copies you, tilting her head back to gulp it down. But the moment the coffee hits her tongue, her expression instantly collapses. This tastes nothing like the coffee I drink. How can it be this bitter? Shen Bingling grimaces in agony. You look like you saw this coming. You take the coffee from her, grab a carton of milk from the fridge and pour some in, then add a little sugar. Here, drink this. You hand the improved coffee back to Shen Bingling. Shen Bingling still looks a little miserable, but now she can drink it without any trouble. After finishing the coffee, the two of you leave home and head to the gym. Miss Moneybags, you're rich. Can't you just call a cab? Why do you have to sit on the back of my bike and torture me? You pedal along, panting heavily. Normally, carrying Shen Bingling would still be a little tiring, but you wouldn't be this exhausted. After being kept by Shen Bingling for several days, though, things are completely different. At this point, you seriously need some kidney tonic. Darling, you're this weak. Looks like I still haven't bought you enough supplements. Shen Bingling hugs your waist and speaks with genuine concern. You really don't know why I'm like this, you complain. Shen Bingling gives you an apologetic smile. When you arrive at the gym, those annoying guys from before have already been banned from the place. The first person you see is Mo Lin, lifting dumbbells. Mo Lin notices you and waves to say hello. You see her, but choose to ignore her. After all, Shen Bingling is still glued to your side. For the rest of the time, the two of you settle into a regular, stable routine. After that, you sleep together every night. And every few days or so, you wake up the next morning feeling completely drained. Shen Bingling has to load you up with supplements, and then you head to the gym to work out. Sometimes, Shen Bingling drags you out on dates or shopping trips. This peaceful yet backbreaking lifestyle continues all the way until the end of summer vacation, just before it's time to report to university. Darling, come on. Let's go pick out an apartment. I really don't think we need to rent a place off campus. I wanted to live in the dorms, game with my roommates, and hang out with them. You look completely unwilling, but Shen Bingling drags you along anyway. Wanting to hang out with your roommates is one reason. More importantly, if you actually live with Shen Bingling every single day, will your poor kidneys even survive? After spending the entire summer together, you've already started accepting Shen Bingling, but the memories of being held captive still haunt you like a ghost. Deep down, you're still afraid of her. What are you worried about? I'm not making you pay the rent, and you won't have to squeeze into a dorm with roommates. Plus, it'll be much more convenient whenever we want some alone time. No need for that. I'll split the rent and utilities with you. I have money too. Not that it even comes close to yours. You still have your own pride and principles. Just because a rich girl forced her love on you doesn't mean you're going to shamelessly live off her money. Hey. You're cute when you're trying to act tough. Shen Bingling covers her mouth and giggles. Despite your reluctance, you still have no choice but to let Shen Bingling drag you away. The cab Shen Bingling called has already been waiting outside the neighborhood for a while. Once you both get in, you head straight for Guanghai University. Guanghai University isn't too far from home. It's about a 2-hour drive. The two of you follow the real estate agent around, looking at apartments for quite a while. In the end, Shen Bingling picks an apartment, less than 100 meters from Guanghai University. The place is really spacious. The balcony is in a great spot too. There are 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. This is the one. I'm renting it right now. Shen Bingling makes the decision on the spot. When it comes time to pay the deposit, rent, and all the other fees, she doesn't even blink. She pays everything up front in one shot. There's no need to move in any furniture either. The basic furnishings here are more than enough. Since you use a laptop, all you need is an external monitor. It's basically move-in ready. You can rent it today and move in the same day. After you get home and finish washing up, the two of you lie together on the bed, like an old married couple who've been together for years. You don't resist it nearly as much anymore. Habits really are a scary thing. Before you even realize it, they can completely change a person. You play on your phone for a little while, then put it down and go to sleep. In the darkness, you turn and look at Shen Bingling sleeping soundly while hugging you. You think about the college life that's about to begin in just a few days. A fiancé right from the start of college. Looks like your college life is destined to be anything but ordinary. Finally, freshman registration day arrives at Guanghai University. You and Shen Bingling walk beneath the same sun umbrella, strolling leisurely through campus. Compared to all the freshmen hauling around bags and suitcases, the two of you stand out immediately. Since you're living off campus, you both showed up completely empty-handed. All you need to do is get your campus cards, pick up 2 sets of military training uniforms, then talk to the counselor and apply for off-campus housing. After that, there's nothing else to do. So the two of you decide to wander around campus and get familiar with the place. Shen Bingling rests her head on your shoulder while holding onto your arm. You carry the umbrella, your eyes occasionally drifting towards Shen Bingling and the crowds around you. The two of you don't look like freshmen here to register at all. You look more like an upperclassman couple madly in love. No matter where we go, we always draw people's attention. Miss, could you please maintain some boundaries? It's really bothering me when you cling to my arm like this. You shake your arm, trying to shake off this koala hanging onto you. Darling, we're already in this kind of relationship. What are you pretending for? Are you actually shy? Shen Bingling is a bit dissatisfied. She reaches out and pinches your waist. The pinch isn't very hard, but your kidneys are basically hollowed out right now. So even this light pinch makes you bare your teeth in pain. Shen Bingling is a bit dissatisfied. She reaches out and pinches your waist. The pinch isn't very hard, but your kidneys are basically hollowed out right now. So even this light pinch makes you bare your teeth in pain. I wouldn't mind if this was just our daily routine. I'm used to it, after all. But right now is freshman registration, when there are the most people around. A lot of people are already taking pictures. Even though college students nowadays mostly mind their own business and probably won't pay too much attention to this kind of gossip, you still hold on to the principle that less trouble is better than more trouble. Isn't that even better? If they take pictures and post them on the campus wall, then everyone will know we're a couple, and no one will bother me anymore, right? Shen Bingling says, hugging your arm even tighter. Or is it, darling, that you want to hide our relationship so you can go fool around with other girls? Shen Bingling's voice suddenly turns ice cold. Even in the scorching summer heat, it makes you feel a chill down your spine. No, no, no. I don't have any thoughts like that, and I wouldn't dare to. You hastily explain. After all, you're still sleeping in the same bed tonight. If you make Shen Bingling unhappy now, you'll be the one suffering tonight. That's good. Shen Bingling reveals a smile once again. Darling, you absolutely cannot have those kinds of thoughts. You can only be mine. If I ever catch you getting close to other women, and no, I won't, you can't help but break a cold sweat for your future life. As you stroll along the way, Guanghai University's environment is actually quite nice. The overall architectural style is very modern. There's also a massive artificial lake on campus, perfect for couples to go on dates. After walking until you're both tired, you take a break on a bench by the artificial lake. You're scrolling through your phone when a message pops up at the top of the screen. It's an SOS from Chengfeng. Are you at school yet? Hurry to the school gate. What's wrong? Did you get detained for harassing a senior girl and need me to bail you out? No, man. I have a girlfriend. Why would I do something like that? Brother Lu and I brought way too much luggage, and we can't carry it all. Come help us out quick. You mutter to yourself. This is the perfect excuse to slip away for a bit. Being constantly clung to by Shen Bingling still feels pretty uncomfortable. I'm gonna go help Chengfeng and the guys with their luggage. You just sit here and rest for a bit. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Can I go with you? Shen Bingling tilts her head and looks at you, a flash of vigilance in her eyes. Moving luggage is tiring and boring. I can't just drag a girl like you along for that. Plus, I haven't seen my friends in so long. You gotta let me catch up with them alone for a bit, right? Every word you say makes perfect sense, and Shen Bingling has no way to refute it. After a brief stalemate, Shen Bingling finally agrees to let you go help alone. Although she is extremely possessive of you, you are still a person, not her pet. She still needs to give you some personal space. After getting her permission, you finally breathe a sigh of relief and quickly sprint toward the school gate. Shen Bingling turns her head, watching your prowler, sprinting back, gradually shrink into a black dot. Is it really that agonizing to be with me? Running away so fast. I'll definitely have to punish him properly tonight. Shen Bingling pouts in dissatisfaction. I can't do this anymore. I really can't carry another thing. You collapse into a chair in the dorm, panting heavily. Sweat has soaked through your shirt, faintly revealing the skin underneath. Thanks for the hard work, man. Without your help, I really don't know how long this would have taken. Chengfeng takes out a freshly bought iced tea and hands it to you. You take it, twist off the cap, and chug half the bottle. Only then do you slowly catch your breath. By the way, Brother Mu, since when did you get so weak? You never used to struggle this much moving stuff. Brother Lu suddenly asks from the side. You look troubled, the corner of your mouth twitching slightly. Isn't it normal after lying around at home all summer? I'm just out of shape from not working out. Haha. Changfeng and Lu look at you with a bit of suspicion, but they don't question it any further. It's normal for stamina to drop after lying around all summer. Well, since I'm done helping, I'm gonna head out. You guys catch up. I've still got stuff to do. You think to yourself, Shen Bingling is probably still sitting there right now. It'd be pretty bad to make her wait too long. Hey, wait. Brother Mu, it looks like you're famous. Brother Lu grabs you just as you're about to leave and shows you the screen of his phone. You look closely and see a side profile photo of Shen Bingling walking. In the photo, the corners of Shen Bingling's mouth are slightly curled up. Her nose bridge is sharp, looking exactly like the campus belle from a college romance novel. I didn't expect it to be posted on the campus wall this fast. Even though you saw this coming, you're still a bit surprised. Whoever took this picture is pretty messed up, posting it on the campus wall. You and your girlfriend are definitely gonna get harassed now. Brother Lu says with a frown. Will we? If it's on the campus wall, and people know we're a couple, shouldn't the harassment decrease? You're a bit confused. That's exactly why I say you're too young. Because it's posted up there, the harassment will actually get worse, Chengfeng says earnestly, sounding like an experienced veteran. Why? You scratch your head, puzzled. Let me put it this way. If she didn't have a boyfriend, that means there'd be a ton of potential competitors. Most guys would just give up. After all, chasing a girl is already a hassle, let alone competing with so many people. Chengfeng snaps his fingers, speaking in the tone of a relationship counselor. But if it's confirmed she has a boyfriend, then it's simple. They only have one opponent, you. Beating one opponent is always going to be easier than beating dozens, or hundreds of them, right? Makes sense. Brother Liu nods in agreement from the side. Holy crap, you're right. You suddenly realize you can't help but curse in your heart. No wonder so many people love stealing other people's partners. Turns out these guys aren't just scumbags. They're completely twisted. That's way too devious. It's fine. The post hasn't been up for long. Probably not many people have seen it yet. I'll message the campus wall admin for you right now. Brother Lou opens the chat interface for the campus wall, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, posting sneak shots like this. If it negatively affects the people involved, they'll usually delete it instantly if you just ask. Awesome, thanks for the help, Brother Lou. You finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, you feel a vibration in your pocket. You pull out your phone. It's Shen Bingling urging you to come back. Does it really take this long to move luggage? Or are you out on a date with some other girl? I've got stuff to do, so I'm gonna take off. Hit me up if you guys game tonight. After saying that, you hurriedly run off to find Shen Bingling. When you return to the artificial lake, Shen Bingling is still sitting there, holding her parasol. But there's a guy standing in front of her, leaning over and seemingly saying something. You're a new freshman, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Guan, from the Student Union. The guy places a heavy emphasis on the words Student Union as he speaks. You're a new freshman, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Guan, from the Student Union. The guy places a heavy emphasis on the words Student Union as he speaks. Shen Bingling keeps her head down, looking at her phone, completely ignoring him from start to finish. Why isn't Darling back yet? Leaving me here to get harassed by a guy like this. Shen Bingling thinks indignantly, swiping her screen with a bit more force. Junior, you just got here, so you probably don't know how prestigious the Student Union is. But that's okay. I don't blame you, Lu Guan says with feigned understanding. Student Union? Isn't that just a bunch of lapdogs? What's so prestigious about that? The way he talks, you'd think it was the Student Union of Jingqing University. Shen Bingling roasts him relentlessly in her mind, feeling an instinctive disgust toward the guy in front of her. If you don't mind, I can take you on a tour of the campus and tell you a bit about the school while we're at it. Lu Guan reaches out his hand. Shen Bingling instinctively shrinks back. Excuse me, can I ask what you want with my girlfriend? You step forward, half shielding Shen Bingling with your body. Gee, girlfriend? Lu Guan's eye twitches, looking at you with a hint of hostility. Darling, you're back. Seeing you return, Shen Bingling immediately stands up and clings to your arm. The whole sequence of movements is smooth and seamless. Seeing this scene, Lu Guan's face turns even uglier. Well, senior, if there's nothing else, we'll be going now. Maybe we can get to know each other some other time. You put on a standard smile and extend your hand. Lu Guan shakes your hand with a fake, forced smile. Sure thing, Junior. If you ever need anything, come find me at the Student Union. Your girlfriend is so pretty, you better protect her well. You can feel him secretly squeezing your hand hard, but it doesn't hurt at all, so you don't react. Before leaving, Lu Guan turns back and glares at you. His gaze is sharp, like he's looking at an enemy. Darling, you were surprisingly straightforward this time. Are you finally willing to call me your girlfriend? Shen Bingling practically skips as she walks, completely tossing aside the annoyance of being harassed just now. I just thought playing the boyfriend card was the easiest way to get rid of him. I didn't want to waste too much time on him. You stare straight ahead at the road, mechanically swinging your arms and legs. Hey. My darling played the hero and saved the damsel in distress. I should definitely reward you tonight. Your body violently shudders, instantly freezing in place. Actually, I'm just a good Samaritan. I do good deeds without ever asking for anything in return, so let's skip the reward. Is that so? Shen Bingling nods thoughtfully, but you came back late just now, taking so long to move luggage. Shouldn't I punish you for that? Can't my merits cancel out my faults? You say with a bitter smile. I prefer to keep rewards and punishments strictly separate. So tonight, well, about the reward and the punishment together. Shen Bingling smiles sweetly. Your face turns ashen. If you had known this would happen, you would have just let Shen Bingling chase that senior away herself. After that is the freshman class meeting. It's just a brief rundown of rules and other random stuff, followed by everyone going up to introduce themselves. When Shen Bingling goes up to introduce herself, she says the least amount of words, but causes the biggest commotion and discussion. After the class meeting ends, the counselor approves your application to live off campus. The two of you then head back to the apartment. Originally, there were quite a few guys who wanted to go hit on her, but seeing how intimate the two of you were acting, they all sensibly dropped the idea. After returning to the apartment, you sit at the desk and turn on your computer, while Shen Bingling gets ready to take a shower. Darling, do you think I should wear this one or this one? Shen Bingling holds up two pieces of lingerie, measuring them against her body, as she asks for your opinion. Just wear whichever one you like. What does it have to do with me? It's not like I'm the one wearing it. You don't even turn your head, completely focused on the battle in your game. Of course it has to do with you. This is my battle outfit for tonight. Hearing those words, your expression turns grave, and your waist starts aching faintly again. You turn around, grit your teeth, and say, That one looks nice. You figured it out. Since you can't escape it, you might as well pick the one you like. It might at least lessen your suffering a bit. So Darling likes this style? Got it. Shen Bingling smiles and walks into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoes from inside. You slump powerlessly in your gaming chair. There's no escaping tonight, but you have military training tomorrow. If Shen Bingling loses control tonight, what are you going to do tomorrow? You look at the bottle of Shikwan Vitality pills on the desk. Stealing your resolve, you twist off the cap and toss a few pills into your mouth, your eyes revealing a tragic readiness to face death. The glaring morning sun shines into the bedroom. Shen Bingling is asleep, lying on your chest, letting out soft, rhythmic breaths. You're sleeping as dead as a log. Several red marks are scattered across your neck and upper body. The alarm clock on the nightstand goes off. You half open your eyes, reach out for your phone, and turn off the alarm. Shen Bingling isn't woken up. She just whimpers softly and rubs her head against your chest. Your eyelids feel as heavy as lead. Your whole body is limp and devoid of strength. You mutter to yourself, Shen Bingling is way too crazy. Breakfast is just some simple bread, veggies, and a piece of pan-fried chicken breast. Healthy and simple. Get up, wake up already. We have military training today. You shake Shen Bingling, who is still lying in bed. Ahem. Okay. Shen Bingling's voice is sluggish. Then hurry up and get dressed. You turn your head and toss a uniform over to her. Okay. Freshly awake, Shen Bingling is like a docile little animal, picking up the clothes and obediently putting them on. If only she could stay this well-behaved all the time. How cute would that be? But unfortunately, she's a crazy woman with a split personality. You sigh inwardly. After the two of you finish breakfast, Shen Bingling applies sunscreen to both herself and you. Then, you both head to school. The classroom isn't full yet. The instructor is standing expressionlessly at the podium. He looks to be around 30 years old, with a naturally intimidating aura. You scan the classroom. The male-to-female ratio in this class is pretty normal. Since everyone just met, the seating arrangement is naturally guys sitting with guys and girls sitting with girls, split into two camps. Just then, a familiar figure catches your eye, waving at you. You look closely and see it's Brother Lu. You finally remember that Brother Lu enrolled in the same major as you. You originally wanted to go sit with Brother Lu, but after taking just 2 steps forward, you are forcefully pulled back by Shen Bingling, toward a corner in the very back row. Brother Lu has something to tell me. Can you let me go sit with him first? I'll come sit with you in the back after we're done talking. You plead, but Shen Bingling is hugging your arm so tightly that you can't move at all. Can you let me go sit with him first? I'll come sit with you in the back after we're done talking. You plead, but Shen Bingling is hugging your arm so tightly that you can't move at all. Shen Bingling slows her pace, thinking for a moment. She originally wanted to say there was no need to sit together and that you could just chat on your phones, but after thinking it over carefully, she feels she still needs to give Brother Mu a little freedom. Brother Mu has finally started to accept her. If she acts too possessive and pushes him too hard, it might cause him to resent her. Besides, it's a tiered lecture hall. She can still sit right next to Brother Mu. It just wouldn't be convenient for them to chat. It's all taken care of. The campus wall admin deleted the post in 2 minutes. I doubt many people even noticed it. Brother Lu says with a chuckle, that's good. I really don't want to start the semester getting harassed by a bunch of scumbags trying to steal my girl. A heavy stone finally lifts from your heart. Shen Bingling sits to the side, her ears perked up, listening to your conversation. It's not that she's gossipy. She just purely wants to know what Brother Mu is talking about and what he's saying. By the way, what were you doing last night? You weren't back when the dorms locked up, and you didn't reply to any of my messages. I thought something happened to you. Brother Lu asks. I was busy with some stuff last night, so I didn't check my phone. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to make you guys worry. You force out a strained smile. Last night, you were constantly being rewarded by Shen Bingling, and you passed out immediately after it was over. You never even looked at your phone. When you woke up this morning, you just briefly checked the time. You had no idea this even happened. I forgot to tell you guys. I rented a place off campus. I'm not living in the dorms. Since when did you get so rich, man? Renting a place off campus? Brother Lu says, his eyes shifting suspiciously towards Shen Bingling, who is leaning against you. Connecting this to how weak Brother Mu looked yesterday, Brother Lu instantly understands everything. Seeing Brother Lu's rich change in expression, you know his dirty mind is already working in overdrive. We're just roommates. We're just sharing an apartment. A feeble defense. Shen Bingling, leaning against you, covers her mouth and giggles. This excuse completely cracks her up. I haven't even asked anything yet. Why are you already explaining yourself? Brother Lu laughs, patting Brother Mu on the shoulder. Take care of your body, man. You give up defending yourself, letting Brother Lu's dirty mind run wild. By now, everyone in the classroom has arrived. The instructor stands at the podium and gives a brief self-introduction, telling everyone to call him Instructor Chen from now on. After that, he takes the whole class down for training. As for the military training, it's nothing more than standing at attention. Military martial arts, goose-stepping, and stuff like that. You have no idea what the point of it is, but it's exhausting. And in your current state, this is no different from taking a stroll through the gates of hell. You can't even stand up straight right now. Whenever you do squats, your vision goes completely black and your ears ring every time you stand up. I can't do this. Last night was way too brutal. I literally can't move. Your movements gradually lose their form. I should really buy a chastity belt when I get back. Otherwise, I'm actually gonna die. Student Mu, your sloppy movements couldn't escape the instructor's eyes. Are you doing military martial arts or Tai Chi? Why are you swaying back and forth like that? The instructor questions you sternly. Instructor, I'm actually having a low blood sugar episode, but I was too embarrassed to say anything. I've just been pushing through it. I'm sorry for affecting everyone's training. You roll your eyes and instantly come up with an excuse. You don't even have to fake looking weak, because you are genuinely weak right now. Instructor Chen eyes you suspiciously. Go to the infirmary, drink some glucose, and come back. Rest up properly, don't force yourself. The instructor doesn't dare gamble on whether you're lying or not. After all, if something really happened to you, he'd be held responsible. You drag it out until the break time at the end of training, before finally returning to the squad. The break is half an hour long. You plan to go with Brother Lu to grab a couple bottles of ice-cold drinks to cool off, but you're stopped by Shen Bingling. Are you two going to buy drinks? No need. I have plenty here, my treat. Shen Bingling is holding 5 or 6 different bottles of drinks in her arms, looking like a black market beverage dealer. Holy crap. Did you raid the convenience store's fridge? Where did you get all these drinks? You don't hold back, grabbing 2 bottles right away and handing one to Brother Lu. Other guys gave them to me. I was stopped by 5 or 6 guys. They practically shoved the drinks in their hands at me. Shen Bingling shrugged helplessly, acting like I can't afford a few bottles of drinks or something. Here, you drink them. I don't drink things from strangers. Then let's take them home. I won't have to buy drinks for the next few days. Your eyes lit up. You didn't expect such a good thing to happen during military training. Not far away, the guys saw the drinks they used to kiss up to her, being handed right over to you. They were all grinding their teeth in anger, feeling their noses gradually turn red with jealousy. Today's training ended at dusk. The first day of military training was just practicing some simple basics. The main event was still at night. The instructors and the student council crowd would enter the dorms to instruct the freshmen on how to fold their blankets into perfect tofu blocks. This was considered the most torturous part of military training, and the part you scoffed at the most. You just couldn't understand it. What was the point of folding it into a tofu block anyway? Wasn't this just an obedience training exercise to torment students? During that time, you never even used your blanket. After the instructor folded it for you, you just left it on the bed untouched. And that's how you coasted through military training. But now, you didn't have to deal with that hassle. The perks of living off campus really showed here. While others were being given a hard time by the instructors, you were already sleeping soundly. Well, the moment the dear instructor announced the end of training, Shen Bingling flashed right to your side. Her soft little hand naturally intertwined with yours, with one hand holding Shen Bingling and the other carrying a bag of free drinks. This scene left the other guys completely speechless and devastated, especially those guys who gave her the water. Their hearts were shattered into pieces. After going home, the two of you took a shower first. After changing into clean clothes, Shen Bingling dragged you out the door again. My lady, can't we just order takeout? Do we really have to go through the trouble of buying groceries and cooking? You look completely reluctant. You had just turned on your computer before Shen Bingling dragged you out. Eating too much takeout is bad for your health. It's healthier to buy groceries and cook our own meals. Shen Bingling, on the other hand, was full of enthusiasm. She looked quite happy. When I was alone before, I ordered takeout every day. Now that you're finally by my side, of course we have to cook and eat together. That's what makes it feel like a home, right? Hearing Shen Bingling say this, you felt a little touched. Although you didn't order takeout every day when you were home alone, cooking and eating by yourself was still pretty lonely. It lacked a bit of human warmth. The feeling of a home doesn't sound too bad. The feeling of a home doesn't sound too bad. It was just around dusk. A star or two were faintly peeking out in the sky. A cool evening breeze blew past, making people forget they were in the middle of summer. But speaking of which, Shen Bingling, do you even know how to cook? When you remembered her saying she ordered takeout every day, you asked with some concern. Whether the food tastes good is one thing, but burning the kitchen down would be a disaster. Oh, come on. Online tutorials are so advanced now. I can just search for a tutorial, right? Shen Bingling looked extremely confident. Honey, what do you want to eat? I'll buy the ingredients and make it for you. Shen Bingling patted her chest, looking like she had it all under control. Forget it. I'll cook today. You can just help me out on the side. You can learn when you have free time later. You smiled bitterly. Having just finished military training, you were already starving to death. You were in no mood to be Shen Bingling's guinea pig. Is my darling cooking personally? I didn't expect my future husband to not only be considerate and gentle, but also know how to cook, Shen Bingling said, hugging your arm even tighter. It's all right. Besides pan-frying chicken breast, I also know a few home-cooked dishes. Although the taste is just average, it's still edible, you said. Then, honey, I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs. Can you make that? Shen Bingling stood on her tiptoes, resting her head on your shoulder, her big eyes sparkling. I can, but the taste is just average. It can't compare to a big restaurant, as long as you're okay with it. You smiled and said. The two of you headed straight for the fresh food section and bought some pork ribs and seasonings, since there was still some cola among the drinks you brought back. You also bought some chicken wings along the way. We're home. Shen Bingling smiled, pushed the door open, and went to the kitchen. You blanched the pork ribs first, and used that time to mix a bowl of sweet and sour sauce. Shen Bingling watched carefully from the side, wishing she could engrave every step and process into her brain. That way she could make it for Muji next time. Soon, the sweet and sour pork ribs and cola chicken wings were ready. When serving them on the table, you didn't forget to garnish each dish with some white sesame seeds. Shen Bingling picked up a steaming piece of rib, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. It's so good. Honey, you could be a chef. Shen Bingling chewed with satisfaction, a happy smile appearing on her face. Haha, is it really that good? If you like it, eat some more. Seeing your cooking being praised, you smiled and pushed the plate of ribs toward Shen Bingling. After dinner, the two of you cleared the plates. Shen Bingling volunteered to wash the dishes, so you went back to the room to play on the computer. But as the saying goes, after eating and drinking one's fill, Shen Bingling started getting restless after a full meal. Come help top lane. What are you guys doing? The Miracle Walker is still farming wards. You're playing Darius top lane, and this old man is about to throw up from disgust. Just as you open the chat box, ready to play the piano simulator on your keyboard, you suddenly felt a smooth, icy coolness sliding down the back of your neck. Shen Bingling was standing behind you, her little head resting on your shoulder. Her warm breath slowly exhaled, bringing a ticklish sensation. Honey, let's go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. Shen Bingling reached out and turned off the computer, trying to drag you to bed without a word of explanation. Stop. Stop. You hurriedly called for a timeout. You knew very well in your heart that if you kept letting Shen Bingling demand things from you like this, in less than 2 months, you'd become completely powerless and weak. What's wrong? Shen Bingling asked, tilting her head. Don't you think you've been overdoing it lately? You took the opportunity to pull your clothes back and button them all up. Have I? Shen Bingling asked in confusion. I mean, at least consider me a little. Haven't you noticed my body getting weaker day by day? Shen Bingling thought about it carefully. Lately, Muji really was getting weaker day by day, and his stamina was nowhere near what it used to be. It seems so. Even if I give you supplements, it's like they don't do anything. Shen Bingling nodded and said, Exactly. For the sake of your future husband's health, let's just skip it for the next few days. You were really going all out to escape this time. You even accepted the title of future husband. All right, my darling does need a good rest. Shen Bingling lay on the bed, looking a bit disappointed. Seeing this, you finally breathed a sigh of relief. You had finally dodged a bullet. Then let's get a good night's sleep tonight. You turned off the lights. Honey, actually, I have a great idea. It won't hurt your body. You had just lain down when Shen Bingling pressed herself against you. What idea? A bad premonition rose in your heart. You can use your hands to help me. It was truly a poetic and picturesque night, but facts proved that Shen Bingling's method was indeed not bad. It didn't harm your body and even trained your willpower. It just affected your sleep quality a bit. When the alarm rang in the morning, Shen Bingling was lying on top of you as usual, drool still hanging from the corner of her mouth. You lifted your right hand and slightly moved your fingers. The feeling was similar to that slime toy you played with as a kid. You could no longer look at your golden right hand the same way again, although you'd have to wrong your hands for the next few days. At least your kidneys were saved. Wake up. The sun is already shining on your butt. You patted Shen Bingling's face. Shen Bingling's body shifted a bit. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes, then slowly propped herself up and stretched. Good morning, honey. Shen Bingling's eyes were half open, her calm demeanor revealing a faint, sleepy allure. It looked like she hadn't fully booted up yet. Go get dressed and wash up. I'll go prepare breakfast first. You got up and out of bed. Okay, Shen Bingling's reply dragged out with a long tail. After eating breakfast, the two of you went back to school to start a new day of military training. Compared to yesterday, today was much more mundane. The news that Shen Bingling was already taken must have spread, so you didn't get any free drinks today either. Although you were still out of breath during training, you weren't swaying on your feet like yesterday. The instructor had also been continuously observing your condition during training and came to the conclusion that you were completely drained. And you considered it a blessing in disguise. The instructor frequently let you step out of formation to rest, making the other training students grind their teeth in jealousy. During the halftime break, Lu Ji went with you to the commissary to buy water. Shen Bingling, on the other hand, was called away by the counselor, probably to discuss making her the class monitor or some other class officer position. After all, with Shen Bingling's grades, she could have easily gone to a top university in the capital. Being at Guanghai University definitely attracted a lot of attention. You really are blessed by misfortune. Huh, who else is like you? You lack self-control and ruined your own body, and the instructor actually reduces your workload for it. Lu Ji looked at you with a face full of disdain, his tone sour beyond belief. Hearing this, you almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. If you could, you really wanted to cry foul. Why did everyone think it was you who lacked self-control? You were clearly the victim here, but if you tried to argue back, people would just say you were acting innocent after taking advantage. Is your head filled with nothing but these dirty thoughts? Can't my weak body be due to some other reason? You retorted. Stop playing innocent. Other people are dying of envy, and here you are, acting like a victim after getting all the perks. Lu Ji rolled his eyes at you. You had nothing left to say. If Lu Ji was just blindly guessing, it would be one thing. The problem was that you and Shen Bingling really were partying every night, and Lu Ge would only think that you were the one overindulging. You couldn't exactly say that you were the one being forced by Shen Bingling, right? Who would believe that? Back in high school when you first met, Shen Bingling wouldn't speak more than 3 sentences a day. Her face was like a stoic brick wall, and she maintained zero physical contact with any males. At that time, most classmates speculated that Shen Bingling was a lesbian, or strictly platonic. Back then, you wouldn't have guessed in a million years that she was a total carnivore. But seriously, listen to your bro's advice. Lu Ji suddenly switched to an earnest and profound tone. He said, We just started college, and you've already eaten the forbidden fruit. Even though you're living comfortably right now, this isn't necessarily a good thing. You couldn't help but complain in your heart. You didn't think it was a good thing either, and wasn't the one feeling comfortable. Shen Bingling, you were purely suffering. You haven't even reached the stage of discussing marriage, yet you've already taken the girl's innocence. What if you guys break up in the future? Break up? You thought about it. You and Shen Bingling. if you really got married and stayed together in the future. The biggest obstacle would probably be her parents. Even now, you still didn't know who Shen Bingling's parents actually were. But to be able to work abroad and have so much wealth that Shen Bingling treated money like a mere string of numbers, their abilities and social status must be extraordinary. If those two elders found out, with my current relationship with Shen Bingling, I'd probably be planted into the ground the very next day. I'd be saying goodbye to life. Don't overthink it. I'm just giving you a heads up. Seeing your expression turn serious, Brother Lu hurriedly added, when two people are together, there's bound to be a break-in period. There will definitely be obstacles along the way. I just want to tell you, if you ever run into these hurdles in the future, don't give up so easily. If you break up just because your personalities clash a bit, or simply because you get bored of each other, that would be way too irresponsible, right? It's fine, it's fine. You finally snap back to reality. Don't worry about that. As long as she doesn't bring up breaking up or ask for some space, there's absolutely no way I'd ever leave her. You said, patting your chest. That was actually true. Even if you wanted to wash your hands of it and run away, Shen Bingling still had that video of you in her hands. You were basically tied to Shen Bingling's side now, for good. Besides, getting along with Shen Bingling wasn't too bad right now. Aside from the constant risk of kidney failures and her extreme possessiveness, it was actually pretty nice. Just then, a message popped up on your phone. It was Shen Bingling, asking where you went. By the time you returned to the assembly point, Shen Bingling was standing in the crowd, looking around. He looked a bit anxious. When she saw you and Brother Lu coming back, her furrowed brows instantly relaxed. Honey, what took you so long? Shen Bingling trotted over to greet you. It's way too hot out. Just went to buy some water. You said, pulling a bottle of cola out of the bag. Got one for you too. Thanks, honey. And Brother Lu, seeing how close the two of you were, an auntie-like smile crept onto his face. He quietly slipped away, not wanting to be a third wheel. When evening came, after the instructor yelled dismissed, Shen Bingling and you repeated yesterday's routine. First, go home and take a shower, then go to the market to buy groceries. This could be considered a rare, heartwarming moment in the day. The two of you were like an old married couple who had been together for years, walking arm in arm through the supermarket, picking out tonight's dinner. Shen Bingling seemed especially enthusiastic today. She supposedly watched nearly 2 hours of cooking tutorials, insisting that she had to cook personally no matter what. Honey, just lie on the bed and scroll through videos. I'll call you when the food is ready. Shen Bingling looked completely confident. You couldn't talk her out of it, so you could only open the Kangaroo Takeout app and pick out some takeout in advance. That way, if the food turned out bad, you could easily place an order with one click. Honey, the food is ready. Come out and eat. Shen Bingling opened the door, stepping halfway into the room. She was wearing a lace apron over her top, giving off a bit of a good wife and loving mother vibe. All right. You rolled out of bed, ready to taste test Shen Bingling's handiwork. Today's menu was black pepper, beef tenderloin, and boiled shrimp. Both were dishes you usually like to eat. As soon as you sat down, Shen Bingling picked up a piece of meat and placed it in your bowl. Hurry and try it. The beef tenderloin was coated in a thick layer of black pepper sauce. The presentation actually didn't look bad at all. You put it in your mouth and started chewing. Is it good? Shen Bingling eagerly awaited your reaction. While peeling a shrimp, you said, it's good. You nodded in approval. Her performance was commendable. For example, the black pepper sauce was a bit too strong, and the beef was a little overcooked, but the taste was still pretty good. For a beginner like Shen Bingling, she did an exceptionally good job. You still felt it was better to focus on encouragement. That's good. If you like it, I can cook for you for the rest of your life. Having received your approval, Shen Bingling smiled as brightly as a blooming flower. Here, honey. Eat some shrimp. Shen Bingling dipped a peeled shrimp in soy sauce and brought it right to your lips. No need. You eat it. I can do it myself. You were just about to refuse, but in the split second you opened your mouth to speak, Shen Bingling took advantage of the opening and slipped it in. Is it good? It's good. Helpless, you could only swallow the shrimp meat in your mouth. Just now, when Shen Bingling was feeding you, her aim was a bit off, causing some soy sauce to be left on the corner of your mouth. You were just about to grab a tissue to wipe it when Shen Bingling stopped you. No need to waste tissues. Let me do it, Shen Bingling said with a giggle. She licked her lips, stood up, and pressed her face close to yours. What are you doing? You were a little nervous. Right now, Shen Bingling's face was practically pressed against yours. At that moment, a wet, hot, and slippery sensation came from the corner of your mouth. The ticklish feeling made your body shiver. It's sweet. Shen Bingling sat back down, smacking her lips as she savored the taste. Damn. This woman is way too gross. You were angry but didn't dare speak up, so you could only pull out a tissue and wipe your mouth. Why are you acting so disgusted? It's not like we haven't kissed plenty of times before. Shen Bingling peeled another shrimp, her slender fingers deftly removing the head and shell. Honey, have another one. Shen Bingling handed over another shrimp. This time you didn't resist and obediently ate it, just to avoid giving Shen Bingling another chance to harass you. After dinner, the two of you returned to the bedroom. You wore your headset, fighting intensely in front of the computer. Shen Bingling sat quietly beside you, resting her head on your shoulder, watching the game screen on the monitor. Honey, are you playing some kind of spectator mode? Shen Bingling suddenly asked. What spectator mode? Why do you say that? You asked in confusion. Because you can always switch to your teammates' perspectives to watch the game. Isn't that spectator mode? Shen Bingling said in all seriousness. Fuck. Why did she have to watch me today when my mechanics are trash? You gritted your teeth in frustration. This is just how the game is played. You're a layman. It's normal that you don't understand. You bluffed. Oh, so that's how it is. Shen Bingling nodded as if she suddenly understood. Unsurprisingly, this game ended up, unsurprisingly, as a loss. Fortunately, the rank was relatively high, so the teammates were quite well-mannered and didn't flame you. Just as you were about to start another match, the computer screen suddenly went black. Honey, stop playing. It's time for bed. Shen Bingling's hands and feet started wrapping around you restlessly again. Can't I just play one more game? It's not even 11 o'clock yet. You wanted to turn the computer back on, but the moment you reached out, your hand was grabbed. Honey, be good. Early to bed and early to rise makes you healthy. Helpless. You had no choice but to obediently get into bed. If you stalled any longer, you'd probably be dragged into bed anyway. Click. The room plunged into darkness. You took a deep breath. It was time for your hands to do the heavy lifting again. This kind of life lasted for a few days, right up until military training ended. When military training was about to end, there was usually a talent show. It was a time for all the talented people to show off their skills. An existence as beautiful and outstanding as Shen Bingling was naturally spotted by the instructor at a glance. Amidst the cheering of the crowd, she had no choice but to stand up and sing a song. She sang Good Girl. This song was quite old. From a listener's perspective, to give an unbiased review, your rating would be average. You could even say it didn't sound good. But Shen Bingling's naturally pleasant voice made up for it a little when she sang. Still, you couldn't deny the enthusiastic response from the audience. The song came to an end. Everyone was clapping. It even attracted a crowd from other classes. You seriously doubted these people's hearing. They were completely blinded by what they saw. Were they even listening to the song at all? A few classmates sitting next to you angrily patted your shoulder. Their eyes were filled with pure envy, jealousy, and hatred. You could say for sure that among the onlookers, at least half of them were holding up their phones, even though the campus forum had already blocked the posts about you and Shen Bingling, so it wouldn't be broadcasted to the whole world on the forum. You still couldn't stop the students from spreading it privately. Word of mouth spreads like wildfire. In a few days, everyone would probably know about it. But just filming the singing was actually fine. As luck would have it, though, they also caught the moment when Shen Bingling finished singing and ran over to your side. Now, all those predatory seniors and suitors not only knew which department and class Shen Bingling was in, but they also knew that you were her boyfriend. Brother Lu's efforts were completely down the drain. Get ready to be famous, kid. This singing video has already made its way to me. Brother Lu smiled and patted your shoulder. I'm sorry, honey. If I had known, I would have faked being sick and not gone up to sing. Shen Bingling, sitting next to you, looked full of guilt. Don't be. It's not your fault. It was the instructor who called you out, plus the classmates egging you on. If you hadn't gone up, it would have been even more awkward. You patted Shen Bingling's head to comfort her. After class, you had just pulled out your phone to play a few quick games. Just then, a classmate walked over to you. Muga, someone's looking for you outside. The classmate patted your shoulder and said, someone's already knocking on your door this fast. Brother Lu was a bit surprised. Honey, let's go together. Shen Bingling was about to stand up, but you pushed her back down. No need, they're here for me. Besides, we don't even know what it's about. It could just be normal business. You stood up, stepped over Shen Bingling's legs, and walked out the classroom door. Stepping outside, you saw a familiar-looking guy. Brother Lei, why is it you? What do you need me for? You were a bit surprised that the person who came was Zhang Lei. You thought it would be one of Shen Bingling's admirers coming for her, or someone coming to cause you trouble. Nothing much. Just came to ask if you want to join a club, Zhang Li said, handing you the flyer in his hand. The back title on the flyer read, College Students Entrepreneurship Association Recruitment. Did the sun rise in the west today? Aren't you a hardcore gamer? Since when are you interested in this kind of club? You teased. I want to improve myself too, you know. I can't be a gaming nerd for the rest of my life. Unless someone wants to be my sugar mommy, then that's a different story. Zhang Lei scratched his head awkwardly. Plus, Cheng Feng asked me if I wanted to go. He said if we're going, we should all go together as bros. He told me to ask for your and Brother Lu's opinions. All right, I'll go back and talk it over with Brother Lu. You nodded. The two of you originally wanted to chat a bit longer, but Shen Bingling had already started rushing you via text. What's taking so long? Did you run into some unreasonable jerk? Do you need me to go out and back you up? Let's leave it at that for now. I've got some stuff to handle. We'll text later. You smiled when you saw the message. You guys had clearly only been chatting for about 3 minutes, and she was already rushing you. You couldn't help but associate it with the traits of a strict wife. School just started and you're already a busy man. Can't even chat for 2 sentences without saying goodbye. Looks like our brotherhood is fading, Zhang Lei said, putting on a sad and heartbroken expression. You rolled your eyes, turned around, and left him with a cool view of your back. Can't help it. I'm a family man now. When you returned to the classroom, Shen Bingling hurriedly asked, who was looking for you? A guy or a girl? What did they want? It's nothing. Nothing. Zhang Lei came looking for me. He asked if we wanted to join this club. You slapped the flyer onto the desk. Is this thing reliable? I saw a video before saying that college clubs have a lot of traps. Let's not step into one, Brother Lu said. It should be reliable. Cheng Feng was the one who asked if we wanted to go. Even though that guy usually goofs off, he's actually pretty dependable when it comes to getting things done. Then I'm fine with whatever. If you guys go, I'll go. Brother Lu stretched and threw the question. Back to you. What about you, Bingling? Are you going? You turned your head to look at Shen Bingling. I'll go wherever you go. Shen Bingling answered without hesitation. All right, I'll think about it then. You plan to think about whether to join the photography club, or this club recommended by Cheng Feng. After school, you and Shen Bingling headed home together. Another good thing about Guanghai University was that there were no evening self-study sessions. There was plenty of free time. After experiencing the devastation of senior year in high school, this feeling was no less than ascending from hell to heaven. After dinner, you turned on your computer to play games as usual. But this time, you and Shen Bingling sat shoulder to shoulder, playing a two-player minigame. You play Sun Wukong, and I'll play the White Dragon Horse. These two characters are the strongest in the game. After selecting the characters, you loaded the save file. Are there no female characters in this game? Why are they all guys? Shen Bingling pouted with some dissatisfaction. Miss, have you never played Dream Westward Journey? Since when did Journey to the West have a female lead? You teased with a smile. After starting, the two of you began clearing levels all the way. Shen Bingling, someone who hadn't really touched games since childhood, quickly became addicted to it. The two of you were having an absolute blast. Two-player games are so much fun. Honey, can you find more two-player games to play with me in the future? Shen Bingling turned off the computer with satisfaction, already looking forward to playing the second map tomorrow. If you like it, I can look for more. You smiled and turned off the lights, then got into bed to sleep. The two of you lay in bed. Shen Bingling was relatively well-behaved today. She didn't have any thoughts in time's direction, and just dutifully snuggled into your arms. So, honey, have you decided whether to join this entrepreneurship association? Shen Bingling asked. If you go, I can find an advisor to guide us. You just enrolled. Where are you going to find an advisor? You probably haven't even memorized all our classmates' names yet. You smiled, reaching out a finger to tap Shen Bingling's forehead. Want to bet? What if I really do know an advisor? What then? Shen Bingling wasn't annoyed. Instead, she smiled playfully. I'm not betting. Saying no to gambling and drugs starts with me. You smiled and crossed two fingers to make an X. She had already thought of the stakes, but you just had to go off script. Normally, it should be you not believing her, then her saying let's bet, and then proposing some outrageous demands, as the stakes or something. No, you have to bet. Shen Bingling shook your arm demanding it. You can propose a really outrageous stake for me. That way, if you win, it'll come true. An outrageous stake? You thought for a moment, and unconsciously revealed a smile. You rolled over, staring intently at Shen Bingling. Honey, what kind of stake do you want? Seeing you reveal such a smile, Shen Bingling felt a surge of joy in her heart. If it's about times that, there's no need to beat around the bush. If you want it, we can do it right now, Shen Bingling said, reaching to unbutton her shirt. Hold on. You hurriedly pressed down on Shen Bingling's hands. Where is your mind going? I never said I wanted that. Can you not think about this kind of stuff all day? You complained. Then what do you want? Shen Bingling was greatly disappointed. I want an RTX 5090 graphics card. How about it? Want to bet? You said with a cheeky grin. Shen Bingling gritted her teeth in frustration. Her own charm actually couldn't compare to a graphics card. Fine. But if you lose, we have to do times 10 times, Shen Bingling said fiercely. Ugh. Just hearing that made your lower back ache faintly. Fine. No problem. I'll take that bet. You steeled your heart and said, what was there to be afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. If you win, you score a 5090 right away. As for losing, you didn't think you would lose at all. You really wanted to see where Shen Bingling was going to conjure up an advisor from. Then it's a deal. No backing out. Oh, honey. Shen Bingling smiled slyly and held out her pinky finger. Pinky swear, no changing it for 100 years. You didn't hesitate to stick out your pinky and hooked it with hers. The bet between the two of you was officially established. The next day, in an office at the Guanghai University Administration Building. Uncle Wang, do you still remember me? It's me, Bingling. Shen Bingling greeted him sweetly. The next day, in an office at the Guanghai University Administration Building. Uncle Wang, do you still remember me? It's me, Bingling. Shen Bingling greeted him sweetly. Sitting in the seat was a man in his 40s or 50s. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses, giving off the vibe of a modest, gentle scholar. Shen Bingling, why are you here? The teacher called Uncle Wang was startled at first. Then a smile appeared on his face. With your grades, shouldn't you have gone to Jingcheng University? Why did you come to Guanghai? I made some mistakes during the exam, so I missed the chance. Shen Bingling and this teacher Wang just like that started chatting familiarly. You stood to the side with a dark expression, holding your waist with one hand, thinking to yourself, oh crap. What was this situation? What was with these two acting like old friends, relatives, or something? Nobody told you that Shen Bingling had these kinds of connections. Oh right, I was so caught up in chatting with you. I completely ignored this young man. Did you two come together? Teacher Wang shifted the topic to you. I am. You were just about to introduce yourself when Shen Bingling interrupted you. His name is Mu Go. He's my boyfriend and my classmate. Shen Bingling introduced you generously. Be boyfriend. Teacher Wang almost choked on his own breath, his glasses going crooked from his distorted expression. Bingling, you just started college and you're already dating? When did you meet? How long have you been dating? Do your parents know? Teacher Wang fired off 3 questions in one breath. You could tell he was genuinely anxious. We were high school classmates. We just started dating. I haven't told mom and dad yet. Shen Bingling answered them methodically, one by one. You were startled by Teacher Wang's reaction. It made you stand at attention immediately, striking a perfect military posture. Teacher Wang glared at you resentfully. his eyes looking, as if to say, how do all the good cabbages get ruined by pigs? Teacher Wang, is something wrong? You asked nervously. It's nothing. He waved his hand, turning his head to continue talking to Shen Bingling. Bingling, I know your parents are busy abroad and can't be with you. If you're lonely, you could get a pet or make some friends. Why did you find a .u? Hearing Teacher Wang talk like this, a few dark lines appeared on your face. You mean I'm the pig ruining the cabbage? It was clearly your cabbage that ruined this pig. And you're the one complaining. I should be the one calling the cops. Wait, how did I become the pig? Uncle Wang, don't worry. Muji is different. He's very gentle and responsible. He's a really good person. Shen Bingling puffed out her chest slightly and even held her hand up to show Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He seemed to want to say something else, but in the end, he swallowed his words. You're an adult now. When it comes to dating, an old guy like me has no right to interfere. As long as you're happy and doing well, that's all that matters. Teacher Wang sighed. After all, your parents barely come back a few times a year. You've been living alone all these years. It's been hard on mom and dad too. They're just busy with work. I can't blame them. Now, I've found a really great boyfriend to keep me company. I'm living a very happy life now. Shen Bingling smiled brightly, but the hand holding yours was slowly tightening. That's good. If this kid dares to bully you, just tell me or your parents. We'll teach him a lesson. Teacher Wang nodded in relief, not forgetting to shoot you a fierce glare. So, what brings you to see me so suddenly today? Teacher Wang asked with a chuckle. It's like this. We're planning to join the College Students Entrepreneurship Association, and we wanted to find a reliable advisor to guide us. So we immediately thought of you. Shen Bingling didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. Small matter. How many of you are there? Just send me the list of everyone who's joining. Teacher Wang was a straightforward person and agreed right away. Then thank you, Uncle Wang. We'll be taking our leave now. Shen Bingling waved her hand, ready to leave. Wait, Muji, was it? Let me have a quick word with him. It'll be quick. Bingling, you wait outside for a bit. Teacher Wang kept you behind, while Shen Bingling waited outside. Teacher, is there something you need to say? You stood there uneasily, like a son-in-law meeting his parents-in-law. Young man, you should know about Shen Bingling's parents' situation, right? They're abroad all year round and rarely come back. She's always been alone. Teacher Wang switched to a casual tone, as if chatting with a friend. I know. You nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. Teacher Wang nodded, and patted your shoulder. I don't know what tricks you used to get into a relationship with Shen Bingling, but since you're already boyfriend and girlfriend, you must take up the responsibilities of a boyfriend. Definitely. That's only natural. You said but grumbled in your heart. Is there no possibility that Shen Bingling used some tricks to get into a relationship with me? When you walked out of the office, Shen Bingling immediately clung to you. Honey, what did you guys talk about? And nothing. Just some trivial stuff. You scratch your head, casually brushing it off. If you don't want to say, then forget it. It's not like you and Uncle Wang have much to talk about anyway. It was probably just about me. Shen Bingling's two hands wrapped around your arm like vines, her body leaning against yours, the corners of her mouth curled up. Compared to that, we should hurry home and fulfill our bet. Come on, honey, eat more. Nourish your body well. Shen Bingling picked up a piece of stir-fried pork kidney and placed it in your bowl. Besides these usual dishes, Shen Bingling had also specially bought 24 grilled oysters. It seemed your performance after the grilled oysters last time left her very satisfied. You ate very slowly, one bite of food, one bite of rice. You ate methodically, chewing carefully before swallowing. Normally, with food this good, you would have inhaled it like a vacuum cleaner. If you didn't finish it in 15 minutes, it would be a failure. But it was different now. You were eating with the mindset of having your last meal on death row. This meal was just to delay your execution time. Damn it. Fulfilling the bet meant doing it 10 times. Just thinking about it made your vision go dark. This is going to kill me, isn't it? Honey, is your appetite bad? Why are you eating so slowly today? Shen Bingling placed her palm on your forehead, with some concern. You don't have a fever. Then why? I'm fine. I'm completely fine. You brushed Shen Bingling's hand away. You took a deep breath, as if making some kind of decision, and began to launch a fierce attack on the grilled oysters in the box. You took a deep breath, as if making some kind of decision, and began to launch a fierce attack on the grilled oysters in the box. This sudden contrast left Shen Bingling dumbfounded, but the more you ate, the happier she was. Honey, eat slowly, don't choke. If it's not enough, I'll buy more. Seeing you eat with such relish, Shen Bingling immediately beamed with joy. With a mindset of facing death unflinchingly, you wiped out the 24 oysters. As long as you ate a little more, your chances of survival would be a little higher. After eating and drinking your fill, Shen Bingling wasn't in a rush to get down to business. Instead, she continued playing Dream Westward Journey with you, waiting for the oysters you just ate to convert into energy. As the second map came to an end, today's gaming session also concluded. Now you had nowhere left to retreat. Honey, it's about time. Shen Bingling turned off the lights and climbed into bed. You tossed the tonic pills from the table into your mouth, your eyes revealing a tragic and heroic look. The wind howls, the Yi River is cold. The brave warrior departs, never to return. 2 hours later. I can't take it anymore. Spare me. You're still full of energy, aren't you? Keep going. Keep going. accompanied by your final wail. Shen Bingling confirmed that you were truly burnt out, before finally stopping. Honey, there are still 5 times left. You're already giving out. Does this count as a breach of contract? Shen Bingling hugged you, her face completely flushed and rosy, forming a stark contrast with your pale face. Installments. Can I pay in installments? You said weekly. Of course you can, but I'll be charging interest. Shen Bingling nibbled on your earlobe, causing a ticklish, numbing sensation to spread all over your body. How much interest are you charging? You had a bad feeling about this. Not much. For every day you don't finish, I'll add 1 more time, until you finish the remaining 5 times. That's loan shark interest. You cursed. You gotta accept your loss. Honey, just accept it. Shen Bingling ran her fingers through your hair, gently stroking your head. Then can I get a few days of grace period? I don't want to die young just yet. You pleaded. Of course you can, but the interest still applies. Shen Bingling went to the living room and poured a glass of water for you to drink. After all, over the past few hours, you had been wailing nonstop without a drop of water. Good night, honey. Sweet dreams. She gave you a light peck on the lips, then closed her eyes. Good night. Your eyelids also closed heavily. After such intense physical labor, you were already exhausted beyond belief. Waking up the next day, you felt completely hollowed out, unable to even straighten your back. Reaching out to turn off the alarm, you glanced at Shen Bingling. Shen Bingling was still fast asleep. You were actually quite envious of her sleep quality. It seemed like the morning alarm was only audible to you. After washing up and changing clothes as usual, you made breakfast and shook Shen Bingling awake, like a single dad taking care of his daughter. In class, a middle-aged teacher with a balding head was lecturing on the AI large models of recent years. You were chatting quietly with Brother Liu. It's decided. We'll go with the College Students Entrepreneurship Association for guidance. We've already found an advisor. Let Cheng Feng and the others know. You guys move so fast. We haven't even interviewed to join the club yet, and you've already secured an advisor? Brother Liu is shocked by how fast you two are moving. No need to worry about the interview. Uncle Wang will let us in. Even if we do have one, it'll just be a formality. Shen Bingling says casually. Who's Uncle Wang? Brother Liu asks, confused. Uncle Wang is our advisor. He's a childhood friend of Bingling's dad, you explain. Oh, got it. I'll go tell Cheng Kong and the guys. Let's make a group chat. Brother Liu gives you a meaningful look. I'm jealous you scored such an awesome girlfriend, kid. Brother Liu pats your shoulder. Hearing this, Shen Bingling proudly puffs out her chest and reaches out to secretly pinch your waist. You wince in pain. Turning your head, you see Shen Bingling looking like this, exactly like a puppy wagging its tail, waiting for a treat. Of course, my girlfriend is the best in the world. You give her a thumbs up and praise her. Hearing your praise, Shen Bingling's eyes instantly light up. If she actually had a tail, it would probably be spinning, like a helicopter rotor right now. Since when did this girl get so cute? Seeing Shen Bingling's reaction, your heart skips a beat. If you weren't in the middle of class, you wouldn't have been able to resist patting her head. You're so engrossed in the conversation that you completely miss the glares coming from behind you. Meanwhile, the classmates in the back row witnessing all this. I hate couples. Everyone is trying to study. What the hell are you two doing? Showing off your PDA. You guys are definitely going to be unemployed when school finally ends. Honey, do you have any plans for the holiday tomorrow? The two of you hold hands, walking home bathed in the glow of the setting sun. What plans could I possibly have? Eat, sleep, and play games. You think back on your past life. Almost every single holiday was spent exactly like that. Then let's go on a date tomorrow. Come to think of it, we haven't been on a date in a long time. Shen Bingling suggests. Faced with this proposal, your eyes dart around as you think. Sure, but I have one condition. Cancel the remaining 5 times from our bet. Do that, and I'll go. Deal. You go on a date with me, and the remaining 5 times are wiped clean. Shen Bingling agrees without a second thought. Her answering so readily actually makes you a bit suspicious. Since when is this girl so accommodating? But since you got what you wanted, you don't ask any more questions. Hey, my darling is so adorably naive. Shen Bingling has her own little scheme in mind. If she really wanted to do it, would she even need the bet? It's not like you could resist anyway. The bet was just to make it official, so you'd be a good boy and not fight back. If you could read minds and knew what Shen Bingling was thinking, you'd probably pack your bags and flee overnight. This woman has absolutely no bottom line. A date, huh? Now that you think about it, you've never actually had a formal date with a girl under the premise of being in a relationship. That time with Su Nianian was just a simple meal, and going to the mall with Shen Bingling. In your mind, you were totally forced into that one. Plus, you two were just regular classmates back then. Speaking of Su Nianian, you suddenly realize that ever since that dinner, you haven't received a single message from her, even though all the unrelated girls on your phone were later blocked by Shen Bingling. That didn't happen until after summer break started. Still, it's probably for the best that she hasn't reached out. After all, you and Shen Bingling are practically a couple now. If Su Nianian popped up to cause trouble again, you'd be as good as dead. After getting home, you finish dinner and lie down in bed early. Your phone alarm can finally take a break too. You plan to sleep straight until noon. Between draining all your stamina yesterday and attending classes today, you don't have a single drop of energy left. Honey, aren't you playing games today? Why are you going to bed so early? Having just dried her hair, Shen Bingling walks into the room barefoot. Seeing you already in bed, ready to sleep, she looks a bit confused. Honey, aren't you playing games today? Why are you going to bed so early? Having just dried her hair, Shen Bingling walks into the room barefoot. Seeing you already in bed, ready to sleep. She looks a bit confused. Why don't you mention how you tortured me yesterday? Just staying awake through today's classes was already pushing my limits. Of course, I need to rest early now. With your head buried in the covers, your muffled voice drifts out. Don't get any funny ideas today, or I'm running back to the school dorms. The field might not get ruined, but the ox will be worked to death. Okay. I'll let my darling get plenty of rest these next few days. I'll be very good. I won't touch you. Shen Bingling turns off the lights, climbs into bed, and slips under the covers. You close your eyes, you're breathing steady. The young man's handsome face is displayed right in front of her. There are still faint dark circles under your eyes. My darling is so handsome. Handsome when he wakes up in the morning, handsome when he smiles, handsome when he's angry, and handsome when he's sleeping. Shen Bingling can't help but reach out a finger and poke your cheek. Hey, what are you doing? You frown, raising a hand to catch her finger, looking at Shen Bingling with half-open eyes. Sorry, honey. I just couldn't help myself. Shen Bingling smiles apologetically and pulls her hand back. Sigh. I'm already a light sleeper. With you messing around like this, I have no idea when I'll be able to fall asleep. You feel a bit helpless, but you don't blame Shen Bingling. Honey, I'm sorry. Shen Bingling leans closer to you, rubbing her head against your face. Forget it. Let's just go to sleep. Just don't poke my face again. You reach out and poke Shen Bingling's forehead as a mild warning. Shen Bingling feels a little guilty and starts thinking of a way to make it up to you. After a brief moment of thought, an idea pops into her head. Suddenly, you feel a soft, milky-scented warmth enveloping your head. It feels like suddenly falling into a bed of clouds, incredibly comforting. You're a bit startled and hurriedly open your eyes. You see Shen Bingling holding you, gently pressing your head down. What are you doing now? By the time you react, you're already dazed by the fragrance. It feels like you're drowning in a gentle embrace, unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance. Honey, is it more comfortable sleeping like this? Shen Bingling smiles tenderly, stroking the back of your head with one hand, like she's cradling a baby. It actually is a bit more comfortable. Your ears burn hot, but you admit it anyway. Your eyelids gradually grow heavy. Your body has never felt this relaxed before. Like returning to a mother's embrace, you fall into a deep, baby-like sleep. You sleep straight through until 12:30 p.m. When you wake up, you feel completely refreshed. That was an incredibly satisfying sleep. You haven't felt this energized in a long time. You open your eyes, and the first thing you see is an expanse of rosy, snow-white skin. Shen Bingling's eyes curve into a smile, looking at you with deep affection. Good morning, honey. You slept really soundly today. You lift your head and meet Shen Bingling's gaze. Morning. Have you been awake for a while? You ask nervously. I just woke up about half an hour ago. Then why didn't you go wash up or something? Why lie in bed for another half hour? You ask. I wanted to get up early and wash up too, so I could make breakfast for my darling. But it seemed like my darling didn't want me to leave. Shen Bingling flashes a teasing smile and pats your hand. Only then do you realize that at some point, you had wrapped your arms around Shen Bingling, and you were holding her pretty tight too. Sorry. I was asleep. I didn't know. You instantly let go, your face flushing bright red. Before, it was always Shen Bingling forcefully hugging you and not letting go. Now that the roles are reversed, you feel incredibly awkward. Is my darling still this shy? You're just too cute, Shen Bingling teases. And no, I'm not. It's just hot. Yeah, it's just the heat. You stammer out a defense. Look how bright the sun is outside. And I was smothered in your arms the whole time. It's totally normal to get hot and flushed, right? Let's just hurry up, wash up, and eat. We still have a date today. Shen Bingling covers her mouth and giggles, pretending not to notice the AC blasting at 60 degrees. Heishu gets out of bed to prepare breakfast. As Shen Bingling leaves the room, you sit blankly on the edge of the bed, wanting the floor to swallow you whole. That was so embarrassing. How could I act like a little kid and fall asleep in Shen Bingling's arms? It was pretty comfortable though. After eating, the two of you return to the room to change. About 10 minutes later, you both leave the house to start today's date. Shen Bingling is wearing a black, Japanese-style sailor uniform. With light makeup on her face, she looks like a schoolgirl heroine straight out of a manga. You share an umbrella to block the sun. Come to think of it, this is the very same umbrella Shen Bingling stole back then. After all this time, opening this umbrella again fills you with a wave of nostalgia. Before that incident, this umbrella had always been in your backpack, shielding you from countless storms. But this old buddy couldn't protect you one last time, and was forcefully erased by an unexpected, demon-like existence like Shen Bingling. This time, your date destination is the amusement park. When Shen Bingling first suggested it, you were pretty against it. After all, it's scorching hot outside, and since it's Saturday, the park is bound to be packed. Isn't that just paying to stand in line and bake in the sun? But Shen Bingling insisted on coming. Ever since she was little, she's had this inexplicable longing for amusement parks, because the kids who go to amusement parks always go with their moms and dads. In her eyes, an amusement park isn't just a place for fun. She sees it as a place to reunite with her parents, a place where she could finally have some company. Over the years, it's turned into somewhat of an obsession. Now, going to the amusement park with you is her way of fulfilling that childhood dream. You both walk to the subway station and take the train, arriving in no time. Even though it's a holiday, because of the extreme heat, there aren't actually that many people here, so the lines aren't too bad. Honestly, even if the lines were massive, you wouldn't need to worry. Shen Bingling used her superpower. She bought VIP Fast Pass tickets. Under the intensely jealous glares of the people waiting in line, You two breeze right through. The park's signature attractions are definitely the roller coaster and the pirate ship. They've been popular for over a decade without fading, a classic formula that never fails. They're absolute must-plays. Honey, have you ever ridden a roller coaster before? Shen Bingling grips your hand tightly, veins popping on the back of her pale hand. Honey, have you ever ridden a roller coaster before? Shen Bingling grips your hand tightly, veins popping on the back of her pale hand. My parents took me on one when I was a kid. Why do you ask? You reply. And no, nothing. It's just my first time riding one. Shen Bingling forces a stiff smile in response. You twitch your mouth and sigh helplessly. This girl is holding your hand and shaking like a leaf, yet she's still acting tough. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts and look straight ahead. The coaster is about to launch. The cold, mechanical voice echoes. The safety harnesses press down, locking everyone firmly into their seats. The seats vibrate, the precursor to the launch. Shen Bingling is shivering in her seat, her hands shaking even worse now. Miss, do you have Parkinson's? Or are you using a massage gun on your hand? You roast her in your head. Bingling, open your hand, you say to her in a low voice. Shen Bingling freezes for a second. Although she doesn't know what you're doing, she obediently complies, opening the hand that was gripping yours. 5 slender, delicate fingers are presented in front of you. Your hand pauses in midair for a moment, but eventually slips through the gaps between her fingers, locking your hand tightly with hers. Your hand is a size larger than hers. The skin of her palm is quite soft. A warm current flows from her palm through her entire body. Her previous anxiety and fear instantly vanish into thin air. With your fingers intertwined, you both stare straight ahead, looking completely nonchalant. Now your hand won't shake, right? It was getting a little annoying just now. You say this with your eyes darting everywhere, rubbing your nose. Shen Bingling's heart skips a beat. She's just about to say something, but the roller coaster suddenly launches. The first stretch of the track is relatively smooth. Even though Shen Bingling is scared, it's not enough to make her scream her lungs out. But as the coaster climbs higher and higher, reaching a point where just glancing down makes you dizzy, Shen Bingling's legs start trembling uncontrollably. On the other hand, you look steady as a rock, without a single flinch or reaction. Shen Bingling turns her head to look at you, wondering how you manage to stay so calm. Right now, your eyes are squeezed shut, letting the wild wind slap against your face. Your hair whips wildly in the wind, revealing the prominent widow's peak on your forehead. Turns out, you're terrified too. Just closing your eyes and pretending it's a strong breeze. You never even plan on facing your fears. Shen Bingling follows your lead and closes her eyes too. It actually works. Her fear eases up quite a bit. But at that moment, the coaster reaches its peak. Now comes the most thrilling part. The sudden feeling of weightlessness instantly breaks Shen Bingling's composure. You still look calm on the outside, but your heart pounding like a drum, and the sweat seeping from your palms say it all. Finally, the roller coaster returns to the station. The safety harnesses lift. Both you and Shen Bingling have jelly legs, supporting each other as you stumble off the ride. I say, let's not go on anything this intense again. You pull a tissue from your pocket and wipe your sweaty hands. The feeling of that roller coaster diving straight down is still fresh in your mind. Before, when you rode it with your buddies, you didn't feel much at all. Why are you so scared of it now? Agreed. Shen Bingling nods. The aftershock is way too strong. So much so that she has absolutely zero interest in riding the pirate ship next. You both head to a public rest area and sit down. Feeling a bit hot, you volunteer to go buy some ice cream and cold drinks. Shen Bingling stays in her seat to rest. Even though her first roller coaster ride wasn't exactly a wonderful experience, it still left her with a beautiful memory. She never expected you to initiate interlocking fingers with her. Thinking back on it now, her heart is fluttering like crazy. Interlocking fingers is an intimate gesture, but compared to the other things you two have done, it's honestly child's play. Logically, she shouldn't be this excited over it, but the key is that you initiated it. It means you're not as resistant to her anymore, or rather, you started to accept her. This forced relationship is finally showing some results. That's what makes Shen Bingling so happy and thrilled. Just as Shen Bingling is fantasizing about your shameless, passionate married life together, you return. Honey, you're back. Shen Bingling sees you walking over slowly. In your right hand, you're carrying a bag filled with the ice cream and drinks you just bought. And in your left hand, you're holding a little girl. 10 minutes ago, at the convenience store, after you finished picking out your items, you grabbed a few candies and went to pay. Excuse me, didn't I only get 2 ice creams? Why did you charge me for an extra one? You frown slightly, looking at the extra charge on your phone as you ask the cashier. Amusement park prices are already a ripoff. An extra ice cream costs quite a bit. You have to get this sorted out. You refuse to be scammed like a sucker. Is there a mistake? Sir, let's scan everything again to confirm. The cashier gets a bit flustered, afraid they made a mistake. The items in the bag are taken out and recounted. There is, indeed, an extra ice cream. What the hell? I swear I only grabbed 2. Who grabbed this extra one? You can hardly believe your eyes, wondering if you've run into a ghost in broad daylight. I took that one. A tiny, childish voice pipes up from down by your feet. Who's there? You look around. People are just picking out items and paying. No one is talking to you. You look down and finally spot a little girl standing by your feet, tugging at your pant leg. The little girl doesn't even reach your waist. She has to stand on her tiptoes just to grab your shirt. Her big, watery eyes stare up at you unblinkingly. That's just way too cute. Your frown softens, and a smile returns to your face. Little girl, even if you're super cute, You can't just take things for free. Do you know how expensive an ice cream is here? You should go ask your mom and dad to buy it for you. You crouch down and say with a serious face, Mommy and Daddy got lost. I can't find them. The little girl puts a finger in her mouth and mumbles, Mommy and Daddy got lost. I can't find them. The little girl puts a finger in her mouth and mumbles, so she's a lost child? And from the looks of it, you're the one who got lost, right? You facepalm and sigh. Whatever. I guess I'm just too nice. You can have this ice cream. I'll just make your mom pay me back double later. You smile and rub the little girl's head. The girl blinks her eyes. It looks like she didn't understand a word you said, but she knows she gets to eat ice cream, so she smiles sweetly. Thank you, mister. You tear open the ice cream wrapper and hand the frosty treat to her. The girl takes it and immediately starts licking it. Melted chocolate and cream smear around her mouth, making her look a bit goofy. Little girl, do you know your mom and dad's phone number? What is it? When a kid goes missing, the parents are definitely the most frantic. You need to call them right away to come pick her up, so you don't get mistaken for a kidnapper. I don't know. The little girl shakes her head, looking completely clueless. All right, I should have known. How could a kid this tiny possibly remember something like that? You pull out your phone and check the amusement park map to find the location of the broadcasting center. I was getting ready to take the little girl over, but it would probably take a while. Knowing Shen Qinglian, if she didn't see me for half an hour, she'd definitely bombard me with messages. I'd better bring her along. So that's what happened, Director Lee. The little girl beside us had already finished her ice cream. Oh, I see. I thought you had an illegitimate daughter, honey. Shen Qinglian suddenly realized. You nodded. Can't you have something normal in that head of yours? You were speechless. Your first time, and every time after that, were all taken by Shen Qinglian. How could you possibly pop out an illegitimate daughter? Besides, you just started college. Shen Qinglian bit her lip. Rather than helping this girl find her parents, you much prefer to continue your date. Plus, the weather is getting gloomy. The weather in Huanghai City could change in an instant. It was sunny in the morning, but it could be pouring rain by evening. He still wanted to ride the Ferris wheel with you before leaving. How about we hand the little girl over to the staff? Let the staff here take her to the broadcasting center. Shen Bingling suggested. Sure, it looks like it's about to rain anyway. Let's get this sorted out quickly. You nodded in agreement. Shen Bingling naturally held your hand. The two of you took the girl to find the staff. Big brother, who is this big sister? The little girl asked. That question stumped you. If you said girlfriend, she probably wouldn't understand. If you said just a friend, Shen Bingling would definitely punish you when you got home tonight. My relationship with this big brother? Shen Bingling revealed a playful smile. It's the same as your mommy and daddy's relationship. This woman just says whatever comes to mind. Isn't she afraid of misleading the kid? You grumbled inwardly. Is that so? The little girl looked surprised. Then do you have any little kids at home? The little girl asked curiously. You happen to be drinking cola? And almost spat it out when you heard that. Shen Bingling also blushed at the question. She probably didn't expect a kid to ask something like that. She scratched her cheek awkwardly. Not yet. Why? Don't all mommies and daddies have a little kid? The little girl was full of questions. Obviously, it was hard for someone her age to understand these things. Shen Bingling thought for a moment and said, because your big brother doesn't like kids. He absolutely refuses to have one. Shen Bingling said, shifting her gaze to you. Oh crap. These two are teaming up against me. Your heart tightened. Little girl, don't listen to her nonsense. It's not appropriate for us to have kids at our age. You'll understand when you grow up. You reached out and patted the kid's round head. The little girl nodded, half understanding. Then when will you be able to have kids? Sigh. Why did I bring this little menace upon myself? I shouldn't have been so eager to help. You cursed yourself inwardly for being such a busybody. Little girls should just talk about Peppa Pig and Barbie dolls. What are you even talking about? That depends on when your big brother wants a kid. Shen Bingling licked her lips, looking at you with a gaze so intense it could melt steel. You couldn't take it anymore. You quickened your pace to the carousel and found the staff on duty, immediately handing the little girl over to them. After dropping off the little girl, you finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally shook off that little menace. Honey, let's go ride the Ferris wheel. Shen Bingling pulled you, wanting to head toward the Ferris wheel. Let's not. It's going to rain. We'll ride it next time. Drops of rain hit your face, bringing a hint of chill. You opened the umbrella and pulled Shen Bingling under it. The rain quickly grew heavier. The world turned silvery white in the downpour. Shen Bingling's eyes gradually filled with disappointment. Looking at the Ferris wheel blurring in the rain in the distance, she let out a helpless sigh. Bingling, let's go. Time to head home. You held her hand and left the amusement park. Coming out of the subway station, the gloomy sky was still drizzling. The whole city felt melancholic and sad. Shen Bingling kept her head down, looking as if she had blended into the dreary surroundings. Her little leather shoes stepped into a puddle, splashing water, and getting your pant legs wet. My lady, what's wrong now? I didn't make you mad today, did I? You smiled bitterly. And no, I'm not mad at all. Shen Bingling forced a smile, trying to prove that she was perfectly fine. But you haven't said a word since we headed back, and you keep deliberately stepping in puddles to splash my pants as revenge. Are you sure you're not mad? You said, pointing at your pant legs soaked in dirty water. I'm sorry. Shen Bingling whispered softly, I shouldn't be sulking. What the heck? Since when did this woman become a tsundere? Did I really have to spell it out for her to admit it? You grumbled inwardly, reaching into your pocket. Have a piece of candy if you're unhappy. You'll feel better after eating it. You handed an orange candy to Shen Bingling. I remember you like orange flavor, right? I remember you mentioning it back in school. Shen Bingling's heart trembled. She smiled silently and took the candy. Thanks, honey. She popped the candy into her mouth. The sweet taste of orange spread across her tongue, and her mood instantly brightened up a lot. It reminded her of when she first became your desk mate. Back then, she hadn't eaten breakfast and had low blood sugar after gym class. While she was resting her head on the desk, you saw her and gave her an orange-flavored candy too. It was from that moment on that she started paying attention to you, noticing this uniquely gentle boy. Honey, I just realized something. What is it? Did we forget to turn off the gas or lock the door? You asked. I realized that I love you even more than I thought. Shen Bingling stood on her tiptoes and planted a quick kiss on your cheek. How does this woman change moods faster than flipping a page? Wasn't she just sulking a minute ago? Now she's all lovey-dovey again. So weird. You muttered in your heart, lamenting that a woman's heart is like a needle in the ocean. After getting home, since we didn't buy groceries today, you simply cooked 2 bowls of noodles, and that was dinner. After eating and drinking our fill, we went to bed. Shen Bingling had probably been overdoing it lately, so she didn't have any ideas for tonight. You finally got a rare, peaceful night's sleep. Sunday was still drizzly outside. The two of you didn't even bother changing out of your pajamas. Aside from going out to eat, the entire day was spent between the computer desk and the bed. The whole day was plain and uneventful. Shen Bingling had nothing to do, so it ended up being another physically exhausting day for you. When Monday arrived, the class dismissal bell rang. After you and the others packed up your books, you got ready to interview for the College Students Entrepreneurship Association. Even though Mr. Wang was backing you, making it practically a guaranteed spot, you still had to go through the motions. Let's go. Cheng Fang and the others left early and have already finished their interviews. We're the only ones left. Brother Lu slung his shoulder bag on and popped a Bluetooth earbud into his ear. The three of you followed the location given by the seniors and arrived at the entrepreneurship office. Pushing the door open, the office was neatly organized and quite spacious. A few seniors were sitting around chatting, looking completely relaxed and peaceful. The juniors are here for the interview. Go receive them. A senior guy patted a girl and said, that senior guy looked a bit familiar to you, like you'd seen him somewhere before, but you couldn't quite remember. The girl finally reacted. She stood up and walked over. Hello, juniors. Are you the ones recommended by Mr. Wang? The senior girl was tall, and her smile was a very standard, professional one. You could tell she was used to smiling like that. Yes, I'm Muge. I'm Shen Bingning. Hello, senior. I'm Lu Jingbai. The senior girl didn't reply immediately, but took out her phone to check. After confirming the names matched, she looked up and continued, hello. I'll be your senior from now on. My name is Chen Cheng. Just call me Sister Chen. The senior girl introduced herself with a smile. Those two are your senior brothers. Let me introduce you. Chen Cheng walked over to his senior with curly hair. Just call him Curly Bro. He's a really nice and easygoing guy. You can ask him if you have any questions. Chen Cheng patted Curly Bro's shoulder. My last name is Lin. Just call me Brother Lin. Curly is fine too. Now this guy is a big deal. Sister Chen walked over to a gentle-looking guy. He's not just a member of our club. He's also in the student union. His name is Lu Guan. Just call him Brother Lu. Lu Guan. You remembered. Isn't this the senior who was harassing Shen Bingling before? You turned to look at Shen Bingling beside you. Shen Bingling was expressionless, but her grip on your arm tightened slightly. She recognized him too. All right, the interview is over. You can all go home now. Chen Cheng clapped her hands and said, it's over just like that? We just gave our names, you said in surprise. Yeah, what did you expect? At this moment, Lu Guan slowly walked forward. You guys are just here to show your faces anyway. We couldn't be bothered with the formality of an interview. What? Do you actually want to be interviewed? To show off your skills? I'd say this saves a lot of trouble. Then we'll head back first. Brother Lu said, then pushed the door open and left. You and Shen Bingning followed closely behind. Soon, only the 3 seniors were left in the office. I'm heading back too. I just bought a new skin today. Gotta go test it out. Brother Lin stood up and left as well. Sigh, there were only 2 juniors who were my type today. Why couldn't I score either of them? Chen Cheng plopped down on the desk, looking dejected. That guy this morning, Cheng Feng or whatever, I asked for his contact info, and he absolutely refused to give it. Acted like I was asking for his life. And that Muge just now with that girl, they looked like newlyweds, completely glued to each other. Isn't that Lu Jingbai pretty good looking too? You don't like him. Lu Guan teased from the side. Having feelings for a junior's boyfriend. You really have no bottom line, do you? Forget it, he's good looking. But he's like a block of wood, totally expressionless. Seems completely boring. Chen Cheng waved her hand. Speaking of which, aren't you also interested in that junior? Named Shen Bingning. I saw the way you were looking at her. Let's not judge each other. Chen Cheng said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Lu Guan scratched his head awkwardly. However, this made him realize he had found a pretty good ally. He and Chen Cheng could both get what they wanted. The word poaching popped into his mind. Sister Chen, interested in a collaboration? Lu Guan snapped his fingers, drawing Chen Cheng's attention. What kind of collaboration? You don't want me to partner up with you to start a scam ring, do you? Chen Cheng turned to look at Lu Guan and asked. You've been watching too many stay-at-home mom startup videos, haven't you? I don't want to spin 360 degrees on the spot. Lu Guan rolled his eyes. That junior named Muge, didn't he catch your eye? Yeah, he's gentle, handsome, and has a nice vibe. His face just looks a bit pale. Chen Cheng nodded. Exactly. You like the junior guy. I like the junior girl. If we team up, won't we both get our happy endings? Chen Cheng looked speechless. This is the first time I've seen someone make something as immoral as poaching someone's partner sound so fresh and refined. Chen Cheng's eyes widened, looking at him in admiration. How is it poaching? Right now, they're dating, so 2 people are happy. If we break them up and get with them, then all 4 of us will be happy. Lu Guan opened his arms wide, as if he were making some grand declaration. This is maximizing human happiness. If we break them up and get with them, then all 4 of us will be happy. Lu Guan opened his arms wide, as if he were making some grand declaration. This is maximizing human happiness. This guy's brain is definitely broken. What kind of twisted logic is that? What the hell is going on in your head? It's a waste of talent that you're not in the debate club. Chen Cheng rolled her eyes. Stop spouting nonsense. Just tell me, are you in or not? If it works, everyone's happy. If we fail, we lose nothing. Makes sense, right? Forget it. Chen Cheng waved her hand in refusal. I'm not so obsessed with looks that I'd try to steal someone's boyfriend, just from seeing them once. Besides, I don't know him at all. What if our personalities clash? Aside from that, Chen Cheng also felt she couldn't compete with Shen Bingling. Their relationship was so solid, plus the girl was illegally pretty. That wall was too tough. She couldn't break it down. Sister, since when did you become so reserved? You weren't like this before. You have to fight for your own happiness, Lu Guan said, frustrated by her lack of ambition. You have to relentlessly pursue the person you like. Not listening, not listening. If you want to poach, do it yourself. Leave me out of it. Chen Cheng covered her ears and shook her head. Binning. How about we don't join this club? On the way home, you, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? Honey, do you not like this club? Shen Bingning tilted her head in confusion. No, it's just. What if that senior harasses you? You scratched your head. What? Is that what you're worried about? Shen Bingling breathed a sigh of relief and giggled, covering her mouth. Seeing you quiet the whole way, I thought something was wrong. What's so funny? I'm just looking out for you. I'm worried you'll get harassed by some weird senior. You curled your lips. Really? Shen Bingling dragged out her words, her eyes full of amusement. Thanks for caring, honey, but don't worry. That senior can't harass me. You know me. Other than you, I barely speak to other guys. Plus, don't forget I have Uncle Wang backing me up. It'd be a struggle for him, just to talk to me. You had nothing to say to that. What you were actually worried about was Lu Guan relentlessly pestering her. But since Mr. Wang was there to vouch for you, it shouldn't be a problem. Hee, honey, bringing this up all of a sudden. Is your possessiveness acting up? You don't want other guys talking to me. Shen Bingling wasn't about to let this chance to tease you slip by. No way. I'm not possessive at all. I was just genuinely concerned about you. Don't overthink it. You replied without hesitation. Kidding me? If we're talking about possessiveness, the woman right next to me is absolutely textbook level. She could easily be listed as a standard case in a psychiatric ward, and she has the nerve to talk about me? Is that even your line? Hee. Don't be shy, honey. It's perfectly normal to be possessive, just like how I'm possessive of you. Shen Bingling chuckled. I'd say, having your level of possessiveness is what's abnormal. You retorted inwardly. As long as you want, I am your property. I will always belong to you, honey, as long as you stay with me forever. And don't fall in love with other women. You can do whatever you want to me, no matter how extreme. Shen Bingling's eyes were seductive. If you weren't still on the way home, she would have already thrown herself at you. And no thanks. I don't have that kind of weird fetish. That sounds a bit terrifying. You recall those days of being imprisoned. You've been getting along so well with Shen Bingling lately, and she hadn't done anything particularly outrageous or abnormal recently that you almost forgot what she used to be like. This wasn't some innocent girl experiencing her first love. This was a nuclear bomb that would explode the moment its fuse was lit. Time flew by, and it was night. Inside the room, Shen Bingling was kneeling on the bed, giving you a lap pillow. You lay on her fair, soft thighs, humming a tune, while holding up your phone to chat with Cheng Feng. Shen Bingling, meanwhile, had a face full of affection as she looked down at you resting on her lap. Her soft little hands reached into your dark hair, smoothing out the strands one by one. Her other hand gently stroked your cheek. Honey, does that feel good? Shen Bingling giggled, lightly scratching your face. Like a kitten. It's all right. A wave of numbness washed over your body, and goosebumps formed on your arms. Just all right? Shen Bingling licked her lips, her hands slowly sliding downwards. And no. It feels great, really great. Please keep scratching my face. You panicked instantly. You instinctively tried to sit up, but were forcefully pushed back down. That's more like it. You should be more honest. Shen Bingling pulled her hand back, and continued scratching your face and chin, even pinching your earlobe along the way. Damn woman. You ignored her actions. By the way, honey, your birthday is coming up soon, right? Shen Bingling suddenly said. I think so. Wait, how do you know my birthday? I don't recall ever telling you. You didn't really care much about holidays and birthdays. In the past, the only sense of ceremony for your birthday was a money transfer from your parents. I saw your ID card. How could you hide something like your birthday from me? Shen Bingling poked your cheek. What do you want for your birthday? As long as it's within my power, I can give you anything. Although you really wanted to ask for an RTX 5090, the moment that thought popped up, it was suppressed by your inner voice. But I, am a dignified man. How could I sink so low as to indulge in this crazy woman's lap pillows and caresses and even consider playing the gigolo and living off a woman? Old age brings many startling dreams. I fear I might end up getting stabbed one day. You clenched your fists, swearing never to sink any lower. I don't really want anything. I never celebrated my birthday before anyway. Just treated it like any other day. You said calmly, really? I was planning to get you an RTX 5090 graphics card, a new monitor, and a new keyboard and mouse set, since you put it that way. Honey, I'll just return them, Shen Bingning said, taking out her phone and opening a shopping app. Hold up. After hearing there was more stuff after the graphics card, you immediately shouted to stop her. You suddenly reached out and stroked Shen Bingling's face, your eyes full of tenderness.